I guess, a natural lull, which is amazing, is as good a time as any to start. I'd just like to begin by acknowledging that we are at Murdoch University, which is on the lands of Wadjuk and Binjarep Noongar people. We pay our respect to their enduring and dynamic culture and the leadership of Noongar elders past and present. So the Budja, or country on which Murdoch University is located, has actually been a place of learning for many, many, many years. And the people at Murdoch University are proud to continue that long tradition. I'm an alumnus. I think there's a lot of alumni in the room as well, and potentially students as well. So it's really great to continue that learning together. Awesome. No worries. So welcome everybody, and thank you for attending DIG 2024. My name's Dr. Kylie Island. I'm the Plant Diseases Program Leader at the DBCA within the Ecosystem Health Branch. I have a long history, as I said, with Murdoch, with plant diseases, and I'm so proud to lead the plant diseases team at DBCA. It is a world-leading program of plant disease management. And so every year, this is a really important meeting for us coming to DIG. It is probably the ultimate event, certainly in WA, for dieback, and it has kind of expanded to encompass a lot more things because, as many of us in plant health are experiencing, it's not just plant diseases, even though we might be looking through those disease-coloured glasses every once in a while, but plant health plays so importantly into how resilient our ecosystems are, how susceptible they might be to those diseases. We now have pests that are carrying pathogens as well in our ecosystems as well coming in. So for me, it's just really important to come together as a community, understand the landscape that we're all operating in, and really bring forest health in general to the fore. So housekeeping, the important things: toilets, head down and to your right, and there are signs up if you look up. So just follow everyone else. Emergency assembly points. If there is an emergency, anyone in these blue Harry Butler t-shirts, if you can distinguish them from the other blue t-shirts in the room, follow them. But also just basically don't take anything electronic to get down, take the stairs down, and there's a muster zone out the front there. Phones on silent, it goes without saying to a certain degree, but yeah, just be mindful of that. Also be mindful that we've got people online as well, so when we're asking questions, I'll probably repeat it, so just give me a moment for that as well. Tea, coffee and water, I think most of you have seen that on your way in, so please make yourselves, just keep yourselves comfortable with that all day. There are also raffle tickets to purchase throughout the day, so find anyone from DWG. So I don't know how you find them because they don't have a particular shirt, but hopefully you know some DWG people, or ask anyone at the front desks there. And so a big thank you to Annie Leitch for donating one of her beautiful photos as a print for the first prize, which is of a honey possum and a Banksia speciosa, which those of us in dieback often use the honey possum to get everyone excited about dieback. So it'll be a really great animal to capture into your home if you manage to win that prize. And yeah, it is a plant and an animal that are both impacted by dieback, Phytophthora cinnamomi. So we also have some door prizes up for grabs that will be announced at lunch break. These are some waxes bred at Kings Park. Oh, okay, that's a plant, not a wax. I was like, how do you breed a wax? Okay, I'm guessing Geraldton waxes, like Canalorsiums. Yeah. Yep. That makes sense to me now. And thanks very much to Kings Park for donating those. You'll also find fruit and other snacks on the tables, so please help yourselves throughout the day. These were from the awesome team at the Healthy Bunch in Doubleview, and a big shout out to Dean for helping the DWG with that. And there'll be a sundowner at 5:45 at Sir Walter's restaurant, where we'll have canapes and a few drinks. If you haven't RSVP'd, please find Karen. Can Karen put her hand up? Yep. If you haven't RSVP'd, find Karen at morning tea and let her know that you are planning to come, so that we have enough to go around that evening. Sponsors, a big thank you to all the event sponsors this year. An event like this doesn't happen without a lot of support. And the major sponsors this year include the DBCA, or Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions. So we work to conserve WA's biodiversity. Part of that is with our work on forest health, and so we'll have some speakers speaking to that. And I'm relatively new into my role, but you know, WA really is world leading in what it has achieved over the years on the backs of or the shoulders of giants, of people really putting in some great systems over many years. So we're really proud to continue that legacy. And well, yeah, we can speak to that over time, but we have obviously a whole lot of mapping projects as well as vegetation health service within the plant diseases team. Major sponsors also Chalice Mining. So Chalice is committed to operating with the highest possible environmental standards across all their activities, along with rigorous procedures and governing frameworks. Comprehensive dieback management plans ensure their exploration activities do not contribute to the introduction or spread of dieback in the southwest of WA. The green card training developed by the dieback working group ensures that Chalice staff and contractors have the essential skills and knowledge to take all necessary steps to properly manage those dieback risks. We also have Murdoch University Harry Butler Institute is also a major sponsor. They've provided the amazing venue today, which I think we can all agree is a really lovely space. It's nice to be surrounded by wood when we're talking about seeing the forest for the trees and having a little bit of that colour in a room. And they're helping as well a lot with AV and other support. Murdoch University has had a long partnership with the dieback working group and the DIG conference, and the one which DWG look forward to continuing for many, many years. Our other sponsors for this year are Glevin, sorry, I've got an A in there. Glevin Consulting. I thought that looked a little odd. Sorry about that, Liam. Glevin Consulting, Perth NRM, Alcoa, Bark Environmental, and NRM Jobs. And once again, we really appreciate all the support from these sponsors. So now I have the great pleasure of introducing the CEO of the dieback working group, Mia, to give an update on where DWG is at and introduce this year's conference theme.
So I just want to start by saying thank you all for coming. This is the biggest turnout we've had for DIG in years, and I've personally had a look through the attendee list, and it is just thrilling to see the number of sectors and different people that we have in the room. So I just want to say a big thank you for making the time to come and spend today with us and chat dieback and make connections. Unfortunately, our elder, Auntie Marie Taylor, wasn't able to make it this morning. So I would just like to echo Kylie in paying my respects to the traditional owners of these lands that we're meeting on today, and acknowledging elders past and present. You know, I am privileged enough to work with traditional owners in Menang country where I live, and yeah, it's just a privilege to be able to work on Aboriginal land. So I think we've got a really exciting day ahead. I just want to echo that DIG is as much about learning as it is about connecting. We've got a mixing pot of people in the room, sectors in the room. So just make the most of your breaks, connecting with people, and then trying to nurture those connections. And we've built in some nice, decent lunch breaks and the sundowner and so on. I want to thank people who've come from far afield. Specifically, we've got some of our presenters and DWG staff that I want to give a special acknowledgement to. Shannon Hunter, all the way from Errol, New Zealand. We'll hear from her during the after lunch session. And then Geoff Pegg and Adrian Bauwens, all the way over from Queensland. We've got Pip Soulsby and AJ Perkins over from New South Wales. And then we've also got some Binalup Rangers who've travelled all the way from Albany, spent just as much time in a car as you guys from New South Wales would have on a plane. So yeah, just thank you everybody for travelling that far. And just echoing the thank you to our sponsors. We couldn't do this event without you. So yeah, big thank you to everybody that Kylie listed off. It's been a big year since I stood up 12 months ago here and gave you an update on what DWG was up to. I'm going to whiz through some slides to talk a little bit about the growth in our team, the growth in our programs, and just, help you understand what our organisation is all about, which kind of feeds into the DIG conference and the idea of knowledge sharing and learning, because DWG, we don't manage any land. We're all about communication. We're all about people. We're all about spreading the message and education. So I just want to say one of the biggest drivers of the amount of growth that we've seen as an organisation this year is the collaboration that I spoke about extensively 12 months ago with Western Power. And what a game changer this collaboration has been in terms of spurring on the green card program. So we're going to hear a little bit about that in the presentations. But, a year later, this collaboration and the power of this collaboration has definitely been one of the driving forces in, the way that we've been able to advance and push forward some of the exciting dieback management and education stuff that is happening this year. So I did a presentation at the Biodiversity Conference just talking about the power of these collaborations. And I think, again, that's one of the key messages of today, breaking down silos and figuring out how we can work together for the best outcomes. Oh, what's this one? Okay, so on that note, like I said, we've had a large amount of growth. A year ago, the DWG team consisted of myself part-time and Karen over on the right, 1 day a week. So, we've more than doubled our capacity within 12 months, which is really exciting. And I suppose Kylie was asking how you recognise the DWG people. If you want to talk to any of us, and I encourage you to, hopefully you can recognise people from this slide. So I'll just, I'm obviously the CEO for DWG, but I couldn't do what I do without my amazing team. So Amy Primus has been working with us this year as the education and training and education manager, managing our green card program and our schools program, which you'll hear more about in my update. Karen Levatsis working through community engagement and coordinating our events. And I just want to tell you 90% of the work that went into everything that's sitting here today was Karen. So in terms of getting all the table, like all the venues sorted and everything, she's been amazing. So Bruno Rickley has come on board recently to work with us in a project officer role, which is very exciting to have. Bruno's had a long-standing relationship with DWG, but to have him come on board as a staff member. And also Pip Soulsby, who I mentioned, is over from New South Wales. There she is. Pip has done an amazing job. I'm sure you've all seen the social media that's been coming through our pages as our marketing coordinator. So really spreading that word and getting the word out there about dieback. And one thing that I've really been reflecting on this year is the beautiful background that our group comes from. So probably most people in the room aren't aware, but DWG has been around since the 90s. And we came out of a very, very small community group based out of Roleystone that was just passionate about protecting their local bushland from phytophthora, which obviously has some pretty severe expression out in Roleystone. So, and I think that, the founder of the group, Ian Colhoun, people who are a part of the committee still talk about Ian, who unfortunately passed, several years ago, but people still hold his vision very, very dearly and talk about it as like the driving force of what we do. So I feel really privileged to work in a space that has so much kind of commitment and passion from people who are involved in the committee. So, and just to work in that legacy is a beautiful thing. So as I said, DWG's purpose and mission. DWG's purpose and mission is really all around community engagement, education, and research, spreading the word about dieback and how we manage it. Because, something that I like to reiterate to people is dieback is, it's an invasive species. Once it's introduced, you can't get rid of it. And that feels like a really bad news story, But the good news part of it is people are the main spreaders, and, we can also use communication tools and so on to help educate people, and it's the most controllable kind of vector. So I think that that's an empowering message that we need to sort of think about in the communication space. I'm going to speak briefly about DWG's 3 flagship programs. Firstly, we've got the DIBAC Information Group Conference, which we're all at today. So I won't talk about that because you're all about to see what it's all about. But I'm going to talk about our Green Card and our schools program as well. And all of these programs are designed to target different sectors and different age groups to learn about DIBAC. So the Green Card training, like I said, there's been a major step change in this training and the scale of this training in the past, probably 2 years. We've had over 1,400 completions in 2024 of the DWG Green Card. And currently the card has a 3-year validity. The DWG Green Card has a 3-year validity. We currently have 4,860 people out there circulating with valid green cards. So, nearly 5,000 people. I think that is a really powerful statement about how much we're spreading the word and how we're really educating people in this DIBAC hygiene and environmental biosecurity awareness. So exciting news about our Green Card training. It's currently in the process of reviewing our content, which is just fantastic, working with all our great delivery partners to talk about, what can be improved, what's the new research, that sort of thing. We want to bring in some awareness of other environmental pests and diseases and encourage that citizen science aspect of biosecurity surveillance. So, you've probably seen stuff about the My Pest Guide reporter talking about polyphagous shothole borer and making those reports and the importance of it for effective biosecurity control. So looking to tie that in and working with DPIRD in that space. And also something that you hear about later this afternoon through a partnership with the Binalup Aboriginal Corporation is working on a case study to really incorporate the traditional ecological knowledge of the specific threats of DIBAC to Aboriginal cultural heritage values. Because I think we all recognise that, DIBAC kills plants and some plants are culturally significant, but I don't think we recognise the specific values of it enough to actually protect those values. So super important work. I want to acknowledge that this program is only possible because of the delivery partners. I've already spoken a bit about our partnership with Western Power. I can step back a bit now. Our partnership with Western Power to deliver the Green Card to their staff and contractors. Can people understand me? Is it gone echoey? All good? Okay. I got a thumbs up from the back. And then our face-to-face Green Card, which I'm just really proud of as a program. I've had the privilege to sit through many of these sessions, are delivered through our partners, Bark Environmental, Territory, Great Southern Biologic and Glevin Consulting. So all of those DIBAC interpretation industry partners deliver this program to a really, really high standard and bring in decades of technical knowledge in terms of, how we recognise DIBAC and how we manage it at a basic level. So just shout out to the fact that, again, collaboration is key if we're going to be successful in this education space. I am briefly going to hand over to the chair of our education subcommittee, Peter Scott. Peter's just cycled here, so I think he's caught his breath. But Peter's just going to give us an update. This program, I'm really proud of the amount of work and passion that's gone into resurrecting this program. So I think Peter's going to talk a little bit about the history and what's happening now. So.
Thank you very much, Mia. What a wonderful privilege and honour to be here in front of all of you in this amazing building. Thank you, Mia. I'm not going to talk for long. I just want to briefly mention that there is a wonderful group called the DIBAC Working Group, and within that group there's the Education Subcommittee. I just want to put out an invitation that you should come and join us, and it's a really wonderful opportunity to do good work. And I'll just make the point, I'm sure everyone in here who are largely working in the environmental space, you didn't do it for the money. You know, we all really care about the environment, and, you know, the DBCA working group and the education subcommittee is an opportunity for you to do good work to help protect and conserve our natural environment, to educate the community, to make a better world, to do good work. So, you know, it's a really excellent opportunity and avenue to do good work. And I just want to mention a few things we have done, a few things we are doing, and a few things we'd like to do. So the DBCA working group has been giving education material for years. It's been doing treatment days. It's been going to schools. It has a wonderful history. And we want to build upon that. And we've done a lot of work recently to develop education programs that are very applicable to the primary school curriculum. We have teachers, we have academics within education who are writing relevant education programs, which we can deliver to primary schools. We're also going to do incursions. We'd like to work with other groups like Nearer to Nature. We're open to working with everyone. We're very collaborative, you know, and it's a really wonderful opportunity to build upon the amazing heritage and knowledge which we have in this room and within this state and nationally and internationally. So, you know, I think of all of the retired professors and amazing scientists that I've known in Western Australia who have done excellent, amazing work. And we can, you know, I'd like to open it up to people like that have retired who still have this amazing knowledge. You know, you could potentially come and work on the education subcommittee, talk to school groups, be involved in incursions, be involved in direct action to help manage these terrible diseases. You know, so it's a real avenue for people to get involved. And I just really encourage people to be involved. It's also an avenue to connect nationally and internationally. I'm aware of some really wonderful education programs in America or in Europe or in beautiful New Zealand. You know, so the DBCA Working Group Education Subcommittee, it's an opportunity to collaborate and form these networks and just do good work with good people. I'd like to think it's an opportunity for some fun as well. So that's about all I had to say, but thank you very much, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Can I just, because this subcommittee has done so much work, can I just acknowledge Kat, Peter, Amy, can you stand up? Janine, Maddie, if you guys can stand up, I just want to give a round of applause because these guys have put in so much work. And I'm really looking forward to being able to show you some of the amazing events, you know, doing this kind of thing, phosphate treatment with local schools to protect the patch of their bush that they care about. We good? Okay. I'm yapping too much. Patch of their bush that they care about through this program and learn about DBCA and the science behind it and get inspired by STEM along the way. Maddie spoke really beautifully about a student that she used to deliver, that she delivered this program to decades ago, who's now qualified in the biological sciences at university. And she specifically said to Maddie when she ran into her old teacher that this program was what inspired her to go into environmental sciences and STEM. So I think it's a really powerful program to be getting out there. Okay, I'm now going to talk really quickly through some slides on some of the key developments and collaborations over the last 12 months. I just want to acknowledge I've been working closely with South Coast NRM. A lot of you might be familiar with the DIDMS platform. It's a public free mapping platform for DBCA. Also the signage protocols, the framework for identifying priority protection areas. All of these were developed through a decades-long project called Project DBCA, which was hosted through South Coast NRM over I think it started in the early 2000s. So, you know, really powerful project. Again, really passionate people and some great tools have been developed. South Coast NRM have now decided that they want to focus more in their region and still continue to really drive DBCA and conservation, DBCA management and conservation in their region. But because this project needs to have a more statewide focus, they've handed over the project to DWG. So it's really exciting opportunity for us to take these tools like DIDMs and upgrade them and modernize them. And so watch this space. And we have some exciting things to share with you next year. But that handover is complete, and I'm very happy to have finalised that. I also want to take the time to announce a really exciting project that we're going to have 2 presentations on after lunch. The Dieback on Earth project, which is about Phytophthora education in the Fitz. So this is one of our biggest education projects running at the moment. We chose the Fitzgerald River National Park, obviously stunning biodiversity values, but also a priority place, one of 20 priority places in Australia. And this project was written collaboratively between DWG and the Binalup Aboriginal Corporation for 50-50 delivery. So I'm very excited to be kicking off that collaboration. And I've been working really closely with the Binalup team the last week or so in this space. It is a momentous project. It is the first substantive WA collaboration in dieback management ever with traditional owners. So, I'm really looking forward to hearing that presentation. And we've also got some behaviour change research collaborations with Murdoch University and some community dieback education events. Like the schools program we'll be running with local schools, Green Card with local industry, and just general awareness events with local community. We also have some additional collaborators with local and state governments in that space, and acknowledge that this is funded by the state NRM through their community stewardship grants. We've spent quite a lot of time because of this project building relationships with the Fitzgerald Biosphere Community Collective. I've just put this sign up there because it has their beautiful logo, and it also draws attention to the fact that this reserve is recognised by UNESCO. It's a globally renowned and globally important reserve because of the interaction that people have with the biosphere, so the Man in the Biosphere program. So we've been attending strategic workshops as one of the members of the Fitzgerald Biosphere Community Collective to contribute to how we continue to build that global presence and fulfill all those objectives of biodiversity conservation. And that's been a fantastic collaboration and ongoing as well. We also took part in a project with Kings Park recently, doing a biosecurity trail, a signage trail that went around Kings Park, teaching people about biosecurity threats like dieback, polyphagous shot-hole borer, myrtle rust. There's also red imported fire ants. These were massive signs, and we did some monitoring. People were engaging with them really well. So really experimenting with these different communications tools. Those are going to be a seasonal exhibit, so keep your eye out. They'll be coming back again, and they're positioned in really interesting places in the garden for the content. Other things that DWG had on the cards this year, we worked with the wonderful Geoff Pegg from Queensland Department of Agriculture and Forestry to run some myrtle rust surveillance training for WA industry folk and government folk. So basically this was getting people over to Queensland where we have severe myrtle rust expression. Myrtle rust is another introduced pathogen in Australia that isn't widespread in Western Australia yet, but we're seriously worried about it. And one of the reasons for that is because we have such a severe Phytophthora cinnamomi problem, which, really impacts our proteaceous plants, one kind of big group of plants that fulfill one ecosystem function. And then, if we also have something that's causing decline and really attacking our myrtaceous plants, that's another huge group of plants that would suffer, and we'd lose a lot more ecosystem function. So I think this surveillance training is super important, and it's a program that we hope to continue running in the future. There were a group of people that went over from Western Australia. We also had one South Australian, the only other state where myrtle rust isn't widespread, join the training, and Geoff was kind enough to give us his time and show everybody the expression of myrtle rust. We, had some hand lenses and so on, and understand the symptoms and how to look for it so that we can improve the likelihood of early detection in Western Australia. I just want to speak about some other upcoming collaborations and events we have this year. So We'll be speaking at ESA 2024. We're hosting a symposium and also a field trip. And for those of you who've attended DIG over the last few years, you'll remember a few presentations from the Wild Otways initiative. That funding has now finalised, managing Phytophthora in the beautiful Otways in Victoria, but they're continuing to drive forward that dieback management. So we're off to host a field trip over there and demonstrate to the people at the ESA, which is a huge conference and a great opportunity to speak about dieback as a threat to threatened species. And yeah, running a field trip out in the Otways with the stakeholders who manage that project, which is fantastic. We'll also be heading over to the IUFRO Phytophthora in Forests and National Ecosystems Working Group meeting in September. And we were lucky enough to be able to go on board as an event sponsor as well. So really pushing these national and international relationships to try and get that information out. Now, I've talked for long enough, but I just want to tell you there is actually more in terms of what DWG is doing, but we're still under embargo to announce the biggest project that, you know, I would like to be able to speak to you about. So I want to encourage you to follow us on Instagram or Facebook. I promise the content is briefer and more exciting than my talk. And yeah, just keep an eye out for those updates because I think they'll be very relevant to people in the room. So briefly wanted to tie this back in with the theme of our conference and some of the presenters that we're seeing today. You know, seeing the forest for the trees, we chose this as a theme not only because we're seeing such a change in the way that we view forests from a resource to, you know, a conservation asset with the rise of the start of the new forest management plan in 2024. But we also just kind of wanted to tie that in with the fact that, you know, dieback as a pathogen doesn't cause it does cause issues by itself, but it's compounded by so many other factors. And we wanted to kind of use this, you know, saying to emphasize that breaking down silos in how we look at plant diseases and how we look at environmental stress is really important. You know, particularly in such a changing political climate where we're seeing changes in legislation around natural capital and so on, that, you know, we need to be thinking about this stuff and we need to be thinking about how we can preserve ecosystem health. So I'm excited to be here and hear all the presentations that tie into this theme. But without further ado, I will, yeah, let you hear the next presentation. I just want to talk about how you can get involved with DWG. We do have a section on our website where you can sign up as a volunteer. We've got so many opportunities. We are an organisation that our committee and our board and our subcommittees are all run by volunteers. So our direction comes from people with a lot of passion because they're giving up their time. So by going to our website and submitting an inquiry, you could join up one of our committees and have a bit of a say in some of the things that we do. And get notifications about our AGMs and so on as well. So I would encourage you to jump on our website and just, yeah, if you wanted to be involved with our group a little more, there's plenty of opportunities. So thank you very much.
So thank you for that, Mia. And I forgot to introduce you, Mia, but I think you need no introduction, but the next speaker can get their introduction. So next up, we have Ben Sawyer. So Ben heads up the forest management plan and the new directions that are going on in that, which is a really interesting and complex space, I'm sure. He is the coordinator for that forest management plan, which is such an important document in WA forests and for forest health here. And he's been a professional forester for 25 years in the Southwest and has also worked on sandalwood. So you've actually got really broad breadth of experience. So we really look forward to listening and hearing from you today, Ben. Welcome.
Thank you. 25 years is probably a little bit too much experience for my liking, but we'll do what we can. I'd just like to thank the organisers for the opportunity to come and speak and share the love that is the forest management plan. We'll just talk about a little bit of the background of what it is and then how the department is going about implementing it going forward. So native forests and public lands are vested in the Conservation and Parks Commission. In the southwest, are managed in accordance with the Conservation and Land Management Act through a forest management plan. The FMP was developed by the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions on behalf of the Conservation Commission. The FMP facilitates management of the multiple values and uses of southwest forests, including biodiversity conservation, customary practices, recreation and tourism, water supply and other forest-based industries. Since January 2014, when the last forest management plan commenced, there have been significant changes in government policy settings and forest management influences that have affected the management of southwest forests. The first include the Southwest Native Title Settlement becoming operational in February 2021. This is the largest and most comprehensive native title agreement in Australian history and will provide long-term benefits and opportunities in developing Noongar interests. The area covered by the FMP is part of the Southwest Native Title Settlement area. Since 2014, climate change research has improved our understanding of the considerable impact that climate change is having on Australia's natural environment, including the native forests of the southwest. Average temperatures and heat extremes have increased, and the southwest has experienced a 20% decline in May-July rainfall since 1970. Such climatic changes are placing some forests under stress, driving tree mortality and localised collapse in the forest structure. These trends are unfortunately forecast to continue in future decades. And I'm sure many of you have been close or in the forest in the last 6 months or so and have witnessed what we saw after last summer's long, hot and dry summer and the patches of collapse throughout the forest. In September 2021, the state government announced new forest management policy settings relating to the use and management of the southwest forests, which are reflected and implemented through this new FMP. The most significant change for forest management resulting from these policy changes is the cessation of large-scale commercial timber harvesting in native forests. Those policy settings are also linked to a commitment to add an additional 400,000 hectares of national parks, conservation parks and nature reserves to be created. And this will be following consultation with traditional owners. And this will ensure the permanent protection of high conservation value areas. So the Southwest Conservation Estate covers approximately 2.4 million hectares in the FMP planning area, and it refers to lands and waters, including state forests, national parks, nature reserves, and other areas set aside for conservation. So that's the background of what helped to formulate the new FMP. So we'll then now talk about how the department is going about implementing it. So as a summary, the FMP, it provides the overall policy framework for protecting and managing forests on public lands in the southwest. Conservation and Parks Commission is custodian, and the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation Attractions has responsibility for its delivery. The FMP presents a new era in forest management. It describes the pressures on our southwest forests, and in response provides objectives, management activities and key performance indicators across these core areas of Noongar involvement, responding to climate change, enhancing the conservation reserve system, and a focus on forest health and biodiversity, whereas previously there was the additional requirement to manage for a sustained timber yield. The FMP commenced on the 1st of January this year and is being implemented in accordance with governance structures, systems and processes developed by the department. In April this year, the state government announced $67.2 million to be invested in the implementation in the first 4 years of the FMP. The initial implementation focus aligns with government priorities and aims to respond to public expectations. The implementation will be structured in a ramp-up model where the funding is planned to increase over the initial years of the FMP. This will mean that some FMP activities will be immediately integrated into the functions of DBCA, and others, while not considered of lesser importance, may be either partially implemented or deferred as resources allow. So aligning with those core areas and accounting for wider pressures and demands, the FMP is built on 4 management foundations, which I'll work through in this presentation. The first is the Noongar Cultural Heritage Partnerships, Heritage Management Partnerships, biodiversity conservation, forest health and climate resilience, and social and economic benefits and opportunities. The effectiveness of the implementation of these management activities will be evaluated to inform and adjust processes within an adaptive management framework. The results will be reported through periodic assessments at years 5 and 10. So Foundation 1 is Noongar Cultural Heritage and Management Partnerships with a strategic goal to value and protect Noongar cultural heritage and support Noongar traditional owner involvement. Noongar traditional owners will be involved in forest management and implementation of the FMP. So cooperative and joint management, the FMP is linked to cooperative and joint management arrangements between Noongar traditional owners and DBCA. These arrangements will involve and partner with Noongar traditional owners in forest management decisions and practices through cooperative management approach. The following will occur in the initial stages of FMP implementation. Noongar traditional owners will be consulted about annual ecological thinning and strategic prescribed burning options. Options for better promotion of Noongar cultural heritage for Southwest-based DBCA staff, volunteers and contractors will be explored through the 6 DBCA Noongar Regional Corporation Cooperative Management Committees. Discussions will be held for local area agreements for Noongar customary activities in the FMP area. DBCA will develop a knowledge sharing protocol to provide traditional owners with the confidence in sharing information. And DBCA will continue discussion with traditional owners and work towards identifying reserves for joint management. It's also imperative to ensure that Noongar cultural heritage is valued and protected, and to progress elements of the FMP that require disturbance activities such as ecological thinning, and where necessary, appropriate cultural heritage monitoring surveys and monitors will be completed to identify and protect areas of significant cultural value in partnership with the respective regional corporations. Foundation 2 is the biodiversity conservation with a strategic goal of conserving biodiversity and ecosystem resilience. So biodiversity of Southwest forests is a key value that is highly regarded in the community and a fundamental consideration of ecologically sustainable forest management. Maintaining and expanding the reserve system. So as I'd previously mentioned, the FMP sets a target for the progressive addition of at least 400,000 hectares of lands to the conservation reserve system by 2033. When it's implemented, the conservation reserve system is intended to meet the nationally agreed criteria for the establishment of a conservation and adequate reserve system for forests of Australia and the targets for the FMP area. Tenure change is a lengthy process involving multiple steps and detailed consideration. DBCA has commenced the process to prioritise reserve design with the following in progress. DBCA in consultation with the Noongar regional corporations will commence determining indicative boundaries for the proposed tenure and new conservation reserves. Consultation on more specific, more progressed proposed reserves with interest holders and other stakeholders will commence likely early in 2025. As tenure change is a slow process, is intended to have some reserves already in that formal process for tenure change as early as next year. So managing permitted disturbance, DBCA will assess disturbance activities, including major maintenance, new prescribed burn boundaries, large-scale recreation sites and access improvements and ecological thinning through its disturbance approval system, which is commonly known as the DAS system. The DAS will be maintained and enhanced through adding spatial functionality and background referencing data, refining its input prompts and providing training for the users and proponents. While the regulation of exploration and extraction activities related to resource development activities is beyond the scope of the FMP, DBCA will actively liaise with proponents, government agencies and decision-making authorities to provide project-specific advice to minimise the impacts of planned disturbance. So just going back to the conserving biodiversity component. Management of biodiversity under the FMP complements regional conservation plans, other reserve plans and recovery plans for threatened species and communities. As the forest responds to the new FMP management regime and pressures of a warming and drying climate, trends in key biodiversity indicators will be measured through a forest health monitoring program. Targeted monitoring programs will be undertaken to detect and quantify trends in key biodiversity components and assist forest managers, the broader community and policy makers to understand how biodiversity responds under an adaptive forest management regime. Priority monitoring and research actions for the conservation of biodiversity will be undertaken through the publication of an FHMP, Forest Health Monitoring Program, implementation plan later this year. So keep an eye out for that one. And then from that, there'll be biennial reports summarising activities in the implementation of the program from 2026. Establishment of monitoring sites and techniques for the monitoring and research of key biodiversity components that will inform the trends and whether the forest status is declining, being maintained, or maybe improving. This will be complemented by monitoring at regional and district levels through on-ground conservation activities funded through FMP resources. Implementation of a research program to improve knowledge and understanding of high priority biodiversity conservation values and their responses to disturbance and management intervention. This will address key knowledge gaps and enable the department to adapt management activities to better maintain or improve forest health and enhance climate resilience. So the Forest Health Monitoring Program objectives are basically to inform the delivery of the FMP and its performance measures, and in particular to conserve biodiversity and support ecosystem resilience, which aligns with FMP strategic goal number 2, and to maintain and improve forest health and enhance climate resilience, strategic goal number 3. So the objectives are to determine the status of the key biodiversity and ecological components of the forest ecosystem condition and detect and quantify changes in key ecosystem components to understand and predict patterns of change and drivers of change. So one of the key tenets of the Forest Health Monitoring Program is its adoption and use of new and novel technologies to build on more standard processes of monitoring. So looking at, the technology associated with remote sensing, eDNA, ecoacoustics, different ways of capturing flora and fauna, and ecophysiology. So we come to Foundation 3, the forest health and climate resilience, with the strategic goal of maintaining or improving forest health and enhancing climate resilience. So as we all, I'm sure in this room, understand that climate change is a well-recognised pressure on southwest forest values and presents a significant challenge for maintaining forest health. The FMP seeks to better understand and tackle the cumulative stresses and threatening processes that interact with climate change in forest ecosystems. So I won't go through all of these. These are all different actions and sections in the FMP. So we'll just sort of skip through a couple of the key ones. Well, they're all key, but a couple of the perhaps more topical ones. Fire management being perhaps one of the first of those. So prescribed burning in the planning area is conducted in accordance with legislative responsibilities, state government policy, and the department's corporate policy standards and operational controls. The protection of life, people and communities is the primary consideration when planning and implementing fire management activities, with biodiversity conservation and other land management considerations also an integral part of that process. Fire is an important element in forest health and ecosystem regeneration and nutrient recycling functions. Many species have a range of mechanisms to persist through fire and recolonise after burning. Recognising the strong public interest in fire management practices, a collaborative science research program into bushfire and prescribed burning will be established between the department and Western Australia's research institutions to investigate the impacts of fire and its management on forest ecosystems and biodiversity, and to identify approaches to protect vulnerable elements without compromising the broader responsibility of prescribed burning. While the research program is underway, DBCA will maintain and update its fire management and response capability, and prescribed burning will continue to reduce accumulated forest fuel loads and mitigate against bushfire risk in a manner that considers land management and biodiversity requirements. So if you have a look in the FMP, it actually has the target of 45% of DBCA managed lands will have a fuel age of less than 6 years. Fire research, monitoring and community engagement will inform adaptive practices for continual improvement in the management of forest health and biodiversity. We'll skip down to pest animals. The Western Shield Fauna Recovery Program is a high priority program for DBCA and is the cornerstone of protecting native wildlife from introduced invasive predators. FMP funding will enable the expansion of Western Shield over key forest ecosystems and better optimise the frequency of fox baiting and integrate cat baiting in suitable areas. Western Shield monitoring results will be reported through the Forest Health Monitoring Program and other mechanisms. Diseases, which I guess brings many of us here today. So I'm probably preaching to the choir a bit when I say Phytophthora dieback. It's one of the most significant plant diseases affecting values, as we all know. Of the CALM Act lands vested in the Commission that are intensively mapped to date, 28% are infested. So the FMP has the management objectives for Phytophthora dieback and other potential diseases to minimise the impact of plant disease and associated tree declines on the values within the planting area, and minimise the risk of introduction of exotic plant disease and protect those areas that are currently free from disease symptoms. So to attempt to meet those objectives, there's a series of management activities. The first being to maintain Phytophthora dieback mapping program by retaining capacity, high standards of interpretation, and laboratory-led diagnostic capability, which will meet management requirements. We'll apply tactical procedures and operational controls for Phytophthora dieback, including the use of emerging technologies. We'll develop and implement a management guideline and processes for sterilised basic raw materials, including that from other land tenures to be used in areas of at-risk biodiversity values. We'll monitor long-term impacts of Phytophthora dieback and other priority plant species of forest health, including the impact of drying climate to inform future management decisions. We'll work cooperatively with relevant agencies and land managers to identify, prepare for, and respond to plant biosecurity threats, for example, myrtle rust, hopefully enabling a quick response. And we'll continue to undertake research for improving disease identification and detection, the knowledge of disease impacts and the management methodologies to enhance management effectiveness. And unauthorised activities that harm the environment, impact cultural sites, and detract from visitors' enjoyment of the forest. There's been increasing community concerns for the impact of unauthorised forest users, such as illegal firewood collection, rubbish dumping, pig hunting, and unauthorised off-road vehicle use. So in response, the FMP provides new and dedicated resources to improve management of unauthorised activities, including education and information programs aimed at changing damaging forest behaviours. These programs aim to support increased compliance and enforcement, to produce outcomes that are consistent with the legislation and the land tenures and offences. These will also be supported by development of education materials and messaging as part of the same forest behaviour change program. So we'll just come back to the climate adaptation and active forest management, which includes the process of ecological thinning. So the FMP will implement a range of active and adaptive management strategies to promote forest health and resilience to the impacts of climate change. One of these strategies is ecological thinning. This involves the removal of trees from areas to reduce competition for moisture and other resources among retained trees and understory. Ecological thinning is a priority objective of the FMP and commenced this year with the following accountability and transparency measures. Annual ecological thinning plans will be publicly available for consultation, and following review will be made as publicly available documents. Silvicultural guidelines will be publicly released following the evaluation of the 2024 ecological thinning program. So it's part of that adaptive management process to review, learn and adapt. Ecophysiological and hydrological research and monitoring infrastructure sites relevant to ecological thinning will be activated and installed where required. So as you can see in those couple of photos, basically ecological thinning is thinning out the forest that is dominated by dense regrowth to a much lower number of trees. So it reduces the resources, it makes the resources more available to the retained trees. In turn, we hope that that will give them more resilience to conditions such as we saw this summer of long, hot summers, and also promote growth of those trees so they more quickly develop mature elements such as hollows and habitat. So the reason why the FMP is proposing it is, again, as we saw this season, we saw significantly large patches of forest die off across the southwest, in fact, beyond the southwest. And here you can see patches that have died off in mining rehabilitation further north around Binalup, die off in the forests surrounding Collie, and then even in the Carry, large patches. So ecological thinning will be undertaken in forest enhancement areas. So as mentioned, these are focusing on crowded areas of regrowth forests, generally under 55 years old. So it's the mining rehabilitation, the Jarrah and Carry regrowth stands that are as a result of timber harvesting over rotations since the 1970s, and possibly other vulnerable sites in the landscape. The plan provides for up to 10,000 hectares a year of this thinning work to be completed in state forests. So the map, yeah, I didn't think it was going to show up too well. So you'll just have to look up the FMP and have a look at these maps, and you can see the sort of candidate areas that are being proposed. They're actually the pink dots on that map, but I can appreciate it's a bit tricky to see. I won't go into any more detail about ecological thinning because my colleague Katinka will provide a lot more detail on the theory of ecological thinning and the research work that's going in behind it. So stay tuned. So the last foundation, Foundation 4, is looking at the social and economic benefits and opportunities to deliver social, cultural and economic benefits through the provision of goods and services. So the planning area provides a range of social, cultural and economic benefits for the community. And in terms of direct and indirect employment, the most significant sectors relate to forest-based resources and recreation and tourism. So for the nature-based tourism and recreation, we understand that outdoor recreation and tourism contributes to the public understanding and appreciation of nature, conservation of forest management, as well as providing physical and mental benefits for the community. In providing for this community need for enjoyable and enriching visitor experiences, the protection and conservation of forest values and users must be ensured. So in the initial years of the FMP, the public can expect to experience new options for the availability of tracks and trails, as well as public infrastructure for access and sustainable forest use. So the forest-based resources, the FMP provides for continued public access to designated areas of state forests for personal domestic firewood collection. DBCA will continue to facilitate firewood collection from designated areas, and the public, although they may not be equivalent in location, size and number to the past. So to assist with managing the high demand for firewood, the FMP provides for forest products, which includes firewood to be salvaged from clearing ahead of approved mining operations, to be salvaged from processes such as ecological thinning. Forest products will be available to the public to purchase from legitimate commercial suppliers through contracts managed by the Forest Products Commission. In terms of accessing the forest, the DBCA will continue to invest in maintaining and upgrading access to the forest. The forest network is a critical infrastructure in facilitating pine plantation and forest management activities, prescribed burning edges and rapid bushfire response, thereby reducing the hazards to life, property and the environment from large high-intensity bushfires. A maintained key forest network provides for public safety while also providing biodiversity outcomes by limiting the risk of weeds and disease spread and reducing soil and water damage from erosion and uncontrolled runoff. So if we move to stakeholder and community engagement, the department values public participation and recognises the need to continue to seek and consider in a meaningful way the knowledge and opinions of others in decision-making processes. Allocation of resources will enable the department to consult with forest stakeholders through active processes such as forums, engagement on ecological thinning, consultation on reserve design, as well as communication and community education through newsletters, social media and website updates. DBCA's Nearer to Nature education programs to teach children about the nature of Western Australia and its management and conservation in consideration with the school curriculum. This content will be updated to cover the concepts of climate change impacts on the forests and the role of ecological thinning. This will include the development of publicly accessible internet applications that will be useful resources for teachers to access in their classroom for children statewide to learn about Southwest forests. So this is an area that has changed from the previous forest management plan. The department has now got dedicated resources to work with stakeholders and consult over the implementation of the forest management plan. And so we do have I'll move to the next one. We do have an email that's maintained and actively monitored. If you wanted to get access and be sent the FMP newsletter, which is a cracking read if I do say so myself, just send us an email to that email address and we'll put you on the mailing list, and then you can excitedly wait every 3 or 4 months for that newsletter to come out. And the other location, if you want more information on the FMP, you can generally just access it by Googling DBCA and Forest Management Plan, and that'll take you to that website link, and then you can access the FMP if you haven't already seen it. So thank you for wading through that with me. Throw it open to any questions if there's still time. Thank you. Yep. Oh. Yeah, okay. So the question is about how, if I understood correctly, that the public and the public understanding can be, I guess, managed and improved so that we can better manage for that in our forest environments. Is that? Yep. Also, one of the reasons for providing nature-based tourism in a managed and controlled way is that you can design tracks and trails in a way that is sympathetic to the management of dieback. You can build them in such a way that you don't have runoff and erosion, therefore spreading the disease around. It can make the use of existing trails and tracks that may already be hopefully low impact dieback, but nonetheless infected. So rather than have uncontrolled access through the forest, such as when I'm talking about uncontrolled vehicle access, if we can bring forest users back to tracks that are deliberately maintained and designed with dieback in mind, that it decreases the likelihood of dieback spread. Part of those education processes that we were hoping to roll out over the next year or so will also include public information about dieback. You know, there's people, unfortunately, that you'll never reach through a pamphlet or another process, but if we can get the broader community understanding that just driving your four-wheel drive or mountain bike in areas that are uncontrolled and unmanaged, yeah, doesn't do the bush any good whatsoever. So it's all about trying to control, still provide enriching experiences so people can feel like they're out in nature, but in a managed way that's planned.
One question from Nicole Lincoln. Does DBCA have an adequate budget to tackle the impact of weeds moving into forest thinning areas, monitoring, and how long will weed control funding for these areas be made available?
Yeah, so in areas such as ecological thinning areas and areas around active management sites, there is adequate funding through, well, the issues of weed management are detected and managed through the disturbance approval system process. And there is funding around how we set up and prepare for a range of pressures, including weeds, when we manage ecological thinning, design of new recreation sites. If the question is, do we have funding, and maybe this is something you can write letters to certain people about, but if the question is there significant funding or sufficient funding to manage weeds across the estate, I'd have to hand on heart say there probably isn't. Yep. 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 Yeah. So the question for those online was about 10 years for a management plan. Forest management plan is a long time, I guess, in human timeframes, but it's not. It's a short period of time in forests. And how do we get the continuity going forward? It's a good question. In some ways, the Conservation and Land Management Act requires there always to be a forest management plan in place for the management of southwest forests. Now, we do know, obviously, legislation can be repealed and changed over time, but that is, I guess, a legislative, insistence on having a plan in place. Of course, those plans are very much at the, for the government of the day to make decisions and policy settings, such as we've seen over the last few years. If we're talking about thinning in forests that are averaged between, say, 30 and 50 years, yeah, that clearly right there points out that a 10-year time frame is just such a small window in forests that can live for 250, in some cases, in Jarrah 350 years. So I guess I've always looked at it as from the point of view as as a forest manager, you try and provide the future generation with choices of what they can do with their forests going forward from our small window of that's almost the essential nature of being a forester.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I really answered your question, but yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. We have another sort of two-part question online from Charmaine. First is the fire management system produced with collaboration and input from Indigenous knowledge and processes?
Yeah, so traditionally less so. In fact, you wouldn't have to go back too far in time to say not at all. There is a real commitment in this plan. In fact, the reason why it's Foundation 1 is to have Noongar involvement in all the cooperative management throughout all levels of the department's functions, and that includes consultation on strategic burn options and the fire research program. The scope is currently being developed, but that would very much have involved traditional knowledge around cultural burning. So yeah, not so much in the past, but this is one of the positive changes for the future.
Yeah. Cool. And then the second part of that question is, what happens to the thinned trees from the ecological thinning, and how do you determine the optimum coverage which enables trees to communicate and support via root systems, especially with young trees which do not have such large reach networks? This might be one that you might want to have a private conversation with them after, but maybe a short answer here.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to take the details and have a private conversation. At this stage, we're still very much basing thinning regimes on our knowledge of the way forests were previously thinned, albeit there's a different objective now. We thin from below, which means that the smaller trees are the ones that are focused to leave the stronger, healthier ones, and even the ones with potential to grow on and become habitat. The 2024 program is still very much an adaptive process. So across the areas on the 2024 plan, which is available on the website, We have a range of different thinning levels, I guess, to see what happens and best determine what will go into the more formal silvicultural guidelines going forward. So it comes also back to that adaptive management process that I've mentioned, is that we will have the silvicultural guidelines released, but they are intended to be live documents that will be adapted as we learn and we go. So we're building on current knowledge and going forward with that. I think there's another part of that question that the material going. So at this stage, the material that's coming out of ecological thinning is, as I mentioned, it's thinning from below, so it's taking out all the smaller trees. A lot of it is going into firewood. Some of it is going into state agreements with West Beam and Simcoa, where it's useful for those purposes. Mostly it's not a saw log product, so essentially it's those more industrial wood type processes. And the important reason why that material is extracted from the forest rather than left in the forest is, if you can imagine from those photos that I put up before, if all those stems were just dropped and left on the forest floor, you would have a nuclear fire hazard there that would just scintillate those trees, with any sort of summer bushfire. So it is important to extract that material rather than leave it as a fire hazard. Yep.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, that was amazing. It's 10 years. We've got a long time to be looking across that adaptive management. It's very, very exciting in many ways. Morning tea. I won't keep you from it. Straight out that door. Have a cuppa, and I'll give you a warning about 5 minutes to find seats again. Thanks. So next up, we have Tom Mansfield. I can actually call him Dr. Tom Mansfield for those who've known Tom for a while. It's a massive achievement. And Tom studied how plant death from Phytophthora cinnamomi can cause cascading impacts to fauna and fungi. He's interested in the ecological impacts caused by invasive plant pathogens and ways to counteract them to preserve ecosystem function. So really excited to hear what you've got to say today, Tom. And before I start, there's a quarantine zone around the cameramen up the back. Nobody's got COVID or anything, but obviously if you keep walking past there, it just jiggles the cameras a little bit. So if you can just be mindful of that when you're moving about the room. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here. It's really nice to see a massively packed room, actually. It's really good. So I thought I'd begin today by talking more about Phytophthора's role in sort of ecosystem decline. And we all know about Phytophthora and plant pathogens in general, and they can have a lot of base level impact and stay in ecosystems for a really, really long time. So I'm going to sort of go into more about tree declines and then bring it into the bigger picture of pathogens in general. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we meet on today, as well as on the research that I took my land on. The land that I took my research on, the Whadjuk Noongar people, and really to pay respect to the emerging elders and existing elders. So this is a really complex graph here that I decided to open with to confuse everyone. This is commonly known as a tree decline spiral. This is a more modern version of it, which has been updated to include a lot of fungi and microbes as well. And really what happens is that trees are really resilient organisms. They can bounce back from a lot of stresses. We know in Australia what happens after a fire. They can bounce back quite well. Even droughts, they sometimes come back really well. But what happens is that you have a lot of cascading stacking effects. And in the modern world, with a lot of climate change happening, there's a lot of cascading stacking effects that can cause tree death. And then this leads to a lot of ecosystem death. So you have these things called predisposing factors, and these might be the existing environment that the tree is in. So there might be an old tree, it might be a really young tree, it might be in shallow soils or in low nutrients. And then on top of that, you have what might be an event, so a fire or a drought or large-scale insect defoliation, that you see a lot of tree deaths from. Now, trees can normally bounce back from these, but the problem is when you have contributing factors or other inciting factors that come in over the top of this. Things like pathogens that exist already in the soil, insects come in when trees are stressed, or even other fires, and they can tip over the trees so that they don't come back as what they were. Now, for a really big example of this has happened in North America with the American chestnuts. They used to be massive trees, a bit like our old jarrahs. And Phytophthora cinnamomi was introduced at one point. It was called chestnut ink disease at the time, and it's knocked over a lot of trees, reduced a lot of the mature trees, caused a lot of root rot, but it wasn't completely reducing the chestnut populations. Now, the problem was that almost probably a century later, another pathogen was introduced, Cryphonectria parasitica, and really the combined effect of Phytophthora injuring and weakening a lot of trees, as well as this other pathogen coming in, basically meant that there was massive tree decline. And really what you see with chestnuts is that they're not functionally forming forest overstories anymore. They're an understory species, and there are other trees that are forming the canopies in their forests where they once were. So really what I'm just trying to say here is that once you have a lot of stacking effects, especially with such resilient organisms like trees, you can have a complete ecosystem change. Now, around Australia, New Zealand, around the world as well, we have a lot of common pathogens and a lot of invasive pathogens, things like kauri dieback, which are just causing a lot of damage to really important trees. Phytophthora multivora, sudden oak death. Maricanca is actually a native pathogen that comes in when trees are already stressed. And then other things like myrtle rust are also getting understory trees as well. And so with just these pathogens really being present around the world, this map here shows not only invasive but also native pathogens. And the problem is that when we have already other stresses coming in, our native pathogens might also be a problem. They're usually less of a problem than our really big introduced pathogens. Like in North America, you can see there's a lot. In Australia, we also have a lot. And then really, I'll go into a bit of a case study here on how, just an example of what Phytophthora cinnamomi might be doing. And it's really present in the jarrah forest as well in Southwest Australia. We all know about it. It's been staying in the soils for a really long amount of time. And the main problem with Phytophthora cinnamomi is how long it stays in the soils. And so a lot of these studies were done in the past, looking at the declines that have been done to the plant populations and the trees. But really, we don't know what's happening after that. It's been in the soils for a really, really long time. It remains almost indefinitely in the roots. So one of the problems is that you can see it is in the roots in that image on the left, on your right there. And it can stay in things like marri, which are normally asymptomatic, and they might not die from the pathogen, and then sporulate back out when it's wet again. And just having a look at that map there for sort of global implications of Phytophthora cinnamomi, as well as a lot of Phytophoras. These are water molds. They like wet conditions and they like warm conditions. So a lot of these more red areas are where there are higher risk of these pathogens invading and potentially causing ecosystem decline. Now, the jarrah forest is really important with, especially the northern jarrah forest, we have these two co-dominant overstory trees. They're super important. I like to call them keystone trees. They're also called foundation trees. And in most forests, trees are called foundation species or keystone species. And this basically means that they support a lot of different species in the ecosystems. They support a lot of functions. Owls are mycorrhizal. They support birds with their fruits and their flowers, and they have hollows for a lot of mammals. They're really important cultural species. And then also jarrah's been used as a bit of a timber species for quite a while now. And in the jarrah forest, we saw a lot of historic jarrah decline. I'll go into that in the next slide. But basically, these trees are both, in certain situations, they can be susceptible to the pathogen. Jarrah were historically killed, whereas marri was relatively resilient. So these jarrah were mostly killed in about the 1940s to 1960s. This was when there was a lot higher rainfall. If you look at the rainfall charts in Western Australia or Southwest Australia, there was a lot more rainfall in that period than a lot of other periods. And this typically occurred in waterlogging of the trees, which weakened their roots. And then the pathogen came in and it loved those conditions and tipped the trees over into death. Now, this typically occurred in really shallow soils where the water can pool. But since then, because it's been a drying climate, if anyone knows about any recent large-scale tree deaths from Phytophthora, I'd love to know, because I really couldn't find anything on it. Since these large rainfall periods, the older trees seem to be more relatively resilient. But again, the problem is the pathogens living in the soil for a really long amount of time. So what's happening to the future tree populations? Now, there's one study that's been done on this. It was looking at Phytophthora areas in those really heavily degraded areas 20 and 50 years later. And in the bottom, you can see that there were less trees, which is a historic event. But also the important thing in these column graphs is that you see there's a lot of young trees, but they're also likely to survive into the older generations. Interestingly, they found that marri were just completely unchanged in these areas, but that's a big difference that we saw in my study. So as part of my PhD, this was up in Mundaring, we had a lot of sites and areas that had Phytophthora impact. I'd call it relatively moderate impact, and Mundaring's sort of northern Jarrah forest area. And really what we were interested in seeing was, are these trees continuing to recruit, or does it look like the tree populations are doing well, possibly 60 years down the track from those higher rainfall periods where Phytophthora was first introduced? Just for reference on what my sites looked like, I had some areas that were completely degraded, almost no understory. Some had some understory. And you can imagine that these would have had different impacts to how saplings are surviving and growing, and also being able to persist in different conditions during the summer. We collected data. We measured many trees, hugged thousands of trees, collected diameter at breast height. And so that diameter is really important, because with Jarrah and marri, we can sort of backwards calculate their age from that. We counted the seedling densities. And so seedlings being the tiny little ones, and then also had a look at the canopy cover. And so we had some quite surprising results from this, because if you look back at this picture, it was really hard to tell if there were some large declines in the tree densities just from standing in there and looking. But what we found was that historically this was sort of expected. There were less Jarrah, about 43% less Jarrah, but really interestingly, there were almost 50% fewer marri trees in there. And we're not really sure why that was. This is something that we're looking into a bit further, which I'll explain a bit. But marri were typically considered resilient to the pathogen, especially the older trees. So why are we seeing less marri? And we looked into this a bit further. And really, it was a lot of younger trees that we were seeing dropped off. So in these graphs here, there are a lot of seedlings, that first tall column. But then when they get into those young age groups, probably about 10 to 20, 30 years old, it seems that they're not able to survive as a sapling and grow into those older trees. So basically, this means that there's potential for recruitment failure. And what this means is that there's potential long-term ecosystem decline. If you have older trees, which might be doing really well, but give them 50 to 100 years or a large fire, and they might not be replaced. Now, this is interesting that our results actually were different to this other study, but this might be something that's happened over time. This might be something that was site differences. And it really highlights the importance of not actually just looking at a single point in time in these pathogens. They're really slow processes, especially with things like trees, which have really long generational changes. So longitudinal studies are quite important. Now, bringing this back into the whole idea of cascading declines. So I've sort of shown here in 2 studies that there have been less trees in these ecosystems, and there's probably a smaller seed pool. So areas that were historically affected by Phytophthora were shallow soils, especially the ones that were really badly historically affected. We saw other areas as well, but the ones that were really badly had shallow soils. And so there's usually less trees there. And then you have some more recent studies have been finding that these areas in the Jarrah forest that have been droughting, they're more susceptible if they also have shallow soils. So you can imagine there might be a double whammy there. And then some more studies have been showing that if you have fire and drought, there's their trees have a harder chance of actually coming back from these stresses. And so really all together, if you've got this sort of melting pot of a lot of different stresses, and the pathogens might be that tipping point in keeping populations consistently lower, that you might have the death of these important trees that support a lot of ecosystems. And if you've lost the trees, you don't have a forest anymore. And then that might mean ecosystems functional decline. So they might sort of turn into almost a different ecosystem in how they function. So pathogens in general, and that's Phytophthora as an example, but pathogens can lead to really long-term generational declines, and they're hard for us to actually figure out from small in-point studies. And a lot of these studies needed to be done from further back, but we don't have a time machine, unfortunately. But these pathogens are likely weakening ecosystems to a lot of other stresses that are coming in. So in the modern environment, where it's a hotter, drier climate, there's more human impacts. And then the loss of keystone species might change ecosystems almost entirely. There's some other studies that I've done that have shown that they do affect animals. A lot of other people have done some studies on these, and it's sort of almost conclusive that especially small mammals are being affected by the pathogen. Now, what can we do about this? First of all, what we're doing, really important. Hygiene and mapping are really important for preventing the spread, locating areas that are at risk, and then also potentially isolating them from other areas so we can't have further infestations. There are preventative measures, which there's some research going on in other areas of the country about improving phosphites, improving fungicides for other pathogens as well as Phytophthora. And then moving forward, we might want to look at revegetating areas. So planting plants in life stages that are more resilient. So my study showed that if you put jarrah seedlings in, they might not survive. But if you put them in as saplings, they may have a better chance of surviving to maturity. Seed coatings and seed preparations may make these small seedlings survive better. Looking at different climate provenances. So this is making them more resilient to things like drought. And then also growing potential heritable pathogen resistances. But these are all things that are moved on in the work, and it really doesn't happen until everyone's looking at actually improving these infested areas, which is a really long-term goal, but it's something that's worthwhile because they seem to be staying in long-term decline. But yeah, that's me for today. I have a lot of acknowledgements. Thank you to all the people up here. And thanks to everyone for listening to that. I do have one thing that I've been seconded into advertising as well. Next year, we have the 5th International Congress on Biological Invasions. It is hosted by Murdoch, so it'll probably be right here. Take a photo of that. It'll be really interesting to get to. Things like myrtle rust are really important. And it brings across 700 odd people from across the country, across the world, actually. But yeah, you can also submit talks, think about coming. And thank you, everyone. If you've got any questions. Oh, I like a silent audience. So the comment was if high nutrients like runoffs from dams and the like are affecting tree declines. Most likely. Things like in Australia, our trees are really, really specially adapted to low nutrients. So you would imagine it tends to be the younger species, sorry, not younger, the smaller understory species that do tend to have more of an immediate impact from nutrient changes. But yeah, you would expect it. I don't know of any, if anyone's actually done any studies on it, but I do know around the world there are effects of nutrient changes and nutrient increases as well. Yep. Yes.
Oh, but like amazing talk, Tom. Thank you. I am just curious about the marri, because obviously, we've thought about marri as resistant to PC for a long time. And, we also hear a lot about Quambalaria or marri-canker.
Mm.
Did you observe or document marri-canker as a part of your research?
No, so we didn't actually see any in the Whātāwhara areas at all.
Oh, okay.
That's a matter of if they're less stressed than the ones alongside the road where it's normally seen. So Giles Hardy did come out a lot and we never observed it. We're thinking the best reason that the marri might have declined is that they're just not, the seedlings of both Jarrah and marri aren't surviving very well in the really harsh areas where the dieback is, because you have the dieback that might be nibbling away at the roots in winter, and then in summer it's just hot and dry and a fire might go through, even though marri tend to be quite weedy and able to respond from infestations. But again, a longitudinal study, a time-based study would be really, really important for looking at that. Peter Scott.
Amazing work. Just really quickly, you talked about the
Yeah, so the question was, how would I structure a sort of long-term survey plot? And the important thing is keeping everything in place so that you know that the conditions aren't going to change. So you'll need to have plots that aren't going to get burnt, probably, unless you burn them all at the same time. You need probably a lot of plots and a lot of ecosystems, but having a sort of consistent monitoring protocol is really easy to do. There's a lot of, in Europe, there's a lot of tree monitoring databases and tree monitoring groups, entire organizations that go out every year and collect data on trees, and then they know how climate's affecting them. So it's consistent conditions for really consistent monitoring protocols. If that answers that, cool.
Oh.
So the question was if we found a change in the mycelium between the areas. So I didn't look at mycelium, but I imagine that the drier conditions, especially in those areas that are really badly affected, it does impact them. Mycelium are known to not go too far out into completely open, non-canopied areas. I did another study, which is to be published, looking at the mycorrhizal communities, just using DNA approaches, and we didn't really actually see much of a change. So they could be relatively resilient as a whole, but small patches where it's more harsh in those infested areas, they might be more strongly impacted.
Just quickly, a couple of online questions. From Nicole Lincoln, where is the best place to feed mapping data to? For example, is there an app for community to feed info into?
Someone else might be able to comment better on this, but from my knowledge, DIDMS might be the best one. So Dieback Information and Disease Management System.
Wow, well done.
I've used it a lot. I've never uploaded data to it myself, but it's really open community. I think DWG has now gained control of that.
Gain control.
Regards.
Yeah.
Control.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Nicole. But
yeah,
if you visit dieback.net.au, you can see some information on DIDMS on one of the tabs. And that's now general announcement, received funding to be upgraded within the next 12 months. So ignore the fact that it looks quite dated. Tom, very quickly from Charmaine online, for areas already damaged with Phytophthora, how likely is it for revegetation and treatment? The Banksias have come back, but...
Yeah, so you might even see some of these susceptible species come back and survive for a little bit, but it's a matter of if the pathogen's able to resurgence or not. Some of the work, like what Katinka has been looking a bit into, is actually revegetating with resistant species, so Hakeas, generally resistant. As I mentioned, you might look at breeding resistances, so heritable resistances, planting things in different life stages where they can survive. But it could almost be more important to revegetate with plants that are actually more climate resilient at the moment. It's more so just revegetating is really hard, and just getting past that first period, especially if there's a pathogen in the soil, is difficult. But there are a lot of resistant plants out there. There are a lot of fast growers out there. So we may need to change our mindset on this topic a little bit. Cool. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Tom. Next up, we have Katinka Ruthrof. So Katinka will be familiar to many of you. She's an ecologist with the Biodiversity and Conservation Science arm at DBCA in restoration and forest ecology, and is currently working on the die-off as well, which isn't quite what you're talking to, but which what I'm sure we'd all love to talk about. Awesome. So it'll be interesting to hear that intersection of your work. Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Is that all right if I stand about there? I think it'll be all right. So today I want to dive into quantifying the responses of ecological thinning. Ben gave an overview of how that fits within the forest management plan, but really what people are asking us about is, are you actually tracking the responses to ecological thinning in different forest types? So obviously we have a large group group of scientists that is involved from inside and outside the department, and I will go through a few of those. That is a picture from the Munro demonstration site, which is a public demonstration site, and I hope everybody comes to visit. But first, I don't need to show you guys this graph really, but just to reiterate that chronic changes in the climate have occurred since the 1970s. We're really moving into that bottom right-hand quadrant where it's just drier and warmer. And those red dots are years after the year 2000. So really we're seeing some serious changes in the chronic climate variables, but also if you have a look at the middle graph, and these are days over 40 degrees, our extreme events have also almost doubled since the early 1900s. So not only do we have this pressure of chronic changes, but we've got this push of extreme events. So since the 2011, colleagues and I have been working on die-off across the Northern Jarrah Forest. Was hard hit in 2011, particularly in shallow soiled areas. But we calculated it was around 16,000 hectares that are affected in the Northern Jarrah Forest. Now, for such a large forest estate, you might not think that's particularly important, but it shows us where the forest is vulnerable to running out of water and what it actually does when it runs out of water. And when you understand what those thresholds are, you can start mapping the vulnerability across the entire forest estate. And then you can start discussing what kind of management intervention techniques you might be able to use to help transition the forest into a drier and warmer climate. This year, it's looking even worse than it did in 2011. We've had die-off events not only in the Northern Jarrah Forest, the Southern Jarrah Forest was even more hit, especially that area around Kirrup, was even more hit than the Northern Jarrah Forest this time. I suspect the Northern Jarrah Forest has been transitioning into this drier climate for many, many years without too many extreme responses like these die-off events. But the Southern Jarrah Forest, and even we're seeing Karri Forest collapsing this year, those areas are just seeing or just responding to those extreme events. So we've had reports, I may have been a bit silly, asking for staff to send me examples of die-off events after February. I knew something was going to happen this year. I knew it was going to be serious. So I couldn't keep up with the amount of emails coming at me in about April, just because there are so many vegetation communities that had responded to the die-off event. So looking at the map, it's about over 1,000 kilometres. We suspect we're still working on validating the remote sensing maps, but we're seeing coastal vegetation collapse. We're seeing Northern Jarrah Forest, Southern Jarrah Forest, Karri, as I mentioned, shrublands, and especially coastal heath. If anyone's from the Capes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The Capes region looks particularly hard hit, as well as the Scarp. So the Perth Scarp region is also has experienced a significant die-off event. So that's a completely different talk, but I thought I'd just introduce, this is what the forest and these vegetation communities do as they're trying to transition. but are there ways that we can help transition so that I guess the trajectory of the forest isn't as stark as these examples that I've shown you. So across the forest estate, we have about 200,000 hectares of regrowth forest. And this can be called a divergent structure. It is made up of thousands upon thousands of stems per hectare. It has a higher foliage cover. It has a greater amount of sap. Thank you. Oh, that's very nice. Staying close to the mic, I've just been told. It has a greater amount of sapwood per unit area, which means it uses more water. So in fact, we've got these regrowth stands that are using more water than old growth stands. How did these regrowth areas happen? Well, historical harvesting methods as well as wildfires. Harvesting large trees, these large jarrah and marri trees, they exerted dominance over smaller stems. So these smaller stems were actually held at bay, but they have been released. So we've got these thousands and thousands of stems per hectare in a drying climate, which isn't ideal. We as a community can make that decision to let these stands readjust themselves. That is a perfectly valid management decision that we can come to. But we can also try in certain circumstances to help them readjust. Oops. So if we are thinning from below, as Ben was saying, these small stems that are using more water than the large stems, we are readjusting that structure. We are thinning for ecological purposes and not commercial purposes. But people question, obviously, what is that going to look like? I try and say it's like hedging your bets. You are creating a stand of trees and a community that is multi-aged. It is multi-aged cohort that can sustain different types of disturbance. You also might reduce the competition, the available moisture. It's not just about the trees as well. It's about the understory that's remaining, and especially it's the nearby stream zones that you're trying to buffer against a drying climate by releasing that moisture in the system. So not just about the trees when people talk about thinning. Obviously, we're altering those fuel loads as well, and we have to be very careful how we alter those fuel loads doing ecological thinning so we don't increase fire risk. And obviously, the trees that are remaining will hopefully be lower stress and increase their growth a little bit. So to the Munro ecological thinning plot, this is near Kirra. Please come and visit. There's a drive by, there are signs going up shortly. We hope to have an opening. It's going to be a self-guided tour where you can have a look at different types of ecological thinning. So we've got 5 cells, different types of ecological thinning, for example, control, cut to length, leave the bark and the tops, whole tree removal, fell to waste, not usually done because of the fuel load issue. But we wanted to show people what does it look like when you leave the whole tree there, and notching and ring barking. So obviously we want to show the community what ecological thinning looks like and how the forest develops, because it's not just about now, it's about how the forest develops, not over the next 5, 10 years. What is that forest going to look like in 100 years? So when people ask you, where's your plan? Where's the 100-year plan? What is that forest trajectory? Where have you placed that forest trajectory into? Okay, some of the machines that were used on site were quite different, and compaction is an issue that we want to quantify. So how do those machines differ? Tracked machines versus rubber-tied machines, different types of weights as well, compared to traditional harvesters, which were larger and heavier. So we've got quite a large collaborative project starting from the top. We use remote sensing as well as drone footage to try and understand what kind of health and how that health trajectory is changing, not just now and because of thinning, but how does that thinned forest actually respond to the next drought and the next heat wave event? Have we given it the resilience that it needs in order to protect not only itself, but to buffer those nearby stream zones? How's the canopy responding? How is the understory floristic? So we're doing full floristics for the understory, fuels, biomass, habitat, carbon. That's a nice intersection there for all of those things. Fauna, using ecoacoustics in Munro for fauna activity. Compaction, nutrients, geophysics, herbicides. So obviously, if you're removing a stem and you want to kill it, the use of herbicides is essential if you're taking the canopy down past a certain basal area. So we want to see, is that herbicide being retained in our soils or not? Which soils is it being retained, for how long, etc., etc. So really diving into that. Outreach and community perspectives, we've had a study done. What is the community, what do the stakeholders think about ecological thinning, and how can we be more transparent and give people that, that trust, or we can get that social license to undertake thinning for forest health. So some of the results that we've just collected. So obviously, these are the treatments along the bottom, the control. The green bars are the small stems. So obviously, in the last 3 blocks, we have reduced that stem number, that small stem number. See, in the notching in the second lot of blocks, we don't reduce that stem number yet. Those are standing dead trees because notching kills the tree, but it doesn't remove the tree. So in some situations where you don't want to use machines, you can actually go and notch those trees and keep them dead standing, which is part of habitat as well. So this is the type of information that we have to collect to understand how that system changes over time. People ask me about glyphosate a lot because it is a concern, and how effective is the glyphosate use in that system. For Munro, there were new machines. So all of these machines, I should have said, are very new. The operators are using new machines. The glyphosate that is used inside the head of the cutting tool, it's not a person coming afterwards, apart from notching. It is inside that cutting head of the machine. So in this case, in Munro, we had some issues with the machines, and notching was still the best option for that site, which is really good to understand and try and identify what part of the machine had issues and how to broach that. Understory richness. How does the floristics change with ecological thinning? So the control on the left-hand side, the notching, obviously you're just walking around treating trees, so the understory richness remained similar, but the treatments where we had machines, obviously you will have a response, and this was straight after thinning. We wanted to capture that. Obviously the richness was decreased, and this spring we'll be going back again to understand how and that understory richness changed over time, which is particularly important. Ecophysiology. So you can test, is everybody familiar with pre-dawn water potentials? Has everybody had that pleasure of pre-dawn water potentials? Okay, so you can understand the stress of a tree by removing a leaf before dawn, before the sun comes up, and you can tell, this is very simple, sorry, you can tell how stressed that tree is by understanding the pressure inside that leaf. So a group of us, obviously joyous at that time of night, we can test those trees on those sites to see if the recent thinning has actually reduced the stress for those remaining trees. And I've circled that in red for Jarrah and Banksia grandis. Those trees that were remaining in those thinned areas were already experiencing lower levels of stress. It was a great season to test this because we had such an extreme summer drought, and so we tested this in March, and it was obvious that the trees in the thinned areas had lower stress than those in the control areas. So that gives you a bit of a summary of some of the ecological variables that we're diving into to try and map how these sites are functioning and how they are responding to ecological thinning. So obviously Munro is our first, and that's our demonstration site. It's quite small. These areas are only 10 hectares in size. The next site, which is going to be further south, which is Gordon Block, which is taking a little bit longer than we suspected with these new machines. And that is perfectly fine. We want people to take their time to understand how to do this on the ground. We want the technical staff to understand how to use the new machines, how the glyphosate operates, how much glyphosate we're using per site. And the winter period, because obviously we have concerns about PC movement, the winter period is a no-go zone for harvesting activities. So we don't do any activities for those sites when it's too wet, and we move into sites that do not have PC, and we will wait until the end of the year. So Gordon was supposed to be completed mid-year, I think, Ben, and now it won't be completed till December. Perfectly fine that we will wait and put in permanent plots and do all of this research regarding the ecological variables for this next site coming up. We can do that next year. The idea is that we're not rushing, that we're taking our time and collecting that information as we go, and being very transparent about all the, I guess, the trade-offs. That's the main thing. Are the trade-offs worth the responses that we are seeing in those systems? Is the trade-off of having SNIG tracks, which make up about 10% of the plot, and the compaction that may last up to 50 years, previous research with larger machines suggests it does last that long, is that trade-off enough to make that increase in health across that entire site, and particularly those stream zones? Are those trade-offs worth it? I think that was it for me. Thank you. Lots of time for questions. Or die off questions. I don't mind anything. Hi, Monique. Yeah, it's like a reunion. Okay, yep, the question is whether we're looking below ground and whether that any herbicide that we're using, whether that's being translocated and how difficult is it to actually, yeah. I think we're going to have a little bit of an issue in that it's taken up quite well, the glyphosate, because the cutting of those trees is at the base. The glyphosate is being painted straight away during that cutting process. And so I'm testing the glyphosate right next to the trees and then a metre away from the trees, and trying to understand whether we have that flashing of understory being affected by that, or whether the soil is actually being affected further away from that tree. And so I'm sending that soil away next week to understand how much of that glyphosate is remaining in the soil over time, but also is that being I guess, sprayed further away from the tree. We are concerned about I guess, that translocation of glyphosate into another tree that we didn't want. And so the operators, another thing they have to learn, if they're going to harvest a tree, it can't be within a metre of a tree that you want to retain. And so you're really asking the operators to do that as they're going. And so what we will end up with, I think, which is not a bad thing, is clumps of vegetation and then certain areas that are more clear in terms of a lower density of stems. Yeah, cool. Tony?
What's the survival rate from the ring barking, and is the expectation that any technical trips that are happening self-thin as the
Yeah, good question. To the ring barking, whether what the survival rate was, and whether they'll be controlled. Yeah, will those shoots self-thin as the canopy develops? Obviously the notching worked really well. The ring barking did not work as well. The ring barking looks like a jungle, everything below the ring barking, the cut, a lot of those trees has resprouted. So it looks a bit like a jungle, a very weird jungle in that section, but it's also something we want to show the community as they're moving through that demonstration site. Yes, some of those stems will self-thin as that canopy develops, but I think we may ask to have those controlled, given the site is more important than those individual trees. Mia.
It's not me, it's the online people. So I'll start with the second question. We have two. This one's a little shorter. Just a simple one from Charmaine. What is considered to be the optimum number of tree varieties in a community to ensure resilience and health? Then, if not optimum, then required or necessary?
So it really depends on the vegetation community. We have an extraordinary complexity of vegetation communities across the southwest. So the tree diversity will really depend, if I understand you correctly, will depend on where you are in the landscape. So obviously the northern Jarrah forest, southern Jarrah forest is dominated by Marri Jarrah in the canopy. We're also really keen to obviously keep that mid-story as well as the understory. The Banksia grandis is particularly fragile when it comes to moving machines around in those sites. So we're trying to leave clumps of Banksia grandis and Persoonia in those areas because they often can't resprout.
Mm-hmm.
So it really depends on which community you're in.
Okay. And just a little bit closer to the mic because it's still quite soft for the online audience. Sorry. Have the this is from Jodie Watts. Have the die-off (drought) areas been correlated with rainfall distribution and groundwater tables in the southwest over the past X number of years?
Good question. Yeah. The die-off sites from this year mostly are associated with shallow soils. We obviously had a huge deficit in rainfall, but we also had very high temperatures. But a section of the eastern northern Jarrah forest did receive some rain in, I think it was April, and so we haven't seen that die off in that region. It was mostly along the coastline and the southern Jarrah forest where we really had that deficit of rain. So there are patterns there, but it's a site pattern, obviously shallow soils, but also very deep sandy soils. Some of the Banksia woodlands are collapsing. Shallow soils over granite are particularly affected as well. And areas where, for example, in the Capes, if you've been down there, single cohort vegetation communities that have recruited after a particular fire or wildfire or burn, single age cohorts that have all got acacias of the same age that reach that threshold of age and a vulnerability to drought, they've all gone out at the same time. And so that's why that Capes region looks particularly bad, because there are a couple of species, 3 or 4 species there that are all going out at the same time. The good news for those sorts of areas, there are always species there which are doing quite well. And so though it's not all bad news for that die-off project.
Yeah, thank you so much. Alrighty, that was great. Next up, we're shifting into our local government areas a little bit with Melanie Davies, who is the Urban Forest Facilitator with WALGA. She is responsible for delivering policy and projects to support local governments to retain and increase their urban forests. It's a complex role, I'm sure. I've had interactions with Melanie, which involves working with multiple stakeholders to ensure urban greening projects support livability, urban heat reduction, resilience, biodiversity, and water management. So no mean feat. And Melanie has more than 20 years experience in sustainability and environmental management, has a passion for urban greening, and also in her spare time still then enjoys volunteering with bushwalking groups and other and creating native verges as well. So really excited to hear what's happening with you, Melanie.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As Kylie mentioned, I'll be talking about our work with local government to help create resilient urban forests. I'd like to start by acknowledging the Whadjuk Noongar people of the land that we are on today and pay my respects to elders past and present. They have a strong and enduring connection to country, and we're very privileged to share and learn from that. If you don't know who WALGA is, we are the WA Local Government Association. We're an independent member-based body, not-for-profit, and we represent the 139 local governments across the state. We use our influence, support and expertise to deliver better outcomes for local governments and their communities. Today, I'll talk about the urban forest areas that we deliver for the sector. WALGA has a number of policy portfolios, but the urban forest one is one of our big ones. We're helping local governments to retain and grow healthy, resilient and diverse urban forests. A lot of our work is underpinned by our new urban forest advocacy position. There's a number of projects that we're implementing in partnership with the sector. And then I'll go through, obviously, polyphagous shot-hole borer has been a huge impact in recent years, and we'll look at some of the work we're doing with DPAC in the sector in that area. So what is an urban forest? They're all vegetation growing in the urban area. It includes vegetation managed by state government, local government, and vegetation on private land. It comprises both our native vegetation in bushland areas, but also our planted vegetation, whether that be in parks, streetscapes, or urban centres. If we're looking at resilient urban forests, we're looking at forests that are healthy and diverse. So they've got a variety of different species, ages, structures of different plant layers, and also distribution across the landscape. So they form part of an interconnected network that provides critical ecosystem services. And most importantly, these forests can move with change, and they're more adaptable to threats such as pests, diseases, and climatic changes. We're seeing a lot of challenges in urban forest management. So local governments play a lead role to increase urban canopy. They're implementing urban forest strategies, greening strategies, implementing scheme and policy provisions, to have some regulation in this area, and also adopting significant tree registers and tree bonds to protect trees during developments. But we're starting from a low baseline. So Perth has 16% canopy cover, which is the lowest out of all the capital cities in Australia. And we're seeing a high proportion of that canopy loss occur on private land. So you can see in this image here, we used to have large blocks. We're now having infill density with a lot of medium density housing being developed, such as duplexes and triplexes. And we're losing a lot of that established trees that used to be in our urban areas. We have seen 41% of local governments experience significant loss of canopy, and they're struggling to meet their canopy targets that they're implementing. So, for instance, the City of Stirling is aiming for 18% canopy cover by 2040. But in the past 10 years, they've gone back to 12%. And this is because despite planting and achieving a canopy cover increase of 130 hectares on council managed land, they've lost the equivalent on private land due to development. And that's a common story across quite a few of our local government areas. We're also seeing increasing biosecurity threats. So we've got the new polyphagous shot-hole borer incursion, got the threat of myrtle rust and other potential new threats coming through. As we've heard a lot about today, we've also experienced our longest dry period on record between October and March, just gone, as well coupled with high temperatures. We know that stressed plants are less resilient to threats. So there's a number of different issues that we're dealing with. Local governments have also reported they generally lose a proportion of plants over summer, just natural loss due to heat, and we're seeing 2 to 3 times more loss in urban areas than we would usually. In terms of our strategic priorities, we've been working in this area for many years. Going back to 2001, we implemented the Perth Biodiversity Project for 14 years, and that helped local governments to develop biodiversity strategies that identified their best quality bushland areas to protect. We've also got a new reiteration of that with some state NRM funding. So those documents and planning guidelines are back on our website, updated. We've been working on a number of different things since 2018 is where our portfolio in the urban forest area really ramped up. We developed the Urban Forest Planning Guide with the Department of Planning. Really great engagement from the sector in this area. The Urban Forest Working Group established in 2018. This currently has 40 local governments from across the state on it, with over 100 officers. And they have expertise in arboriculture, their environmental officers, their statutory and strategic planners. And this group forms subcommittees and progresses a lot of the projects that we identify as a priority for the sector. We've also received funding from the state government to help local governments with their greening programs. The pilot was in 2021 with $750,000. And then over the past 2 years, we've had $3.75 million for urban greening for local government. I'll talk more about our model local planning policy in a second. And we're also working closely with the state government on the Perth and Peel greening strategy to make sure it's got all the priorities in it that local government see as important. Our urban forest advocacy position was endorsed by State Council last year, following strong support from the sector. I'll just go through a couple of things that we're trying to get in place. So we'd like to see a lead agency with responsible for urban greening. We've seen in other states that this has really good benefits of coordination of all the different agencies working on urban greening, and also accountability and evaluation. We'd like to see recurrent funding. Our regional town sites are also trying to implement greening strategies, and the funding that we get is just for the Perth and Peel region at present. So as well as having that ongoing, trying to include our regional towns. We would like to see the urban forest strategy statewide, not just for the Perth and Peel region. We're advocating for a canopy cover target of 30%. This is important in terms of, research has shown it's important in terms of wellness and wellbeing of communities to have that level of canopy cover. A target also really helps local governments drive the work they're doing in urban greening and working with developers. We'd like to have an efficient regulatory mechanism for tree protection in place. This has been hard to achieve in recent years. We'll talk more about that. Neighbourhood design is currently being reviewed. We really want to see high quality areas of native vegetation retained during development planning. And lastly, there's a really good opportunity for state government to play a greater role in community education and awareness. So local governments do a lot of behaviour change programs with their communities, but the state government can support those messages as well. Our model local planning policy for tree retention recognises that regulation is a key component of reversing canopy loss on private land. We can do all the incentives and education we like, but we need to have it coupled with regulation. This promotes and facilitates tree preservation at all stages of the planning and development process. Critically, it clarifies that tree removal on private land is classified as works under the Planning and Development Act. We had legal advice on this, which means that it requires development approval through the local council. It introduces the term regulated tree. So trees that are one or more of these factors, either 8 metres more height, average canopy diameter of 6 metres, or trunk circumference of 1.5 metres, need to be referred for development approval before removal. We're seeing that local governments have tried to implement these kind of changes through their scheme amendments, which have been knocked back by the Minister for Planning. It's a much stronger policy at the scheme level. If what we're trying to do with a local policy is provide local governments with a consistent approach to use, if it's taken up across the sector, it then makes sense that it's adopted in a state planning framework and comes down from that way. The Urban Greening Grant Program, I mentioned, we have $3.75 million to accelerate tree and understory planting for local governments in the Perth and Peel regions. This is funded by the Department of Water and delivered by WALGA. We've had 2 rounds this year where we've delivered close to $1.8 million across 22 local governments to plant tree and understory species. We try and achieve multiple outcomes with this grant funding, so planting in areas that are of high heat and low canopy, those that have high community use and need, plantings that support biodiversity benefits, those that are supported by long-term access to water in the planting location, and again, value for money and limiting plastic waste. This program encourages partnerships with the community through either program design or participation in planting days. This is one example here where we had a corporate planting day with the City of Gosnells. I think Rachel's here in the crowd. So we're looking at continual improvement across this program as well. We had a workshop with a number of stakeholders at state government, Perth NRM, the universities, to try and ensure that we're delivering the best tools to help local governments plan their projects, and also making sure that we're adapting the project over time to meet local government needs. So key changes along the way, the program used to focus on tree canopy. It now focuses on developing diverse ecosystems in the urban environment, trees and understory. We're also looking at cost ratios. Planting the tree is actually the lowest cost of the program. It's that aftercare of the species, purchase of the tree is the lowest cost. It's the planting in urban environments. Often you need to remove asphalt, put in soil structural cells. There's an ongoing requirement for increased watering as we get into our drier climate. So we've had some better cost structures implemented as well. And this round 3 just got announced today, actually. So 1.6 million available for local governments, and applications closed 30th of September. We developed a spatial data viewer to help local governments prioritise areas of planting needs. So you can see this has got the urban heat index, red areas of other extreme heat in the urban environment. It's got the canopy cover parcels from DPLH, which are the brown areas. And then we've inserted other layers as well, such as regional ecological linkages. And you can see where we can get areas where all of these different layers can intersect, we can get better outcomes. The Water Corporation is also developing a similar tool to this, but with more layers. And they'll also be including social layers. So where are the areas of greatest psychological distress, low exercise, where can we get more greening to support communities? Another project we're working on is helping local governments purchase quality tree stock. Planting programs are quite costly exercises for local governments. Between 300 and 10,000 trees are planted per year per local government. We're seeing up to 2 of every 3 trees planted failing to establish in the environment, which is a significant loss of investment. And when we say failing to establish, that can be death while they're still young, or it could just be stunted growth over the first 10 years of life, which isn't creating a vigorous growing tree. So there's been an Australian standard implemented for tree stock for landscape use in 2018. The nursery industry then developed the tree spec sub-program to make sure that their propagation standards are meeting that Australian standard. And we've developed a template local governments can use to ensure that they're purchasing from nurseries that follow that process. The City of Belmont piloted this new procurement process 2 years ago. It takes 2 years to grow a 35-litre tree, which is what most local governments plant on their streetscapes. So they put a moratorium on planting for 2 years. implemented this forward planning process. And they've had great tree stock delivered this year compared to what they would usually receive. So the proof will be in the next couple of years when we monitor the survival of that in the landscape. We're also working with local governments to increase street species diversity. They have street tree master lists and planting palettes that they'll choose from when greening their urban areas. So trying to improve the amount of species on those, move away from monoculture streetscape plantings, which are more susceptible to particular diseases and things that come into the environment. Local governments will they're looking to plant the right tree in the right location. So that involves the objectives of that planting location, and then looking at different parameters such as, how the tree performs in an urban environment, whether you're planting for biodiversity or shade, various different considerations. One pilot project we're working on is with the Goldfields Esperance Regional Alliance of Councils. They'll be planting 35,000 native trees across their regional town sites, from the trees selected particularly from those areas. The Which Plant Where tool at Macquarie University is being reviewed to include more WA native species, and that looks at suitability under different climate scenarios going forward to help us plant more climate resilient species. And Kings Park have done a lot of in situ trials of species such as hakeas, acacias, mallees that we can really start to use in our urban environment. So we'll be doing a resilient species walk with them this week for local government. Our Urban Forest Conference is our key avenue of engagement with ministers and elected members. It really helps them understand what they need to be, for elected members, what they need to be mindful of during consideration of council reports. For ministers, it helps kind of sell our messages about what are the key challenges for local government and where we need help and assistance. So we're currently planning the next one actually here at Murdoch University. We'll be using this beautiful centre here, and it's on Valentine's Day. So for the love of trees everywhere. Local governments have been wonderful in collaborating on various initiatives, and WA Tree Fest is an example of that. This is now 3 years on. Started with a group of 9 local governments. This year we got participation from 30, and next year we're going up aiming for 50. So this is a community education and awareness festival where local governments collectively market different events. It's a fun but educational program across the month of April. We would like to see this kind of program expanded. There's a lot of, I guess, misconceptions in the community about trees, which results in tree vandalism, removal of planted trees, concerns about the safety risk that trees pose. So getting everyone to be an active member in the preservation of our urban forests is really important. Lastly, polyphagous shothole borer is a significant threat to our trees and the livability of our urban neighbourhoods. The quarantine area currently covers 25 local governments. Each local government has a significant tree asset. Some have over 100,000 trees, and that's just street trees, not including their park trees. Analysis has shown that at least 35% of this public tree asset is susceptible to polyphagous shothole borer. We've lost 3,000 trees to date. As we know, removal and chipping is the only effective treatment so far. So we're seeing a lot of these, I guess, significant old trees in our urban landscapes being removed. There's a number of different areas that we're working in partnership with DPAC and local government on, understanding local government concerns. Approvals to remove trees under various acts are costing critical time, which can result in the spread of the borer. We really need local governments to have access on infested premises, whether they're on public or private land. That helps target their surveillance operations and make sure that also local governments are aware of any hotspots across boundaries that may start to come into their area. And unfortunately, it's been quite hard to gain that data due to privacy issues, but we're working on that. Local governments really want to be enabled to act. So whether that's undertaking tree removal and pruning themselves, at the moment, DPAC needs to be present for those operations. monitoring additional trap sites, and also protecting their healthy trees. So there's permitted chemicals that can be used on pruned faces to stop the borer impacting trees that are healthy. We'd really like to see new surveillance opportunities being used. Local governments have trialled remote or drone footage to look at trying to identify hot infestations early, which has proved to be quite successful. And research is really important. At the moment, DPIRD's remit is on response, but we really need to be looking at research as well. So how can we protect uninfested trees better? We need to be collecting data, modelling of pathways of spread, and looking at potential impacts to our native ecosystems and forests. We've done a lot of advocacy in this area. We're also looking to try and get a recovery program in place to replace those lost trees, which isn't currently part of the response remit. And a lot of our work has resulted in some publicity in mainstream media and engagement with ministers, and also a presentation to the National Consultative Committee on Emergency Plant Pests. That's the body that looks at the feasibility of eradication nationwide and puts that $42 million into the response. That's a cost share arrangement between all states. We organise regular officer meetings, training sessions. We've tried to do a lot of stakeholder collaboration because various departments are working quite separately, and it's really useful to understand what everyone's doing and work together. Yeah, so an ongoing challenge, but still really hoping for eradication there. This is some training that we partnered with DPIRD and Kings Park to do recently. It was really great to see local governments from around the state attend. We had Port Hedland, Donnybrook, Kar-Chun. So all the local governments that are currently well away from the quarantine area, getting to know what they need to be looking for to help with surveillance. Publicity was quite high in Perth, but also in the affiliated newspapers on the East Coast, where there's the potential for even higher impacts due to their species palette in their urban areas. Some useful links there for some of our programs. And that's it. Thank you. Yeah. I've got space for one question, so whoever's got their hand up. Okay, cool. Bryan. So a lot of local governments will be aiming for the 20 to 30% mark. So it's kind of a benchmark of the sector. We've seen in a lot of capital cities in Australia and across the world, 30% is a target level. There's the 300 rule in urban forestry that's kind of taking hold as well. We're doing a bit of analysis with DPLH at the moment on how achievable that is. Some local governments are starting from a very low baseline, and we're looking at having canopy cover targets for different land classes so that we can better have more achievable targets in some areas. There's just one question. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
Next up, we have AJ Perkins from New South Wales. AJ is a project officer and an Aboriginal community engagement within the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. I thought ours was long, in New South Wales, or DQ, I think sometimes we shorten it to. And I hope I get this wrong. He is a Colbung man with strong connections to Aboriginal communities throughout northern New South Wales. He's part of the Ecosystems and Threatened Species Northeast branch of DQ, so sitting somewhere similar to where my teams would sit as well. And this team has carriage of the recovery program for threatened species in New South Wales under the Saving Our Species program. And he works on a range of threatened flora and ecological communities, including ones affected by myrtle rust and other pests and diseases. So really looking forward to hearing from you, AJ. Lee, you're up.
Thanks. I'd like to start off by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and pay respect to their community, to their elders, past and present. I'd also like to acknowledge their custodianship of the land and waters in which we meet on today. And I'd like to also thank the organisers for the opportunity to be here today. I want to start off by acknowledging country and the land. Country is our keeper, country is our provider, and country is our teacher. I'd also want to acknowledge all First Nations people for the continued practice and caring for country. That continued practice of culture, which we build knowledges, and the belonging to country, which gives us language, song, ceremony, and the most important part I wanted to talk about today is stories. The stories that are passed through generations that give us law and practice, the stories made up of thousands of years of learning and watching country. The stories that give us connection and kinship with all, kinship with the animals, with place, and kinship with the plants. Everything is kinship, and we have a relationship with everything, and we express that through ceremony, song, story, and dance. These stories teach us how to look after country and how country will look after us. They have deep meanings and lessons that are multi-purposed. They are stories that are given through dance and song, art and language. They have a lot of built-up information to unpack in them, and they're given in ceremony provided under totemic systems that allow us to teach and give these teachings to future generations. In totemic practice, you are the teacher of that totem for the next generations, individual totems, family totems, clan and language groups totems, to ensure the balance and protection of those totems for generations. This is one of the many mapped significant areas in my country. And what I want to focus on this map is the digging stick area. It's in a place we call Munim Munim. It's a place of many rocks. The story has many lessons and teachings built in and focuses around the importance of cultural resource plant species. I was going to tell this story today, but I couldn't because of cultural sensitivities. So we're just going to broadly discuss the plant species that's being impacted at the moment. This plant species is Rhodemnia, which is severely impacted by rust in our area, and it is listed as critically endangered. It's an important species for us because it is associated with that story and that place. And currently, rust is severely reducing the species in the wild for us. So, yeah, it's an important thing. I think in the previous slide, there was a young girl that had one of the digging sticks from that plant species. So this is the accumulation of pests and pathogens and the increase of plant impacts to species from myrtle rust, but also there's other plants and pathogens that are starting to get through. This slide, so particularly wanted to focus on, and the project that we'll talk about later in the slides is built off of that bottom section. This is the part where story gives us law, and law teaches us law stories teach us law, and law comes from country, and breaking law makes country react, And we see that more evident than ever through floods and fires and pandemics and the plant pests and pathogens like myrtle rust is one of the consequences. Where I'm from, it's against law to change the environment, and it's against law to take plant species off of country and bring plant species in on country. So we're kind of breaking law in terms of that, the plant distribution stuff and export and imports of plant materials, and that's where the repercussions of rust has come through. I'm going to talk about the graph up the top, and it's not super accurate, but I think that the blue section would be a little sliver, to be honest, of the 60,000+ years of caring for country of First Nations people, and the small amount of time of what is in current Australia. And the other one represents the management of the country in terms of Western sciences, and the little sliver of what is starting to pick up of traditional ecological knowledge, and would like to see that proportion move more into that 50% and potentially more towards a bigger chunk of that pie. We've still retained our knowledges and how to look after this country and understand how it once was and has changed over time. Reconnecting, teaching generations about law and story and understand the land and how to look after it. So currently under the IPA, the Indigenous Protected Area, the federal funding, the IPA program manages 50% of the national reserve system of this country. So when we talk about plant pests and pathogens and diseases, the impact's going to really be felt after industry to these areas. And that doesn't cover the other areas, like in Queensland, they have a state-funded ranger program as well, which captures more land, as well as there's in New South Wales the land right legislation. So local lands councils are one of the major private landholders in that state. So when we talk about protection of country, currently under a lot of different programs, the First Nations people are managing and looking after these areas. So we've just wrapped up a 2-year project focused around increasing the capacity within North East New South Wales and South East Queensland, focusing on those Indigenous protected area ranger teams and identifying plant pests and pathogens, particularly myrtle rust, helping to create management plans and strategies, as well as produce some educational material so the communities can educate their communities and wider about the impacts of what's happening. I didn't really understand it. So I used to work for a ranger team and in a lands council from where I'm from, and it wasn't really on my radar in terms of everyday works. I just assumed it was something else is impacting it. So it's kind of one of those areas that fly under the radar in terms of knowledge out there. So we're happy that we're continuing to build this program. We're successful in securing some more funding for the next 5 years to expand the capacity building to teams in far North Queensland, South New South Wales, and the already existing areas that we've covered off in terms of training. And we've also built a really good relationship with whānau across the ditch in New Zealand. There was opportunity to have Rotiti 15 come over and do a bit of cultural sharing from their perspective and from ours around impacts, which was focused on myrtle rust, but it kind of delved into more of that relationship between country, from their cultural perspective and now. So that was a really great opportunity, and we're hoping to continue that relationship moving forward. Through the program, we've delivered some educational material in terms of films. So we have the Myrtle Rust Silent Killer film, which we first did. If you haven't seen that, don't have the QR code, so something to update on the next presentation. But I think it's on YouTube if you search it up. But we've just finished off our new film, which is Roots for Resilient. I don't think it's called that. Which we'll go into. The film is focused on forests and the importance of forests from First Nation perspective, and we were lucky enough to get the guys from New Zealand to share some of that on the film, and just broader of what the importance is of forests to people. So we'll roll that film.
Forests are a place that I go to calm myself down, to meditate, and to reconnect with the natural rhythms of life.
I feel very at home, you know, listening to the Lewins honeyeaters and the crows and stuff, you know.
Regardless of what chaos is happening, you know, in the world, the forest is always here. You can always come here, unwind, and you know that it's going to make you feel better.
Country can silence all the head noise that's going on for you in your normal day-to-day life.
I become a different person almost. The weight of the world is off my shoulders, and I really just enjoy being out amongst the trees.
When I walk into a forest, I feel human. I feel powerful and at peace with who I am and where I am.
It's invigorating and makes you feel fresh. It's for fresh air. It's quiet.
The forest has always been a place of healing and just a place to escape to, away from some of the more modern world and the way we live today.
It brings me back to, I suppose, the natural timing of the world, and I can feel that physically, mentally and spiritually.
A forest is everything. It's our air, grocery store, chemist, the relationships that different people have with the forest, the relationships that the animals have with the forest, all the birds, all the insects, all the little microorganisms, all the fungi. Everything is everything.
We're here today in Bongal Bongal National Park. Eucalypts have evolved over millennia with a wide range of insects and fungi. Most of these insects and fungi play an important ecological role in the forest. They decompose leaf litter and recycle nutrients back into the forest. But because of this co-evolution, the trees and the pests live in some sort of balance. But when this balance is upended, pests and diseases get the upper hand and can cause significant and long-term damage. An example is a disturbance event, such as from clearing and forest fragmentation or altered fire regimes. Another form of imbalance is when you have an exotic pest or disease that's come into the country, come into a natural environment. This disease can run rampant and cause irreparable damage to the forest.
The people have gathered here in the bunyas for thousands of years. It's very iconic, the bunya tree itself, to our people, but not only to our people, but to all the other mobs that used to gather here. They travelled hundreds of kilometres in some instances, not only to indulge in the nuts himself, but also we'd share our ceremonies, our story and trade resources, settle disputes, and was the largest gathering site known in the continent pre-colonial times. Thousands would gather here.
Bunya pines, we know them to be 200 million years old. And you definitely get the sense, when you're here that these pines have been here for an incredibly long period of time. When some of the local rangers expressed their concern to me that some of these pines appeared to be dying in an unnatural kind of way, what might be going on? Were we just looking at some sort of natural event? Was it just chance or, coincidence?
A dead tree there. Then if you look over there, you can see the dead stalks. It'll lose its leaves, and then eventually, like there, it'll just be a half broken off trunk, and then it'll eventually fall on the ground and rot. And with the big gap in the canopy, it kind of feels like the forest is breaking. Very sad.
At which point we realised that what we were looking at was potentially a disease caused by a very, very small microscopic organism called Phytophthora, and all of a sudden we realised we might have a problem on our hands.
When these big trees fall, you get all of this understory pop up, like all your pioneer species, like your stinging trees, so it really alters the vegetation.
These are mighty trees. They're not weaklings by any stretch, and the very fact they've survived for hundreds of millions of years tells us that they are real survivors. The Phytophthora that appears to be killing them is one that's come in from somewhere else. It's an organism that they have no resistance to because they've never encountered it in the hundreds of millions of years of their existence. And as mighty as they are, this tiny pathogen is killing them.
What we think has happened was in 2011 there was a huge flooding event, lots and lots of water. So Phytophthora was here, maybe brought in on someone's shoes, maybe a pig has brought it in. With that flooding event, it's allowed it to spread, disperse and establish, and it happily feeds on the roots then of the bunyas.
It's pretty devastating when you see, such unique old trees that have withstood 800 years worth of, fires and all sorts of stresses, and then now suddenly they're all dying really quickly.
You lose these bunyas, you lose a lot of our cultural history and values of this place, and
we consider these fellas as our ancestors. The country teaches us, the animals teach us. These old trees, they know the language of this country, they know the language of the old people. It is our identity that's under threat as well. Who we are, they make us who we are.
Errol rust was noticed in the Daintree about a decade ago, but it's really started to accelerate recently, and this back house here is actually quite recent, where it's only in recent months that parks have had to come to the level of removing and dropping trees for public safety. So this is one of the remaining trunks of a large back house here, a stone wood that was removed for safety purposes near the footpath, and you can see the size of the tree that was impacted and lost from the pathogen. So it's not just seedlings and small plants, where we're seeing mature trees of this age and caliber impacted. This area is filled with these lowland rainforest streams and creeks that meander through the lowland basins of sandy soils in particular. We've got these trees, Tristaniopsis, the water gum, that stop our erosion by stopping heavy water flow. But another really important part for these is that they have this really fibrous netting. And what you actually get is that this is a nursery for a lot of your prawns and your fish species. So it's a really high biodiverse system, like most of our streams are. And obviously a big component is that this also helps capture a lot of fine sediment. They take nutrients up, which then helps your water quality before it passes down into the reef and the mangroves and impacts on everyone's fishing or the pristine Great Barrier Reef. As we lose these species and they die back, we not only lose their roots, but we also lose a lot of the canopy. And so it allows more light to come through, which can warm up the water potentially. Different lighting also impacts what plants and animals can survive in these environments. And we just don't know what kind of flow-on effects that can have at a larger scale in particular. So it's really concerning to see that a lot of these major waterways through the wet tropics having this decline.
I work in the Environmental Biosecurity Office, and we have a main focus on exotic and emerging pests, weeds and diseases entering Australia and preventing that from happening. This can be achieved through enhancing and creating partnerships and collaborating on land management actions to back up the work being done at the border. Preventing the introduction and spread of pests, weeds and diseases is crucial, but further awareness and understanding of what biosecurity means to Australia can be just as valuable in order to protect and conserve our land and seas, but also our culture and our way of life for generations to come.
Myrtle rust is widespread in New Zealand. It's really having some really big effects on some of our more vulnerable species, and we are really deeply concerned that we're going to lose those from the landscape.
We're here to come together and to learn from each other, to try and invigorate those things that have been lost, come up with ways and solutions, and to look at how other people do things.
Beautiful to listen to their stories. There's so much resonates with our culture as Māori, and I think central to all of those stories is the connection to the land.
So our old people called this place Nigi Nigi, and so it's Nigi Nigi in our language means charcoalish, and because of this particular area was subject to fire regimes that our old people had practiced for thousands of years, and that's how we managed our country and looked after it. We lived in the bush, so we had to.
In terms of forests, our traditional stories tell us a lot about what the forest provides and the importance of sustainability. That as humans, if we are to take from the forest, we need to be giving back.
It's about bringing, incorporating those cultural practices, because, those practical things are important ways to pass on, the story of conservation and how to do it, passing it on to young people and children, put it into a dance, put it into a story, put it into a song.
It makes us who we are. It's our identity as Australians, not only as Indigenous Australians, but Australians. Our culture, our way of living outdoors, our adventurous personality types, our unique mammals, our unique creatures, so they all need to be protected.
Bringing up those future generations to care about country and really seek out that knowledge to really preserve what we have before it's lost.
I want everyone to know about these exotic pests and pathogens. I want everyone to know about them, be on the lookout for them, and doing whatever they can to stop the spread of them.
We're going to sit back in circles with other agencies, Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, because we all have that common goal to make a united front.
Our approach has been first to reconnect, because we acknowledge that through this modern world, we've disconnected ourselves from nature in a lot of ways, and particularly our forests. If you bring that back to a human level, that's the importance of exchanges like this, is connecting with other people, other forms of knowledge, because it's my belief that there's, through that process, I suppose it's like the trees, the birds and the bees, there's some cross-pollination that creates a new magic that helps to ensure that we sustain ourselves and we sustain this natural world.
We really need to get armies of people to work together for the biosecurity of this country, to understand and value traditional ways and complement that with Western science, so we work together and get better outcomes for country, because without country there's nothing.
Thank you so much for that, AJ. I won't let you run away just yet. I'll take two, well, we have a little bit of time, but yeah, 2 or 3 questions perhaps. Anyone? I know there was the one from Mia. She asked whether there was a reason behind choosing film as the medium for this kind of extension.
guess storytellers and does a better job than I do. No, we had, when I first started the role, had the opportunity to work with a film crew in putting together a creation story. And they've done such a good job that when the opportunity came up again to work with them, we did, and we're kind of stuck in this loop of continuing to engage them because they're just really good at delivering a message through film, and I think this day and age film is and short things are what people are looking at. So I'm hoping to do art next round. So thanks. Awesome. Makes my job easier. Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Letting look easy, AJ. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a really nice reprieve from not that our regular science and everything is dry, but it just brings such a richness to a meeting such as this. I did forget, you would have seen Anna Hopkins was on the schedule, but unfortunately Anna's sick. But it was really, we wanted to note it because it's so important, because we do have a huge lack of tertiary plant pathology, certainly forest pathology in the state of WA. And Anna has started to try and fill that really important gap in forest pathology education at Edith Cowan University. And so we look forward to hearing more about that course and the important work Anna's doing at the 2025 conference as well. So yeah, being in a position where I keep talking to my decision makers about where our forest pathologists or entomologists are, we really need that capacity in our universities and our organisations to really build capacity and build resilience within our own departments, so that when these risks come through, we can manage them and address them. Next one up, I decided you've had enough of me talking for most of the day, so I'm going to ask Ian Moore to present on behalf of the team that I work with at DBCA. Just a short kind of update of where we're at. Ian will be familiar to many of you as well, but for those who don't know Ian, he's a registered dieback interpreter with the department. Our group have the fun task of doing auditing and standards as well, so no tomatoes in the audience, please. And he has more than 20 years experience in that interpretation. It's a really amazing, crucial thing that we do on our lands here in WA. And, you know, even before that, he had a life as a grader as well. So he understands machinery and just how hard they are to clean. And it's really interesting to see that new machinery coming in through the FMP as well. And my brain goes immediately to dieback and what it works. And I have no doubt Ian was taking note of the specifications as well. So I'll hand over to Ian.
It's great to see you here. Yeah, I've got a fairly loud voice, so you'll be able to hear me. Yeah, so wasn't the Bunya Pine video brilliant? It was great to see that. Thanks, AJ. And so we just, this is just a really brief news item, really, you might say. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So this is, this photo was taken last year of our program. And so Nathan isn't able to be here, but I think most of us are here today. And so Kylie is the leader of the program, the Plant Disease program, within Ecosystem Health Branch. And that's also got our branch manager there, that's Tony in the top left. So just, we're involved in developing procedures. And so we worked on this for a couple of years, the registration system. And so we run the registration system for dieback interpreters, and we also audit their work. And so the main key changes that have come with this has been that interpreters now supply evidence to the proponents, whereas previously would only be supplied upon request by the Disease Hygiene Standards Officer, and then the proponents supply it to the DHSO. So we've done around about pretty close to 160 desktop checks of dieback information, and about this is in the past 9 months since the new system started. It started on the 1st of December last year, and we've done 10 field checks. So the audit, as I mentioned, all of them are desktop audited, and assessment issues are resolved by the proponents. So the proponents manage their contractors rather than us directly being involved with the contractors. So previously the 2015 version of the system was one document, and so we split it into two because the auditing part is now focused more towards the proponents, and so that document is now two documents. We still have the system guidelines, but that's more to do with the registration system, and then the other document is more to do with the auditing. So we also began another project. You can see from this map here that the vulnerable zone that we work to is the 400mm rainfall ISO height, which is that dark blue line. And there's been a bit more interest recently because a lot of the focus has been on the forest in the past, and that's where a lot of the samples have been taken, a lot of the mapping has been done there. And so we're putting a little bit more focus or interest into some of those areas that are lower rainfall. And in fact, we're going beyond what we have generally talked about as being the vulnerable zone. So to the south, we're going right out to the 300mm rainfall, but that area has can receive around about 50 mils of rainfall during the summer. And whereas on the west coast, we're going down to 350 mil. And this project, we're processing samples for free, basically, and that's up to 200. Now, they've already been allocated to different people at this point, and so it just depends on how we go with budgeting. So at the moment, we're not actually taking on any more, but we'll see how we go. But it's very challenging in these areas. It's very challenging in these areas to be able to recover samples because of the low rainfall. The inoculum levels are often out of the reach of where interpreters sample. Yeah. So we have another pet project. Echo and Alice. So this is one of the rare occasions that you see Alice still. And because she's a Springer Spaniel, and you can see that she springs through the scrub, and she's giving dieback the sniff. Now this is a really exciting project, and we had them come and visit us for a week in June, and we're excited at what we saw. We had them checking samples for us, and they were proving to be very accurate at that. Being able to get a result within a few seconds, something that normally takes weeks. So it's, but you know, it still needs to be proven, you know, as far as their capability and how accurate they will be. But they'll be coming again in October. from New South Wales. Ryan Tate, that's the dog trainer there that you can see in the picture there. He's the one that's it's his business to train these dogs, and we look forward to seeing how that goes in the future. So I won't hold you up anymore. Is there any questions that you'd like to ask before we go for lunch? Okay, that's easy.
Yeah, it's an easy question when you're between everyone and lunch. Tends to be a bit quieter than normal. Okay, awesome. So following on from this, oh, yep, thank you. Thanks, Ian. Yeah. We advertised just shortly after we'd done these slides, but if you know any budding scientists with an interest in looking at the dogs, we're advertising at the moment for a research scientist, early career, or someone who likes to be paid SC1 too, either other, which will hopefully we'll be able to move through some of those questions we've got and where the dogs will be of most use. I won't keep you from lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Cheers then.
Galanga Badari Wabba. Good day, everyone. My name is Adrian Bauwens. I'm a park ranger from Bunny Mountains, which is about a 3-hour drive from Brisbane, roughly 350 k's from the coast. So before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the elders of past and present for their knowledge and allowing us to continue our culture today. I'd also like to acknowledge the land on which we stand, the animals, waterways, and everything else in between. It's not important who I am, but rather the message I bring, which is a voice for country. For thousands of years, people from all over southeast Queensland would converge at the Bunny Mountains, as far as northern New South Wales, all the way up to Hervey Bay. This walk would take weeks. People would gather here as a Parliament House. The Bunnies acted as a place of sharing knowledge, putting aside tribal disputes, trade, and marriage. Just like how we are now, barring the marriage, we are here today to share knowledge and come from all these different places. The Bunny Mountains is quite a significant place to us people. We have a lot of cultural heritage values here. There is evidence of culture being practiced even to this day. On all of our trees, there's footholds, scars, where people would climb these trees to grab the bunya nuts for, I suppose, the more tender nuts for our babies and elders, or for more selfish reasons. If you're a young man like me, you'd race your boys to the top to impress the ladies. Now, what makes the bunya significant is not only the cultural values, but the biodiverse hotspots that we have here. Parks call it a green wall, and that is just the edge of the rainforest that meets our grasslands. These areas in particular, per square metre, have more biodiversity than your average rainforest. Now, as Indigenous people, our culture is built around country and being part of the land. We have stories and connections to these animals and trees. We have yuris, or totems. Our totems represent us as people. My totem personally is the bearded dragon. Now, these kinship systems were a way of sustainability and healthy country practices. You would be a bander or a guardian protector of your totem. So you would inform people of when it was and wasn't okay to eat that totem. When they were breeding, they were off limits. But once that was over, that was allowed. We also sung and danced, representing our totems. If you've seen Aboriginal corroborees or ceremony, you'd notice a lot of our dances are that of animals. Now, what I'm getting at here is this environment that we thrive in is so important to us because our culture is built around it. If we lose that environment, we lose our identity as people and our connections to country. Now, the Bunya Mountains seems to be a magnet for a lot of problems. We have chytrid, pests like pigs, and of course Phytophthora. Now, we don't have the capacity or the resources to manage vectors such as pigs, so we look to collaboration with partners in order to stay in the loop and be aware of what's going on. While we don't have the capacity to help out directly, by being aware of what's going on and having that information available, we can help in areas where we can, whether that's providing labour for setting up cameras or setting up accommodation for people when they do come up to work. It's not always about being an expert in these vectors. It's what can we do to help other people alleviate that pressure. But what I will talk on more is how we as First Nation people build awareness and knowledge on this country. For many generations, we've always learnt by word of mouth, and most importantly, being on country. For us, it is the best way to learn. You can see it for yourself, feel it, hear it, and if you're curious enough, you can taste it too. Being on country and learning from someone who is knowledgeable in this area is where I learn best. I'm sure some of you here have stories you could tell of when you learnt something from someone on a particular subject. For me personally, this was working with Louise Shuey, a plant pathologist based in Queensland. I remember my first time seeing dieback. For years, I've always heard about it, the dangerous and devastating effects of it all, but I've never, ever seen it. When Louise came up to the Bunyas, she was eager to show us this dieback. But as we struggled through the thicket, climbing over steep hills, I grew anxious. A strong gut feeling was in my stomach, similar to those who probably had to get up and speak today. But I needed to see what this dieback was. I needed to become aware of it. Sure, I could have looked it up, but I wouldn't have that connection that I do now today. So when we kept walking, we finally got to our destination, and that is when I saw it. My heart sank. It was jaw-dropping. For the first time ever, I got to see a skeleton of a once mighty tree. I'm not exaggerating when I say this, but I had a nightmare or two over that. And when I went home on my days off, I felt bad. I felt like I wasn't, if I wasn't on country doing something about it, I was part of the problem. And so what I'm saying here is learning from Louise on country was much more valuable to me than reading it on a book. I don't have a connection to who wrote the book, the location of these images, or the sources of information that can be found. That is why I would also like to bring up my next point, which is collaboration. This work that goes into being on the field is nothing without our collaborators and partners. After working with Luis for a couple of months, probably a year at that point, we were fortunate enough to be invited to the Environmental Science Lab in Brisbane. It was really interesting to see what goes into the work and where our work was being sent to. And so part of our relationship was understanding that Luis is 3 hours away from the bunyias, but she required soil samples. And so our relationship became, we can get you the soil you need and you can provide us with results, which would then provide us with the information we need to know while being on country. So that's what makes collaboration beautiful. More importantly, we learned of hygiene. As you can see here in this image, I've got my mountain bike. We've got these washdown stations. They're quite different to the ones here. They're more reminiscent of that of the New Zealand ones, I believe. What's good about these is you can't really avoid them. You have to walk through them in order to enter our walking tracks. Fortunately, we were given permission to plant gympie around those washdown stations. Is anyone familiar with gympie? Probably not. Gympie is a venomous stinging tree. They call it the suicide plant. And so we've been fortunate enough to be allowed to plant that around these stations. So there's no getting around them now. I'd also like to thank other collaborators such as Geoff and AJ. They've recently been coming around and doing training and workshops on biosecurity and the importance of hygiene. Without that kind of work, we can't really become aware of what's going on and how to combat these issues. Now, unfortunately, this is the only image I have of us next to a drone. This is not our typical drone, this is a contractor's drone. Quite a large and scary one, but for future works, we're now looking at drone work to quickly locate where these areas of interest may be. So prior to our drones, I would have to walk some rough terrain. And that would take hours upon hours, and honestly, you may or may not get something from that. So now we have drones. We'll fly a drone over, it'll quickly locate areas of interest, then we can go walk down and check it out ourselves. As ground truthing is equally as important as using technology. There's also works with the bunya pines in regards to phosphite trials. I know Luis has been working on trialling with the hoop pines, I believe. And we're hopefully looking to implement that at the bunyias with our trees as well. And so we're hoping that it could delay the result or the dieback long enough till perhaps there's a solution in the future. So that's where we're at today. So the core message of what I'm saying here is, as Aboriginal people, our environment is extremely important to us. The cultural impacts of losing country is basically losing ourselves as people. If we lose that, well, I don't have a connection to my totem. I can't show younger generations these animals or plants that may not ever come back. It is important that we as people collaborate together from all different backgrounds and work as a united front on this problem, as we all have the same goal. I'd also really like to urge you to remember that it's all about sharing knowledge and exchange. There's no such thing as taking from one another, as you ruin people's trust, and that's very difficult to build up. But at the end of the day, we're all working together to come to a solution with this dieback issue. Before I finish, I'd like to acknowledge you all too. Without this work here that you're all doing today, I don't know where dieback would be. The work at dieback in Queensland just isn't at the same level as it is here, unfortunately, but I really am looking to you guys and am really taking in the information that I can to learn about dieback. So thank you all for your time and having me here. I really do appreciate it.
Questions? I've just been wowed by the story. That was really, really incredible. Oh, yeah, Mark?
How's your government support for traditional owner land management partnerships across Queensland? Clearly, you're very astute and got the capability to negotiate us as well as your land. How is your support coming back from the Queensland government in terms of your joint land management?
So you're asking how we make our relationships work and...
Yes.
Yeah. So from my understanding, we are very vocal about what we care about. And fortunately for us, there is a lot of funding for Aboriginal rangers. I think a program's called the Land and Sea Rangers. To be honest, I think a lot of the collaboration is from our partners reaching out to us as knowledge holders on the land. And so, well, from my personal experience with Louise, I've kind of just stuck my neck out and thrown myself in there to really be involved in this information. But we keep contact with parks and council as well and share bits of information where we can. But really, it's all about just reaching out and getting to know each other. It's more than a work relationship for most of us. It's genuine. Yeah. All right. Thank you all again. Have a long day.
Is that working? Yes, yay. Awesome. Alrighty, next up we have Shannon Hunter from across the ditch per se. So Shannon is in the final stages of her PhD project at the University of Auckland. And her work is focused on Phytophthora species assemblages in native kauri forests in the northern regions of New Zealand. And I think we're going to have a bit of a phosphite theme for the next few talks because she is interested in the effects of phosphite treatment, which is one of the few tools we have to manage dieback, on the Phytophthora community and its impact on the inoculum abundance of the causal agent of kauri dieback. So welcome, Shannon.
Hello everyone, hopefully this is working. Thank you for the conference organisers for the opportunity to come and speak to you all today. It's my first time in Perth on Western Australia and it's my first DIG conference and it's been really great so far. So today I'm going to be talking to you about my PhD project, but first I'll give some background about Kauri and the dieback that it's suffering from. And I just actually realised that Kauri is in the same family as the bunya tree, so we really have some synergies there already. So my project has been focused on the impacts of phosphite on the Phytophthora community that's associated with the rhizosphere of Kauri. But first I'll point out my supervisory team. So we've already heard from Peter Scott, who's my one of my supervisors based over here, and probably Nari Williams might be familiar to a few of you as well because she did her PhD here with Giles and Hardy and Trina. So I'm based in Auckland and I'm doing my PhD through the University of Auckland and the George Mason Centre for the Natural Environment, but I'm also doing all my lab work at a Crown Research Institute called Plant and Food Research. So I had some major research questions to go through over the last 3 years. The first one was trying to understand what the Phytophthora community is that's associated with Kodi, because often we tend to take a really narrow view of diseases sometimes, where we only really focus in on one species. So I thought it'd be quite nice actually to take a bit of a broader scope to have a look at what else is there and whether or not there were any native ones. And then I wanted to understand, when we do have this community of Phytophthora around a tree, what impact do phosphate treatments, these chemical treatments, actually have on that community? And a third part of my PhD, which I won't be talking about today, was looking at the efficacy of phosphate as a foliar spray and also as a barrier treatment. So just give a little bit of background about Kodi. Kodi are the only Agathis species that we have in New Zealand, and it's the largest of all the Agathis species. It's also our largest and longest living tree species in New Zealand. So this picture on the right-hand side is of Tani Mahuta. So Tani Mahuta is considered to be the god of the forest, and he has a circumference of 14 meters. So as you can imagine, these are pretty impressive large trees out in the forest. But unfortunately, their populations have been really decreased because of logging and burning. So the original old growth forest has been reduced down to about 3% of what it used to be. But Tom gave a really excellent introduction earlier today about what a foundation tree species is, or a keystone species, and Kodi are certainly one of these. So they directly influence what kind of the microbiome, the flora and fauna are that can live around them. So that's an example of a Kodi snail, which is only found in Kodi forests. So not only are Kodi limited in their genetic diversity because of their logging and burning, but they're also limited in their natural distribution around New Zealand. So they actually only occur in the upper North Island, and this map on the right-hand side is showing the green areas where you can find Kodi today. So historically, that was probably just all Kodi in that northern region. And unfortunately, these red dots are showing where we've found Phytophthora dieback. So our dieback, Kodi dieback, is caused by an organism called Phytophthora agathidicida. And these are some of the typical symptoms that we see out in the field. So on the left-hand side, you can see in an affected forest, you can get canopy thinning. So the leaves and the canopy turn yellow, they go chlorotic, and then the tree will drop their leaves and branches and really thin out the canopy until they eventually die. Another really characteristic symptom that we get are basal resin bleeds. So that's in that middle picture there. So Kodi, they naturally do bleed, and they excise and pop off their branches and will have bleeds dripping from upper regions. But when a bleed is associated with dieback, it really starts at the basal region of the tree, like right at that soil level, and it will extend all the way up. And I think some of the biggest bleeds that I've actually seen in the field was probably this one that was over about 3 meters tall. So they really do get quite large, and they also girdle the tree, so they spread around the circumference and really disrupt the whole water flow. The picture on the right-hand side there is just showing the lesion. If you cut into the bark underneath where a basal bleed is, you can see the extension of Phytophthora there. So we have quite similar Kodi dieback management strategies that you have talked about today already. One of the most important ones has been track closures. So there's a really large old growth forest right next to Auckland, which is our biggest city, old growth forest of Kodi. And the local iwi, the local indigenous people, Te Kawara Amaki, they put a rahui on the forest, which is a cultural exclusion. So this happened a few years ago now, and it meant that basically everyone was prohibited from using the forest until the iwi and the council had time to upgrade the track so that they were suitable to be able to protect the trees there. And so you can see here in one of the bottom pictures, this is one of our track cleaning stations that Adrian just mentioned. And so you really do have to be able to enter the forest, you have to go through these cleaning stations to clean your shoes, your equipment, and then they use a chemical which can sort of kill the spores that are left on your shoes. And in addition to when they close tracks and then upgrade them, they also build these nice boardwalks, as you can see on the right-hand picture. So the boardwalks just keep people up off the roots of Kodi, but it allows them to actually experience the forest and appreciate them for what they are. So another management tool that we have is phosphate. So phosphite is directly antagonistic to Phytophthora, and I'm just going to talk about its relevance to Cody because I'm sure we'll hear about it more soon for relevance over here. But we're quite lucky that Phytophthora agathodicida, the one that causes Cody dieback, is really sensitive to phosphite. So we've done mycelial growth inhibition assays in the lab where you basically have agar that has different concentrations of phosphite. And when you grow mycelium on that, you can see how sensitive agathodicida is compared to other species like Cinnamomum or Multivora, for example. So to start trialling phosphite to protect Cody, that started back in 2008 with Ian Horner. So he's in the picture there on the right-hand side. So he tested out doing soil drenches, trunk inoculations, and foliar sprays on glasshouse Cody, and then inoculating them with Phytophthora agathodicida. And that proved useful. It was proved that it was already it looks like it was a viable option. So they started doing some forest trials back in 2012. And from these forest trials, we now have learnt that the phosphite, which when we're treating the trees in the forest, you can see on the right-hand side that we inject them. So we use passive trunk injectors. Generally, they're treated at about 4% or 6% every 20 or 25 centimetres around the trunk. So the bigger the tree, the more injections they get. And these have been shown to prolong the life of affected trees. So that's really lucky, and they promote lesion healing. So the lesions will effectively stop spreading around in height and circumference. They'll dry up, and eventually after about maybe 5 years, they won't really be present anymore. And eventually, they'll facilitate canopy recovery. So the canopy will become greener again, it will be able to regrow. So for phosphite, we're really just at the start of wide-scale implementation. And my supervisor, Nari, she told me that we're about 30 years behind what WA has been doing with phosphite to protect their ecosystems. So we do have some community groups, a citizen science project called Cody Rescue. So if you are a landowner and you have Cody, you're actually able to get help with protecting them by being given a phosphite protection kit, basically. And there's been some pretty wide-scale implementation of the trunk injection method in the Waitakere Ranges and also up in Northland, some old-growth forests. Okay, so that's the background for Cody and Cody dieback in New Zealand. And now I'd like to talk to you about the Phytophthora community and what I've been doing during my PhD. So before I started, we already knew about a few species that can be detected from Cody. Using soil baiting, so isolating species from the soil around the tree, we've detected Agathodicida, obviously. Also Cinnamomum, Pseudocryptogaea and Multivora have been found quite often associated with Cody. There was also a master's student who back in 2011 did some stream baiting. So he went out into the forest and he took samples from streams and waterways to bait species from that water to see if he could find any more. And as you can see, there were a few other species, but that's from a Cody forest. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're directly associated with Cody. So this part of my research was part of a wider body of work. It was instigated by the Auckland Council and also Te Kawerau-a-Maki, which are the local iwi that manage the Waitakere Ranges. So the Waitakere Ranges are an old-growth forest of Cody right next to Auckland City. And this project was aiming to set up basically an ongoing monitoring system so that we can continue monitoring these trees over the next several years. So here is a map of the Waitakere Ranges and its location relative to Auckland. The red dots are showing the locations of the trees that were selected. So 767 trees were randomly selected for this study, which is quite a lot. And as you can imagine, that's why it wasn't just me doing this. This was a big body of work. And it's really important to note that the trees were randomly selected. So it's not just sick trees. We were sampling trees that were healthy and all the way up to nearly dead, basically. So this was quite an interesting data set. Rather than just focusing in on dead trees, we got a much larger set of data that could be a lot more interesting. So after those soil samples were collected back in 2021, they were sent down to a lab in Hawke's Bay, which is where my supervisor is based. And they did all the soil weighting for this, so they isolated cultures. And my part of the project, I received a small aliquot of soil, only about 1 gram, and I extracted DNA from the soil sample. So I only extracted DNA from 250 milligrams, and then I used that DNA to look at what Phytophthora species I could detect. So I used DNA metabarcoding with an ITS primer set. Okay, so here's some results. As you can see, we only found 7 species. This is actually quite a small Phytophthora community relative to other kind of ecological surveys that happen over here or in Europe and the UK as well. Only 4 of these species were detected with baiting, and the 3 species at the bottom, Pseudocryptogaea, Canoviae, and Cactorum, were only detected with the DNA-based technique. So it's actually quite nice already to have both of those methods to be able to detect more species. As you can see in that purple box, Phytophthora cinnamomi was detected in nearly 60% of the samples. So cinnamomi is quite abundant in Cody forest, and it's really associated with healthy and unhealthy trees. Agathidicida, kind of luckily, was actually only in about 11% of the samples. So that's just pointing back to that it was randomly selected trees, not just sick trees in this trial. And multivora as well, that was in nearly 9%. So we've really got 3 key players in the Phytophthora community in Cody forests. And these Venn diagrams here are just to show the difference in positive detections with baiting and metabarcoding. As you can see, we got positive detections with both methods separately. So it's nice to be able to use them to complement each other. And for some reason, this primer set in particular wasn't very good for Phytophthora multivora. And later on, I actually switched primer sets, which you'll see. So let's have a look at the distribution of the 3 species across the Waitakere Ranges. So this is looking at Phytophthora cinnamomi in pink. And as you can see, it's basically everywhere. It's really common to detect it from soil samples when you're in the forest. Luckily, Agathidicida, the agent that causes Cody dieback, it's really limited to the edges of the forest. And this is pretty good news, really, I think. It's not to say it's not in the centre, it just wasn't within the trees that were sampled from the centre. And then also multivora, that was really detected only on the edges of the forest as well. So I think this kind of tells us that cinnamomi's probably been in New Zealand a long time, and it's been in Cody forest for a long time. And currently, it's not really seen as a huge threat in comparison to Agathidicida. It has been associated with Cody since about the 1950s, but it's probably been there for a lot longer. And I think we potentially underestimate the roles of cinnamomi and multivora in Cody dieback. They are sometimes isolated from trees that are sick, and we're not getting Agathidicida out at the same time. So it's not to say that Agathidicida is not there, but there's some complex interactions going on, I think, that we don't really quite understand fully yet. And so before I relate those, the presence and the abundance of those species to some canopy symptoms, I just want to show you how we measure canopy dieback. So when you're out in the forest and you're surveying your trees, we have the scoring system of 1 to 5. So you can tell whether or not your tree is healthy or unhealthy, and basically is it likely to have Agathidicida or not. So a healthy tree is given a score of 1, it's got a very luscious canopy, and dead trees are given a score of 5. So here we can have a look at the presence of those 3 key Phytophthora species in relation to canopy dieback symptoms. So reminder, it's a healthy score of 1 up to a score of 5 is a dead tree. You can see that Phytophthora agathidicida, which is in the red, is kind of the only species that has a really strong relationship with increasing canopy dieback scores, which is really telling us that it's the driver of disease here. It is what is causing Cody dieback. But as you can see, Phytophthora cinnamomi is quite abundant, and it does have a slight positive association with that increase in canopy dieback score, but it's also quite likely to be found in healthy trees as well. Okay, so to summarize this part of the presentation, the Phytophthora community that we found in the Waitakere Ranges was quite small. We really do have 3 main species. We did detect an unknown clade 7 species just with the metabarcoding. I did try and isolate this out with some different bait material to see whether or not I could get it, but I was in the writing stages of my PhD and I wasn't really supposed to be in the lab, so didn't play around with that too much. The association with dieback scores has really shown us that agathidicida is the main driver of disease, but I think that cinnamomi and multivora are probably underestimated, and I would love to do some more work with them after my PhD if I could. All right, so now I'm just going to talk about the impact of phosphate on that Phytophthora community. So for this part of my research, I had a different field site. So this field site was on private land up about 45 minutes north of Auckland, and I set up 3 different treatment blocks here. So I've got my blue trees, which are shown on the map. These were my untreated controls. So these were, at first, trees that were healthy when I first surveyed them, and eventually I had to call them my disease front because over time they started to show symptoms. But they were untreated controls that were relatively, they were a new infection of Phytophthora agathidicida. And then I've got my yellow trees up there, which were my untreated controls, but these had a really established infection, and they definitely had agathidicida because I baited it out of the soil. And then I have my treatment group, which was the orange trees. They look a little bit red there. and they were treated with 6% phosphate, trunk injected, and we did that, and then I surveyed the tree health both before doing the phosphate treatment and then again about half a year and 1.5 years later. So when I was doing my tree surveying, I also collected soil, and I did soil baiting. I extracted DNA again, like I did for the Waitakere, and this time I did soil DNA metabarcoding to look at multiple Phytophthora species, but I also used the qPCR to detect Phytophthora agathodicida. So qPCR is a way of quantifying the amount of DNA of that species. So this time around I used a different primer set, which might be of interest to the sciencey people. So yeah, basically it's very similar, but this one's Phytophthora specific for the first round and then Phytophthora specific again for the second. And I was recommended this by Trina. Okay, so on this smaller block of private land, this is quite a small area compared to the Waitakere Ranges. In total, I only had about 70 trees compared to 767. And we only found 5 species. So this time we found Cinnamomum was in 86% of the sample. So basically it was in all of my healthy trees and almost every single one of my unhealthy trees as well. Agathodicida was much more abundant across the site because it was really an established infection site and I had targeted trees that were infected. Multivora was actually at a similar abundance compared to the Waitakere Ranges, which I found quite interesting, at nearly 9%. And for this time around, I detected that same unknown species with the DNA metabarcoding in clade 7, but this time, for some reason, this primer set seems much more suited to that one, and I detected it much more. In the previous study in the Waitakeres, I only detected it 20 times across the 767 samples, but this time it was in nearly 50% of the samples, which is quite interesting. So something else that I did at this field site is I wanted to understand and try and quantify the effects of phosphate, both on Phytophthora and also on some of the symptoms that we're seeing. So when you're measuring your trees, we also look at canopy dieback, but we look at the basal bleeds when you're surveying them for tree health. And one of the measures we take is looking at the circumference of the basal bleed and how far around the tree it's extending. So I took these measures before my phosphate treatment and again half a year and 1.5 years later. And from these, I was able to show that the phosphate treatment was working really well. So here we've got my treated trees in red, and then the untreated trees are the ones that had a really established infection. And then we're looking at the predicted proportion of the circumference of the tree that the basal bleeds are taking up. So basically what this is showing is that the phosphate treatment stopped the basal bleeds from expanding around the trunk, and the untreated trees, the control trees, just continued to get bigger bleeds over that time period. And I think this is really quite nice to show this in this way and to see this result, because it means that as the basal bleed is expanding its way around the tree, it's girdling the tree. And when you're out in the field and you're looking at this basal bleed, often when you look directly up, you can see that that side of the tree is really impacted. The vascular tissue, the xylem and the phloem is really disrupted. So all the branches in that part of the tree is actually dead when you're looking up. And so if you're able to prevent the basal bleed expanding around the tree, you're able to protect more of the root zone and the rhizosphere and just the tree health in general. Now, the next thing I'm going to show is looking at the impact of phosphate on the abundance of Phytophthora agathodicida. So this is looking at the qPCR data. So looking at the abundance of agathodicida DNA in the soil around the trees over time. So this was one of the really cool bits of my data that I got out of this research project. And basically what I was able to show and what we found in this one small field site was that the abundance of agathodicida decreased after the phosphate treatment. So the red group is my established infection site, which was not treated with phosphate. And as you can see, the abundance of agathodicida just slightly increased over time, no real change. The blue trees, which were treated with phosphate, the interesting ones, they're the ones that actually the abundance of agathodicida, it decreased over time. And yeah, this was a really cool result, and it's kind of one of the first times it's been shown, I think, for phosphate to have this kind of effect on the Phytophthora in the soil around trees. And as you can imagine, this has an implication for the epidemiology of the disease. Because if you're able to reduce the inoculum load around a treated tree, it means you're able to protect surrounding trees as well. And I think this suggests that phosphate barriers could be a really interesting tool to be able to use for protecting Kodi forests. So I just want to point out the locations of my field sites before I talk about the dieback symptoms in comparison. So the Waitakere Ranges, this is just showing the map there where it's close to Auckland. My phosphate field trial site, which I'm showing you now, is north of Auckland, about 45 minutes. So they're two separate sites. The Waitakere ranges we selected from randomly selected trees, so we had healthy, unhealthy trees, really big forest. My phosphate field trial site was a really infected site. So this is just to remind you what the association of the different species was like with dieback symptoms in the Waitakere ranges. And then in comparison, in a really infested site, this is looking at how likely you are to detect the different species in association with those increasing canopy dieback scores. So I thought this was quite interesting because in my infected site, even if you're looking at a relatively healthy tree, you're actually still quite likely to detect agathodicida. It might just be that the symptoms aren't quite expressing yet. Okay, so to summarize this part of the research, we showed from the phosphate treatments that the basal bleed symptoms improved within 1.5 years, which is really quite a quick time span. I had another field site where we monitored the effects after 12 years. So this wasn't my field site, obviously, because my PhD wasn't 12 years long. It was Ian Horner's old field site, who did a lot of the phytophthora and phosphate research in New Zealand. And the basal bleed symptoms are basically the phosphate treatments seem to last for at least 10 years protecting Cody. So a singular dose of injected phosphate has a really long-lasting effect. The canopy symptoms are a bit more complex. As you can imagine, they're influenced by abiotic factors like drought and flooding and everything, so it's harder to say they didn't have an effect within the 1.5 years at my field site, but eventually someone else, Ian Horner, has shown that phosphate will help improve those canopies over time. But what my main result was that phosphate was able to reduce the load, the inoculum load of Phytophthora agathodicida within the rhizosphere of my treated trees, which I think is really quite cool. So to summarize, I think we're really starting to understand the complex interactions between Phytophthora agathodicida and phosphate and canopy symptoms and basal bleed symptoms. And I think we're really quite appreciating that phosphate is highly effective in protecting Cody. So agathodicida is so sensitive that it's actually getting reduced in that inoculum load around the tree, and it's protecting the basal bleeds. But I think one of the best things is that a single treatment can last up to 10 years, which is really quite lucky. And I think there's a lot of unknowns still for Cody dieback and research in general. And some of the future directions I think for Cody dieback would be wanting evidence-based solutions like phosphate as being quite a key management tool. Slowing the disease front, spread. I think phosphate could play quite an important role in preventing spread from an affected area or protecting unaffected areas as well. Because as you can imagine, Cody are a really important species, also culturally and ecologically. But culturally, we don't want to necessarily treat all trees in a forest. So if we can be protecting really iconic stands like Tani Mahuta, if we can protect an area around him rather than having to consider treating him, I think that's a really important tool. I would love to do some field trials for phosphate barriers, and I'd also love to explore the roles of Cinnamomea multivora if I could do a postdoc. So yeah, I'd just like to acknowledge all the people that have been involved in my project. The George Mason Centre for the Natural Environment is a trust at the university, and they've funded my PhD. Of course, the organisers of DIG, thank you for inviting me to come over to it. It's been such a great conference. Trina Burgess, she shared a database with me, which was what helped me with my eDNA work. Ian Horner is one of the early researchers on phosphate and phytophthora in New Zealand, so I used one of his field sites. And then, of course, Te Kawara Amaki, which are the local iwi, that they had the foresight of saying, if you're going to sample all the trees in the forest, how about we try and get as much use out of those soil samples as possible? So they suggested that we actually use it for multiple researchers across all of New Zealand, really. And I just wanted to quickly put a plug in for AUFRO. Hopefully I'll see a few of you over in New Zealand in a couple of weeks' time, up in the beautiful Paihia. And for part of this trip, for part of this conference, we'll be seeing Tani Mahuta and other really cool Cody out in the forest. So thank you. Is there any questions? Okay.
So phosphate seemed to knock down the abundance, or at least, or maybe the abundance of Phytophthora agathodicida. Do you think there's a limit where it would actually stop reducing, or do you think if you actually used enough phosphate on enough trees and over enough period of time, you could actually remove it from the soil? Because that's something that seems to be pretty ineffective with Cinnamomea here.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I guess we always have to remember that phosphate doesn't kill Phytophthora, so I don't know whether or not you could actually get rid of it that way, but I think it would be a pretty cool glasshouse trial maybe to set up and try it. I don't know if whether or not you'd risk maybe getting phosphate tolerance if you were doing too many treatments. I think that's one of the benefits that in Cody, if you only have to do a treatment every 10 years, you lower that risk of isolates building up tolerance to phosphate. Yeah.
I have a question. Have you started describing your new species yet?
No, because I don't have a culture. It was just based on DNA. I did try to isolate it out, but we didn't get it this time. But yes.
I'm just mindful of time, but that was amazing, Shannon. I'm certainly going to try and find you at drinks or coffee or something at some stage. And you touched on phosphate resistance, and so it's good timing that KC is up next, or Kar-Chun Tan. So Kar-Chun comes from the Curtin University. He's at the Centre for Crop and Disease. Oh, yeah, sorry. Can't leave out that bit. From the Centre of Crop and Disease Management, where he's been a chief investigator since 2014. He's a molecular plant pathologist and has a lot of research in the Australian cereal industry and with biotech, and he's interested in dissecting the molecular mechanism of phytopathogenicity as well as discovering novel ways to minimise the impact of plant diseases. So, yeah, really looking forward to hearing your talk today, Kar-Chun.
Okay, thank you very much, Kylie, and thank you very much for the organising committee for giving me an opportunity to present some of our research to you all today. Normally, I don't work on such a complex system. A lot of the research I do at Curtin focuses on wheat pathogens. But I think this is a little bit of a nostalgia for me because 20 years ago I did my PhD undergrad over here, and one of the first pathogen or disease I was exposed to is actually dieback. So it's actually quite good for me to come back, to do a bit of work on disease, 20 years later. And I certainly hope that some of the research that I present to you all today will be useful to the community in some way. Okay, the title may be a little bit different, but the content is all the same at the end of the day. I, by no means, am a Phytophthora expert, so I rely on you guys over here to provide me some advice or, throw a rock at me if I got something wrong. But I'll do my best. I'm a biochemist by training, so a lot of the stuff which I'll be presenting to you today is essentially on the biochemical aspects of the pathogen in question, being Pseudomonas. Smash avocados. I've got a lot of problem trying to explain this whole concept of smash avocados to a recent audience where I presented this talk in Asia. But you guys know what this is, right? Restaurants always charge us at a premium, $27, $28. And I even fell for it a few months ago, buying myself a smashed avocado toast without even knowing it, right? It's sort of built into our DNA. But the good thing about the one I bought was that it comes with a slice of bacon. So it was worth it, probably. So what does this have anything to do with Phytophthora? Now this pathogen over here, it's has a very broad host range, as most of you would know. It infects, obviously, a native vegetation, which obviously Tom gave a very good introduction to. So I won't bore you with the introduction on how Phytophthora works. But on the other side of the coin, it is also a bit of a bane for the avocado industry or for the horticulture industry, avocado, stone fruit, or whatever. And they've basically been battling the problem of a Phytophthora infection for, ever since the beginning of time. And this problem has essentially been mounted or amplified due to the fact that it's increased resistance to a chemical application that controls a Phytophthora in some of these orchards over here, which I'll talk a little bit about later on. So to do this, to study this system, we use a very unconventional approach to try to understand how the pathogen works. So this over here is essentially a schematic flow of what we call a proteomic workflow. So proteomic is essentially a science whereby we look at the entire protein complement of an organism, whether that organism is undergoing phosphate treatment or during infection or whatever. But we can use a particular system over here to basically capture the snapshot of the protein that's being produced when the organism's been sampled, right? So it's not rocket science over here, it's protein science, right? So you've got your Phytophthora pathogen up there. We can extract the protein, and these proteins, we put it through what we call a mass spectrometer. it's essentially an overglorified coffee machine that costs more than a Ferrari, right? And from that point onward, this machine over here spits out what we call mass spectra, whereby we can use these mass spectra to try to identify what proteins are being accumulated or lost in the pathogen or in the organism itself. So that basically gives us an insight or a snapshot, biological snapshot on how the pathogen works on a biochemical level. And this project was essentially undertaken by a very talented PhD student of ours, Christina, over there with the little white arrow pointing down at her. She had a very productive PhD, resulting in quite a number of really good publications, whereby she was able to use proteomic data to help to improve existing genomic resources for phytophthora research. She also used proteomics to determine, different aspects of protein localization in the pathogen itself, right? But what I really want to talk to you today is about that last bit in the little box there on how we think phosphate could work in the organism, because that's obviously remained quite a bit of a mystery somewhat in the community. So she published a paper very recently, and good on her. And we certainly hope that you guys find this research to have some importance and some use to you all. So again, Shannon gave a very good introduction about phosphate itself. So phosphate itself is one of the more readily available chemicals that's used to control the disease, whether it be in the native vegetation or in the orchard, right? But at the end of the day, we actually don't have a fair idea or a definite idea how it actually works, whether it works by being acting on the pathogen directly, or priming the host defense itself to keep that whole resistance going on for 12 years or so, or it could be a combination of both, right? So we decided that we use a biochemical approach to try to answer or tackle this problem over here. Again, look, this is poor quality photo. It's the one that Shannon puts up is a lot nicer with the needle sticking in, but you get the point, right? It can either be applied by foliar spray if you're working on a small little crop, or you drill holes there and pump it full of phosphate and hope that the tree doesn't get girdled at the end of the day. But because of this application of phosphate, we're actually starting to see that phosphate tolerance in Phytophthora cinnamomoma might be quite prevalent out here over the west at the moment as well. So these are some of the example of studies that's been done to indicate that that the emergence of phosphate-resistant cinnamomoma both over here and in New Zealand as well. And I just realized that this study below here, this one over here, I was an undergraduate student almost 20 years ago. Around then, I was actually cutting out disease clippings for Mark Dobrowolski in his experiment, and I just realized that actually. So I actually did contribute to Phytophthora research years and years ago without knowing it. But again, you can see an example there. There are two different isolates, MU9448. That's the phosphate-sensitive isolate being isolated from the bush, whereas CPSM 366 is a phosphate-resistant isolate that was obtained from the avocado orchard that's heavily been sprayed. But of course, we cannot obviously continue to use phosphate if it's no longer effective anymore. Because when we went down to the avocado farm, we seen evidence of over-application of phosphate to vegetation, resulting in stunted plant growth. And some of these shoots look very much like asparagus, and as a result, you have accumulation of chemical residue in the fruit, which makes it very difficult to export that out to a global market, right? So we need to do something about this. So we did a bit of a chemical concentration test on a MU94 and 366. And as you can see, there's a big difference in the tolerance to phosphate between these two strains over here. The ones in red is 366. As you can see, it have a much higher level of tolerance than a MU9448, and even up to about 1 microgram per mil, which is essentially the whole, both pathogens are drowning in it. 366 appear to be surviving somewhat, limping along, surviving somewhat, right? So it must have some ways to basically detoxify this particular compound, but we don't know what this mechanism is. So we ask ourselves, how does cinnamomoma respond to phosphate, okay? and what are the differential responses between both the sensitive and the tolerant isolate. And to do this, we grabbed 94, 48, and 366 treated with without phosphite and treated with a sublethal concentration of phosphite, which is enough to keep it alive, but it just doesn't like it, okay? We extract the protein, put it through our over-glorified coffee machine, and ping, we've got some mass spectra over there, right? To cut a long story short, what we did was that we put it through a biochemical, it's a thing called gene ontology, and what it does is that it basically captures protein that are enriched in a particular biochemical pathways versus protein that are not enriched in other biochemical pathways. So if I draw your attention to the green part on the top there, right? These are essentially metabolic areas that are enriched in the sensitive isolate MU94, right? So when you give it phosphite, right, there are particular aspects relating to a defense response, detoxifications, the production of protein transporters, and stress response are being put up by the organism, indicating that it is trying its best to survive by pumping out or trying to detoxify phosphite. So MU94, it's really struggling in this point over there, right? And if you look at the bottom chart over there, this basically tells us that the proteins or metabolic aspects that are underrepresented in the sensitive strain, MU94. It tells us that things such as your basic respiration, that's all downregulated. It's all going down, which means that the MU94 is dying. You give it phosphite, it's dying. So what we know here is that phosphite directly acts and kills the sensitive isolate. Whereas when we have a look at the 366 isolates, right? I didn't do all this fancy chemical chart on the 366 isolate. It doesn't do anything to it. Phosphite doesn't really do anything to it. It does not respond to phosphite, which is amazing. And the other question that we ask ourselves is, on the other side of the coin, right? Does phosphite do anything to the plant? And at that stage there, we were running out of time. We hadn't really had the time to work on, native plants or eucalyptus or avocado. So we turned to a model plant called lupin, right? And like avocados and native plants, lupin is actually very susceptible to the disease. So what we did was that we basically treat lupin with and without phosphite, okay? And again, we extracted the protein, put it through the mass spec, and see what's there, right? And we put it through another biochemical pathway. We call it the KEGG pathway. It's a Kyoto Encyclopedia for something in genes or something like that. Can't remember, I'm sorry. But what this actually tells us is that each of these things that look like a circuit board is a representation of a biochemical pathways, okay? And those that are essentially lit up indicates biochemical pathways that respond to phosphite application. You essentially see things such as jasmonic acid signaling, beta oxidation, acylprenol biosynthesis. These are hallmarks of plant defense, a pathway being induced by the application of phosphite. But to our surprise, we also see other aspects of metabolism that has been spiked as well, right? Such as carbon fixation, pentose phosphate pathway, and photorespiration and starch and glucose metabolism, which by the sound of it, that phosphite is acting as a biostimulant. Not only is it triggering plant defense, but it's also acting as a biostimulant, in the case of lupin at least anyway. So as my PhD student said, it's essentially giving trees speed. From the looks of it. So I guess the conclusion that we can draw from this very preliminary study is that a phosphite appears to act both on the host, but also on the pathogen as well, right? Phosphite may be biostimulant, we're not sure, but we've communicated this result to some of the members of the avocado industry, and one of them replied back to me and says, oh, this is actually what we've been actually suspecting for the past 10 years, that it may help us produce more fruit. We don't know, but we need more studies into this area to see if that is the case there. So I guess that's really it for me, but we're trying to continue on with this work over here, and as obviously Adrian alluded to earlier on, obviously what we do here, we can't do it in isolation. We obviously need to collaborate to try to minimize the impact of this disease over here. So with acknowledgement, as you can imagine, I didn't do any of this work over here. It is done by Christina with some of the help from members in our centre at Curtin University. But we've also got strong long-time collaborators at Proteomics International, and Scott sitting at the back there representing the company who we collaborate with. We also got some sage advice from Giles at Murdoch as well about Phytophthora. About his advice and provision of strains will obviously be more or less quite lost in our endeavour. So that's it. That's it from me, and thank you.
Yeah, do we have any questions for KC? It's kind of chasing the holy grail of what a lot of people in this room would like to know with how phosphite works and how we can use it better. Any questions? Are we dumbfounding you with science? No?
Okay.
But yeah, I guess from my point of view, how can you see this work translating to the natural systems where we work as well, KC?
Well, ultimately, the end game for this for me is to try to identify the genetic components that are responsible for resistance to phosphite. Once we know what that is and what mutation that's been selected for, that incur for the resistance. I mean, it could be as simple as altering phosphite or finding an alternative which is similar to phosphite to try to overcome that resistance. So I think for us, it's essentially trying to target that area there, and hopefully that we can find another chemical that we can use side by side in hand with phosphite to be able to, at least prolong the life of chemical usage and minimize the impact of resistance to the disease. Plus, if we have a biochemical marker or genetic marker for phosphite resistance, you could essentially use it to rapidly track isolate that possess the genetic marker for resistance to phosphite, and that way there you guys can hopefully plan better management strategies to sort of spread of isolate that may overcome phosphite a bit.
Awesome. Yeah, no, so down at that detailed level, yeah, can give us better tools in the future.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, so I'll have you, if everyone can join me, and thank you. Thank you. Thanks. I think Mark's the next one if they want to mic him up. Our next speaker is, and I always hope I get your name right, Mark Garkaklis. I think I just look at too many Ks and I get lost. So Mark is an ecologist with significant experience in biodiversity management, climate change adaptation, ecological research, environmental monitoring, data analysis and scientific publishing. And he has a lot of experience leading teams in the management of different issues in Australia's terrestrial and marine environment. He's worked on dieback management since 2001. I know at one point you even held an adjunct, or do you still hold your adjunct position here at Murdoch Uni?
Thank you, Trina.
Yeah,
yes.
So you're still here as well. And so, yeah, through that and through your other activities, you still have quite an enduring legacy in terms of contributing to dieback management and research in Western Australia and in Australia. So I'll let you do the honours of moving through and telling us how it's going with registering phosphite. So still on phosphite. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you, Trina, too, for encouraging me and supporting me in becoming an adjunct in the Harry Butler Institute. It's just happened, and it's been a fabulous honour. I can't thank you enough. And thank you very much for inviting me for this presentation. Phytophthora dieback is killing our biodiversity Australia-wide, and it is a challenge that is really difficult to overcome. Part of that is the science, part of that's the management, part of that is the bloody administration. And I'm going to be talking a little bit about the administration in relation to how we navigate that and how we get a good management outcome with regard to Phytophthora dieback, and really the conservation of our assets, the conservation of our biodiversity. Down. What have we got going here? Does it come up? Hey?
Spacebar.
Spacebar.
Yeah.
There we go. When Tanya Plibersek got up at the National Press Club a couple of years ago and released the Australian State of the Environment report, we all understood where Phytophthora dieback sat in terms of the impact on Australia's EPBC Act listed biodiversity. There is a lot of bullish recognition in Canberra at the moment about the scale of impact of Phytophthora and the need to be doing more and better about managing it in our natural bushland. That led to the Saving Native Species program in the DCCEEW, DQ, identifying any of the blockers to good land management practices around Australia and looking for ways to be innovative and think about what we can do to facilitate better management of some of the ecosystems around Australia. And it's easy to sit in WA and think, okay, we are doing quite a bit in terms of Phytophthora management, but this is a bubble. And we stand on the shoulders of Western Australia for all of the work we do with Phytophthora management around Australia. The recognition of the disease in the first instance and the courage of the management in senior levels at state jurisdictions to manage the pathogen in the eastern states does not exist. Just doesn't exist. It's not there. It's reliant on a few individuals who can drive what's happening with land management. That's no way to manage our biodiversity. One of the issues that was highlighted as being an area that made managers risk averse and hesitant in the eastern states about managing Phytophthora dieback was a lack of registration of phosphite for management of natural bushland. And it's easy to go, it's not nationally registered, I'm not going to use it. End of story. Dream killer. Nothing's going to happen. So it is recognised by the feds that if we can find a way to get phosphite registered nationally on label, then that would remove one administrative barrier. And that led to the National Registration of Phosphite Roadmap project, which we led. I'm talking briefly about what we did in the project, very briefly about Phytophthora cinnamomi and Phytophthora dieback. Phosphite, how it works, you guys know that a lot more than me. Allowable use of phosphite. Why it's not currently allowable for on-label use in the bush. And the main issues as seen by the roadmap review that might be blockers or might be areas that are a bit grey that we need to understand better to allow for on-label use in the bushland. I can tell you right now there were two areas that were very important and recognised by the APVMA and all of our colleagues, which was a little bit of not a strong understanding of the soil biome and the relationship with phosphite use, and also aquatic systems. And just a brief case study from Victoria's current off-label permit and what it tells me about how the APVMA think and what they're really after from all of us in terms of encouraging us to actually get some of the data that we need. The introduced plant pathogen Phytophthora cinnamomi is second greatest threat to Australia's Commonwealth listed matters of national environmental significance. That was the major outcome for me, of the State of the Environment report released by Tanya Plibersek at the National Press Club. It has a much greater impact than introduced foxes and feral cats, and the ongoing threat from Phytophthora dieback and the disease caused by the pathogen is extreme. There's no other way of being able to put it. This is Stephen Van Leeuwen led that fantastic accumulation of knowledge and information about what were the big threats to our matters of national environmental significance. We've got rabbits, we've got Phytophthora cinnamomi. I like to suggest perhaps we've got a little bit of fresh air and then we worry about the rest. The pathogen is really widely spread. This is a map of Carlisle heathland. I would normally say, I bet you none of you have been to Carlisle heathland in Victoria's Otway Ranges, but I know one person here has been to Carlisle heathland. It is a jewel. Bryan Shearer and others did a lot of work on where the big impacts of Phytophthora were early on in Western Australia, and a lot of the wet heathlands in South Coast WA were hit really early. The heathlands of the Carlisle Heath are wet heathlands, and probably a good example of what many of those heathlands on the South Coast were like before they were degraded. Unfortunately, the pathogen has a great way to get around wet heathlands, and although it appears in many areas Carlisle heathland is looking in really good condition, when we use a bit of high-res aerial imagery and start to map the pathogen, it's all through that landscape. Based on Barb Wilson's, she's an apology by the way, she's got a sniffle. Based on Barb Wilson's measurement of the rate of Phytophthora spread in Eastern Australian heathlands, Carlisle Heath has 17 years before most of it will be degraded. The only choice we've got with that heathland is the use of phosphite. It's the only tool we have to be able to manage that area. So phosphite, the anionic form of phosphonic acid, it's a biodegradable fungicide. Has a dual mode of action that we know by inhibiting the growth of the pathogen and indirectly by stimulation of plant defence. The highest concentrations are known to build up in the plant's shoots, roots, seeds, etc. And rather than focusing on that, I'd like to focus on some of the management. On the left-hand side is Campbell Learmonth doing some phosphite trials. He's a PhD student at Deacon, Warren Ponds. And so backpack application of phosphite to foliar. On the right-hand side, Adrian, I want to specifically single you out and acknowledge your presentation and your work. The photograph up there on the left-hand side is Wadawurrung people doing joint land management training with Forest Fire Management Victoria and Parks Victoria. And they actually did that training as part of another project where Glevans from Western Australia were brought over to train contractors on how to apply phosphite in heathland environments. And it just stresses the important point that you brought up, which is joint land management. People getting together and working together. So I do want to thank you for that. That was just fantastic. So this is the Wadawurrung people getting trained. Here in City of Joondalup, we've got trunk injection. There on the right-hand side, we've got aerial phosphite application in the Otway Ranges from a couple of years ago. Phosphite has been demonstrated effective in the control of Phytophthora dieback in WA for several decades now. South Australia on Kangaroo Island and in Victoria for a couple of decades now. The efficacy there is very strong. The evidence for the efficacy is very strong. Two examples from WA. Here we've got mapping of phosphite treatment areas in City of Armidale on the left-hand side. We haven't seen that dieback front, and several contractors have done this work. But City of Armidale haven't seen that dieback front move for a good 10 years. On the right-hand side is Jack Mercer's work down at Whale World on South Coast WA, and he's planted gardens of a number of highly sensitive, Phytophthora-sensitive proteaceous species. They're annually irrigated every year with phosphite. So they have an inbuilt irrigation system. It's surrounded by active pathogen down at Albany, and it's a very aggressive environment. Phosphite use is widespread, very widespread in agriculture, horticulture and nursery industry, avocado, citrus, pasture. Its use in natural vegetation is limited. The reason for this is simple, and I want to bring back some important words, not from me, but from the APVMA. There's the term there, unmanageable risks. Although the chance of unmanageable risks to the environment are low, only a moderate amount of study in native vegetation, mainly from WA, has been conducted. What the APVMA want to know to make phosphite on-label registered is, are the risks to the environment of phosphite use manageable? They're not looking for no impact on the environment. They need to be able to make judgment that the use of phosphite, the risks associated with that are manageable, particularly in comparison to the devastating impacts of the pathogen itself. And I'm allowed to say devastating impacts because I bloody well measured it. So that's what they're looking for. That's the reason it currently doesn't have on-label use. So one of the major limitations to more widespread use of phosphite is that current requirement that each state has an off-label permit. They have to each apply. There's an administrative burden. Kylie is extremely busy. She doesn't need another permit to actually apply for it. It sounds really simple, but it's not. It's worrisome, it's stressful, and you have to do a hell of a lot of work, and you need to resource it, and you need to keep doing it. Keep resourcing that, and you need to keep building your reporting evidence to go back to the APVMA. In the eastern states, every other jurisdiction goes, no, not going to do that. Not going to do it. Makes it very, very difficult. That means individual regional managers then have to get their permits, or researchers have to get their permits. That's no way to manage our lands, certainly not from a joint land management point of view. So the first step in what we're doing at the moment was to develop what we thought was a roadmap for a way forward to get national registration, to remove that administrative burden, make her job easier, make all of our jobs easier, and make it much more coordinated. I'm not going to go through the list apart from to say that we did consult widely with interested and affected stakeholders. There was a universal, not one strong objection not to pursue on-label use and to actually continue to use phosphite in those areas where we're going to get good management outcomes. For the sake of time, I'll just move on to the next slide. The summary of the outcomes. Given all of the consultation we've made, the literature review that we've done, and a synthesis of the information, we reported back to the feds that there's no significant barriers to national registration of phosphite. There's no showstoppers. There were no showstoppers for on-label registration. However, there was considered responses that felt that additional studies were required. And they really focused towards two areas of our ecosystems, the soil biome, in particular mycorrhizae, and aquatic systems. I can get around the aquatic systems one. I would prefer not to include those in the studies. I simply won't go within 100 metres of an aquatic system. But I understand that land managers would like to get more information about aquatic systems, so that's been identified. These studies that need to be done about phosphite use relate to measurements that indicate any risks from phosphite use to the soil's living organisms and aquatic systems are manageable. That is the APVMA's requirement. It's not that you're not going to use it, it's that you really just need to measure what your risks are. Go out and have a look. So we came up with this roadmap, which is coded for all of the bits and pieces for the APVMA permit requirement. And it relates to, it's broken up into another number of phases. The first part of those phases are about acquisition of some more data. For instance, there's information coming out in New Zealand. We've just seen that already. That would be of great interest to an APVMA application package. There's looking at the current data sets that the APVMA can make judgment on to see and confirm where there might be some gaps. There's the phase 2 section, which has some options in it, but that's the studies. And we said, without a doubt, you need to do these studies. And how you go about doing that needs to be done in a way that's going to satisfy the APVMA requirements. And there are other options built in there for perhaps harvest of data from overseas. The European Food administration has a fair bit of data on phosphite. Acquisition of that might come in very, very handy. In the end, there's the development of a registration package and an APVMA submission. All along, the APVMA are working in consultation and collaboration with the proponents of the registration package and its eventual submission. So that's basically the roadmap. Some interesting things that came out of the review. If we were to look at the area of application and the types of application we're looking at by jurisdiction, we're probably looking at about effectively 2,000 hectares of treatment area in Australia, which would be aiming at protecting about 800,000 hectares of asset around Australia. Given the price of treatment per hectare, that's got to be one of the cheapest land management options we have. Just to give you an idea of that requirement in Victoria, the current spend on fox control in the Otway Ranges would be in excess of what's needed to treat all of those identified priority areas in Victoria with phosphite just in 1 year. It's cheap as chips, absolutely cheap, but we're letting the pathogen run. Absolute madness. So we're talking about 2,000 hectares. Fungicides another, how am I going, Kylie?
I think we're almost at time.
Okay. Fungicides sprayed in Australia in canola, 3 million hectares versus 2,000. Are my risks manageable? That's what we're talking about. Just a quick case study from Victoria. All of us have our own permits and each of them, the APVA have gone, we want you to find out something. We're giving you this permit, but hey, you've got to come back to us with some information. On the Victorian permit, for renewal of the permit, which was provided last year, they would like some information on the effects on non-target hypergeal fungi communities, that is the soil biome, and for potential secondary impacts on other species within the soil biome. The APVMA have gone to the Victorians and said, can you please just do a little bit of work on mycorrhizae? Because we are sitting here in Canberra trying to make judgment about this thing, but we need that bit of evidence. That's why we've put that permit requirement on you. So the APVMA are already doing this to everyone's standalone permits. They're trying to build a jigsaw puzzle together. I think that's how it's working. So it is really intriguing to see that sort of going ahead. That just talked about an eDNA approach. The only other thing I'll do is just make a brief announcement, and that is the statutory review of the National Threat Abatement Plan, Phytophthora cinnamomi in impact of Phytophthora cinnamomi in natural vegetation. That review is commencing from tomorrow. So that's now going to be being carried out over the next couple of months. I would say the feds are really bullish. The current regime is extremely bullish about Phytophthora. So if you can contribute and you are contacted and it will come through the National Implementation Committee, this is the time to put in your $2 worth with regard to Phytophthora management in Australia. That says afternoon tea, it doesn't say questions. I'll get down off my soapbox. All right.
Are there any questions for Mark? I never thought phosphite could sound so exciting. Do you want to, I'll just give you this, Ingrid, that way we don't need to hand around.
Hi, this is really exciting, but I'm interested to know how the whole process has considered the impact on our cultural heritage of Phytophthora and whether or not as part of this roadmap process it's considering the loss of cultural heritage and why that might also point to a treatment like using phosphite for those protection purposes.
Brilliant question. Don't have enough time. So, Adrian, I did want to say that was epic, what you talked about. And that photo we had of Wadawurrung people were being trained in phosphite use, that their absolute driver for joint land management is protection of cultural value. And the ladies pulled me aside when we were doing walk on country together, and they say the grass tree, the austral grass tree, like the grass trees here, you know, single trunk, very old growth, hundreds of years old with big skirt. They call them grandmother. They're called grandmother. That's what they see as grass trees. We see them as grass trees to riding mountain bikes through. They see them as grandmother. And I took this young lady, Tegan, Eastern Ma, Gadabung, on country to show her Phytophthora dieback, and I still don't like to think about hearing her when she saw those grass trees dying. It was awful. The work that's happening over there now is directed towards joint land management, and so training for phosphite use, number one, we go and look after our country where we need to. Number two, you can contract us and we'll do those tracks and roadways that protect broader biodiversity. And that I will say in the new review, we do have a lot of indication from the feds that they are, any way we can find traditional owner case studies as part of our assessment of the current effectiveness of the current threat abatement plan. There's an opportunity to readjust our goals, aims and goals for the new threat abatement plan, if that's what goes ahead, to really bring in the joint land management, traditional owner land management.
It's a how long's a piece of string question, but your best guess. How far off a potential national registration system are we?
So the national Phytophthora Threat Abatement Plan Implementation Committee all received an email about 2 weeks ago. The roadmap was stage one. They issued an email a couple of weeks ago and they said, please put your hand up if you to express an interest, if you would be keen to think about going to stage two, which is now being part of the studies and putting together a registration package. I do have to say this is a really good question. It's very important. In our recommendations to the feds, we said, this is your one chance. You've got to win this. This is not about who gets what. This is about what do we win. And we argued strongly after our discussions with the APVMA that the leader of the registration package development, and there might be loads of scientists underneath doing studies, but the leader of that registration package development should be someone who's got demonstrated capacity to get to achieve regulatory approval for chemicals or agricultural products in Australia. That they needed to be at the apex because they're the ones who can negotiate and navigate the system to the requirements of the APVMA. So that's the argument there. In answer to your timeline question, Mia, it could be 3 years. It could be as short as 18 months.
As long as it becomes before I have to do the next permit application, I'll be happy. Yeah, I mean, that said, our applications have become much simpler because of the great work that Sarah Barrett and others have done down south. But it's just so complex because Phytophthora is occurring in so many different ecosystems and soil microbiomes are different in each of those systems. So it's just about reducing that risk and giving confidence. It'll be really interesting. But thank you so much, Mark. That was really great. So please join me in thanking Mark for his great talk. And I realise I'm standing between you and afternoon tea again, but just quickly, I realised I had my wrong timing. So if anyone has any last minute questions for Shannon, I'm happy to take them now as well. Oh, and we've got an online one for KC as well. I'll just take one in the room, then I'll come back to online. So I'll just head down.
Thank you. I realize that the last 3 presentations have focused on phosphites. And I don't know the systems here, but I just want to know if it's most preferable over the phenolimides like metallazole, metallazole M, mefenazine, benalazole. And I don't know the effect on the trees because, well, I've worked on cocoa for the past 10 years, and we're trying to use phosphonic acid to treat canker, and it resulted in scorching. So I don't know if application of phosphite or phosphonic acid is also causing scorch here. I don't know.
So the effects of spraying acid on native vegetation can lead to leaf burn. Let me give you an example. Number one, if we let the pathogen run all over, the impact of the pathogen is extreme. In Victoria, as in all states, one of the things we do in natural vegetation is we set fire to it. So any leaf skull we've seen on a broad level for habitat protection is much, much, much less than setting fire to it. So that's really important because in the eastern states, I've had directors telling me, you can't spray it, it'll burn the leaves. These are people who are responsible for burning hundreds of thousands of hectares every year with a drip torch. It's a really good question, really, really good question. It's not about the leaf scorch per se, it's about managing upward towards a risk-averse bunch of directors. Really good question.
Yeah, thank you for that. We'll go to the online one for KC.
So Michelle, this one was your question. KC, do you know how many treatments may trigger a resistance? So like in that super resistant phytophthora that you found from the avocados. So do you have an idea of how many repeat treatments might have happened in the avocado orchards to produce such a phytophthora like that?
No idea. We got to the game late. So when we essentially got these isolates, they were super resistant already. So I cannot tell you how many treatments drives these resistance. But we've actually tried to draw a lot of lessons from wheat diseases. And the problem that we learned from wheat diseases is that if you use a chemical of only one formulation and not use it properly, disease resistance can mount up in a matter of several years if the chemical hasn't been used properly. So that's probably the best I can answer you. Phytophthora is a different beast. I don't have an exact time point on it.
Awesome, thanks for that. Anyone want to squeeze out one more question before you can get your coffee, or you want coffee first? I'm feeling coffee in the room, so I will release you all. I feel like I've got so much power. Don't let it go to my head. Go and have a good cup of coffee, and we'll see you back here at 3:30. Okie dokie. We're on the home stretch, people. So if we can just sit down and get ready to go. We have only a few speakers left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So actually it'll be rapid fire sessions of knowledge. And first up we have Annie Leitch. I should have double checked that before I got going, who's the Communication and Events Coordinator at the Fitzgerald Biosphere Community Collective. Annie's been working with conservation and tourism sector for over 15 years, and she's spent the last 2 years on the south coast of WA getting to know the communities within the UNESCO Fitzgerald Biosphere in a communication and events role. So really excited to hear what you're doing, and for those who haven't seen it, that's obviously the photo that you could win. If you haven't bought your tickets, sneak out. I'll let you sneak out and buy them, but otherwise I'll let Annie get into it. Cheers.
G'day guys, how are we going? Good? Love it. All right, let me see how we go here. All right, so firstly, thank you so much for inviting me along to this amazing, I've never been to this campus before. It's amazing to look at. It's great to be here in Perth. I feel really privileged to be able to come and speak to you about the Fitzgerald Biosphere. And I've had the privilege of working with lots of different Noongar families, people, knowledge holders, elders. It's really enriched my experience of the Southwest, and I hope that I can do them justice with some of the things I want to talk to you about today. I'm actually not going to talk too much about dieback, surprisingly enough. And what I'd love to do is just a really quick interactive session right off the bat, and I want a show of hands. I've got 3 questions. It's as simple as an absence-presence survey. So I want a yay or nay. Does that sound good? Who's heard of the Fitzgerald Biosphere? That is the most impressive sample I've ever seen. All right. Who knows what a biosphere reserve is? That's awesome. That's actually really, really good too. Who has heard of UNESCO? So this is an amazing crowd to be able to present at, so I'm actually really, really excited because we can kind of skip some of the more turgid explanation. But essentially, I don't have that response a lot of the time that I communicate. I'm in a communications role, so I actually don't do any of these on-ground projects, these amazing projects that you guys are doing. I tend to talk about what you're doing. So I wanted to go through a little bit about that. We have an amazing collective down there, so I'll talk about where it is. But this has led to a potential, really fantastic collaboration between Dieback Working Group, FBCC, and the Binalup fellows over here. So I'll get cracking. So when we talk about UNESCO, I'd love to keep using this acronym. So United Nations Educational, Scientific, Cultural Organisation. So when I see this banner or I see this logo, I just instantly think international recognition. So a lot of people have heard of World Heritage listed areas like the Great Barrier Reef, Kakadu National Park, Uluru Katajuda, and that's fantastic, but there's another designation called the Biosphere Reserve. So essentially, a Biosphere Reserve recognises that biodiversity, that remarkable biodiversity in culture, along with knowledge sharing internationally, but it really incorporates people. So it's for and with communities, and there's a couple of other criteria that it needs to meet, but essentially it needs to make UNESCO see that there is the biodiversity conservation, the sustainable development, and then the logistics support. So there's a little conceptual diagram here. It's pretty busy. So right in the middle you can see lots of trees and birds and lots of colours. That's what we call the core zone. So we need to demonstrate that we have a core. The priority is conservation. Then around this number 2, which is that darker green, is called a buffer zone. So that is generally different tenure. It has the same conservation priority, but it's a great place to do research as well. And around the edge, you've got a transition zone. That's where communities are, and that's where a lot of industry is. So when we actually look at the Fitzy, this is the biosphere. So it's a lot of different colours down on the southwest coast. If anybody's heard of Bremer Bay, Jerramunga, Ravensthorpe or Hopetown, or I should say if you've ever been to those, you've been to the Fitzy Biosphere. So the grey outline's actually our boundary, straddling 2 LGAs, and that is the Fitzgerald River National Park in the middle. So when we break down that conceptual diagram to what we have on the ground, we're looking at a big chunk of that core zone within the Fitzy National Park. We've got the buffer zone sort of scattered around, so there's all that different land tenure and a lot of different research. And then the giant yellow blob is that transition zone. This is the most exciting part of a biosphere reserve because this is where community is, and especially when we're talking about things like dieback and we look at things like anthropogenic spread, you want to talk about people and you want to talk about their behaviour. There's another point that we have in the middle called the wilderness zone. That's the DBCA restricted area. So in this entire zone, we're looking at about 2,500 species of plants, which is pretty incredible, and about 100 endemics. So I would happily be challenged by any specialist here on those numbers. They're just a means to communicate how amazing this area is. So when I first sort of had to start learning about what a biosphere reserve was, I was like, well, if most of the biodiversity is within the national park, what's the point of having the extra zonation? And when I sort of asked those questions and I had this grant that I had to deliver and there was these different events and I really wanted to make a Biosphere 101 event, I went straight to the source and I went to Professor Steve Hopper, Dr. Alison Lulfitz at UWA and the Walking Together project team. So I wanted to really hear the Noongar approach as well. And they came up with this presentation and Professor Steve Hopper used this diagram or this image. So this was some of the research that he had done. And that's the Southwest Biodiversity Hotspot with that green line there. And what I really, really liked about this was that it was almost like hotspots within the hotspot. So there was this really big species richness, glowing red spots over here outside of that national park, but within a biosphere boundary. So Steve Hopper was even saying that this is, you know, you look at, for example, there's a place in the park called East Mount Barron. It's got anywhere between sort of 15 and 30 endemics, depending on how you define East Mount Barron. But you look at these big blobs. So this one in the middle of Stirling Range National Park and the Fitzgerald River National Park is in what we call the Fitz-Stirling Corridor. And on the other side is something around that sort of Ravensthorpe range. So these are in the backyards of people's farms, in landholders' farms. There's also a few mining tenements. So it's really, really important that that industry is aware of what's going on, especially how special this place is. And that's where we're located. So you've got Perth up here. Drive about 4.5 hours down and you'll reach the Fitzy Biosphere there. So when we talk about the badge that I wear, I represent the Fitzgerald Biosphere Community Collective currently. Funding cycles are really fun at the moment. So this collective represents the governance. So it speaks to and for UNESCO. So we have to report to UNESCO on the whole biosphere criteria, but then we also represent UNESCO on the ground. So once again, the biosphere objectives, which are also the FBCC objectives, are the biodiversity conservation, sustainable development, the research, so the inspiring and the learning, but also climate change mitigation and adaptation, and other environmental challenges. So when we look at what we represent, one of my other deliverables recently was to update our logo, which was really, really fun because it was like creating a whole artwork that represented all of these different stakeholders. So we had to get sort of a little bit creative here, and I thought I'll break down that logo because I think it tells a story really, really well. Who knows this plant here? I reckon you do. Townsend? Yeah. So that one's very, very synonymous, oh sorry, it should say famous within the Fitzy River National Park. We've got Napa Lungup in the background. It represents middle ground and also that wave-cut bench. And it's become my favourite thing to photograph is those little honey possums. I wasn't aware at the time when I first moved down what kind of a flagship species that was for not only the region, but while we're all here today. So a really, really cute critter, pop it into a logo. We've got different representational arcs of the different zones and the community. And then this is what all of these stakeholders are working towards. So you might recognise a few of them. We've got the shires, so the CEOs come along to our meetings. We've got the land care groups from both catchment areas. We've got community groups. We've got Bush Heritage. We've got Noongar membership. We've got the Ravensthorpe Wildflower Show, CRCs, and of course, Dieback Working Group. So we've recently gone through a strategic planning process, so we will be updating a lot of that soon. But when we were doing all of this, I think it was really, really apparent that every one of those stakeholders, whilst they kind of work to their own brands, every one of them is concerned with a number of different threatening processes. And right up there with fire, weeds and ferals, which are the standard conservation concerns within this nation, you've got Phytophthora. And it was pretty apparent that we're still pretty concerned about the constant decline of our threatened species. So how do we respond? And I think Mia might have put this photo up before, and these handsome fellas over here. So we met, and I think it was Rob that took this photo, and he said, we need to get a photo. This was a historic collaboration. And I think that's pretty true. So I'm pretty late to this process, so I definitely can't tell you much more about that. But we're going to be, soon I'm going to be a little bit dual badged, but at this moment I'm with the FBCC, and we're working together with Dieback Working Group to come up with a range of different parts to this project. But essentially what we need to understand is that this is a major collaboration. We're looking at behaviour change in the Fitzy biosphere. The biosphere is about people, and the way we need to talk about dieback and the cultural implications absolutely needs to come to the forefront. So it's going to be really exciting, and I'm really looking forward to this one. Again, this was thanks to funding from the state NRM. I wanted to go a little bit further into communications because we all love it, and it's basically all I really know. And I wanted to talk a little bit about how we are actually communicating these different things. So, for example, a little less talking to and a little more talking with. So we've been having lots of sort of two-way conversations. A lot more inspiring, people-oriented, a lot more stories, especially when it comes to yarning with Noongar community members, and a lot more opportunity, and I really like that. So I thought I'd show a few photos of what we've been up to. This was an event where we were talking about the local ospreys in Bremer Bay. There was a really interesting audience there of farmers, kids, you name it, whether you were from Jerramunga or Albany. You could come along and learn about those ospreys, and we had a range of different community experts there to answer any questions. These are our strategic meetings, workshops, where we brought different community members together to see what they wanted to talk about and what they wanted to showcase in the biosphere. And this was one of those events that we had with Professor Steve Hopper and Arnie Lynette Knapp, talking about the biosphere, and the school students came along as well. So everybody could ask a lot of questions. So I'm all about images. Essentially, this is Uncle Yui, always telling me that he's young, black and deadly. But this was the TAFE students that are learning about conservation land management, and we really wanted to talk about that Fitzgerald corridor area. We had some nest box construction, and I think the message got through that if the animals have no place to live, they can't exist, so this one's open 7 days a week. So we had all sorts of community members come and make these Jarrah nest boxes. We've got one of the farmers that wanted to show the students a little pygmy possum that he found in his letterbox. We have another student from Gardner. I've never heard this kid talk about anything about the bush. He was all about harvesters and shooting foxes and things like that. But when Uncle Yui told him to go and hear the water at the tree, he actually didn't want to take his ear off. So it was a really telling experience for me. When we find things like these critters during surveys in the Fitzgerald biosphere, and of course my favourite. So moving on, we also did a series of photo stories talking about people, and I found that when we posted this on Facebook, doing the behind the scenes posts sometimes are a little bit more successful than the actual project itself. So I think it was really clear to me that people in the community were really excited to see the people they knew talking about the place that they love. And that was really cool. So for example, we did some behind the scenes photos of the people that were doing the Coconarup surveys, the economies, and a lot more storytelling. And it's, like I said, with Noongar people and the stories that they yarn and the way that they yarn, talking about things that are so true and deep and enrich your experience. It's really important to get that right. We've also got Sarah Comey here talking to landholders about fox issues and the science that she's doing behind them. But, and these are students. So we did a whole bus trip through the biosphere, and again, it was just the stories, and then they can start telling their own stories too. These students actually found echidnas in their school, and it was thanks to some of those camera traps, and now they go home and tell their parents and their families. The other area that I showed, that wilderness area, a lot of the landholds around Jerramungup and Ravensthorpe are a little bit, I suppose, a bit perplexed that they can't go into some of these tracks. And I think, well, it's less about telling people to stay out and perhaps providing different opportunities. So if you can't go in there, we have this amazing herbarium in Ravensthorpe. I'm not too sure if anybody's been to the Ravensthorpe Wildflower Show. It's amazing. So they put on this display. They can have over 700 species. They've got this herbarium. We took the students there. Again, that's a farmer that helps out at the herbarium, showing the students these different samples. Or we can come and volunteer with people like Bush Heritage, so you can actually get out there, get in the bush, find those critters if you can, come to Coconarup and do the Carnaby surveys through the salmon gums, or come and visit Ravensthorpe Wildflower Show. Shameless plug, that's on from the 9th to the 21st of September, and Sue Layton will be very excited to hear that we've popped that in this. I think Cameron's going to get a photo and send it to her. She's pretty prolific in her advertising for this wildflower show, but it's just a great way to learn about the bush. And that's pretty much what my whole presentation was about, was whilst we are going to really try and push that dieback message, I think the FBCC has really made an effort to try and increase the ecological literacy in all of the audiences in that region. So the Man and Biosphere program, or the UNESCO MAB objectives, have a little bit of a slogan, and it's entitled Inspire a Positive Future by Connecting People and Nature Today. And I actually think that's the best way to describe all of the communications that we've done in the last couple of years. So when I want to go to the national park, and I've driven a couple of hours to get there, and that unsealed road has been closed to try and reduce the spread of dieback, because essentially that doesn't suit me. I need to understand that, or why we need to arrive clean. It's also getting stuck behind the grain trucks. We need that industry to call this a biosphere. And if you talk to any farmer in that region, I guarantee you they have a story about finding a pygmy possum in a fence post, in a hammock, under their hat, in their shoes. And so it's a really, really special thing to be able to hear and showcase these stories. So hopefully we can combine all of this into some messaging that we can all work with in the future. Cheers.
Do we have any questions for Annie? We've got one on... No? You've got a question? No? We've got time for one question. No follow-up questions? I guess for me, you've got quite a mixed audience here. I come from a science background, some of us are decision makers. If you could give us one tip of how to communicate how important dieback or our work is, I know that's a pretty big ask. One major tip, like if you remember nothing else from you today, what should we take away for communicating our work better?
Probably do a pretty good job. That's really tough, talking to all this incredible, knowledge bank here. I think where we're going is to really try and encourage people to love the bush. So it's a really clear habit and an easy habit to make in order to be clean. So to take care rather than take risks. I think data absolutely has a place, but I think stories are much more powerful. And I think things like these videos and showing people, probably even in the field and having a little bit of a yarn on camera, I think that would be really cool to see. And maybe we can try it. Cool.
Thank you. Good advice there. Thank you, Annie.
Sorry, I was a little bit slow off the mark here. I've got a photo competition. If you've been to the Fitzy, because you know where that is now, there's a photo competition and we've got this amazing set of prizes. There's a QR code there. If you scan it, I can see you all have your phones out now. It's got a link to understand a little bit more about when the entries close. It's for free. You could win a trip with the orcas, with accommodation covered, different subscriptions, beautiful books, and we're going to have an exhibition on September 27th with our judges in Bremer Bay. So if you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. All right, cheers.
Awesome, thank you. Alrighty. Awesome. Up next, continuing our storytelling, I'm sure, we have Sean Cole. Is Sean here today, actually? I've got to check. Sean is really sick. Oh, no. I'll let Mia.
So, Sean Colbung, CEO for the Binalup Aboriginal Corporation, unfortunately has a really bad flu and didn't want to share it with any of us. Thank you, Sean. He came to Perth and then, he's out. But he's got an amazing team, and all 4 of the Binalup Rangers that are here. So we've got Deacon, Bryan, Errol and Grant going to co-present this, and we're going to hear, it's pretty much a project launch for what Annie was talking about and some of the work that State NRM is funding. So do you guys want to come up?
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, I just want to pay respect to the Wajak Noongar people of this land we walk on today, as a Menang man and Goreng, and the Menang boys behind me too. Once again, apologies for Sean, who is unable to be with us today. He has worked tirelessly over the last couple of years to get Binalup on track. And I'm sure that he's so sorry that he couldn't be here. So we have 2 other guys, also Jason and Mark, who are in Albany and unable to be here with us also. Just like to thank the organisers for inviting the Rangers up today and listening to all the great information you guys have. We are not full cred on dieback, as we are just a young Ranger team just starting off, the last 2 years. So we're not here to give you any information about dieback, as you already know all the facts about that, but we are here to take away as much information as we can to take back to the few Ranger groups we got, Indigenous Ranger groups we got down in the southwest, and share that knowledge with them to get some sort of management plan in place. So my name is Errol Eades anyway. I'm Senior Ranger for the Binalup Ranger crew, and we got the boys at the back here, Deacon, Wynne, Grant, Bryan Colbung and Grant Hardy. So they're going to tell you a little bit more about what we do. So thank you.
Yeah, that's the start, yeah. What is Binalup? This is supposed to be on.
Well, Binalup is a range group that we do what our elders want. We listen to them and go by their guidance, and we look after our cultural sites and our animals, our plants and everything in between, It's all part of it. So, sorry, my bad, fellas. Skip a few. So I'll talk about the plants here now. So dieback has been getting into our cultural sites and decimating, all our sacred plants and our food and even our tool making plants and all that, and our elders don't like it. It's a bit hurtful for them and that, So we're just here trying to learn how to, stop it, I guess. Not really get rid of it, but just hold it back and, trying to play our part, that's all. But, we're just here to learn a few fellas, really. Pass it on to one of the other boys now.
So I was going to say all of this, but, you know way more about it than I do. So I really am just going to say I'm the result of DWG and Binalup Rangers. They made a partnership, and I'm a ranger that's going to be learning about all the dieback and, sort of showing these boys as well, even though we're all learning together. But you know, we've been out bush our whole lives, and there's a lot of plants that are dying from dieback, and animals that, you know, depend on them plants, and without that, we sort of got nothing. So we're really just asking for help to try help us, you know, keep what's the word? Take care of everything that we got left anyways, because we getting hurt down there. So yeah, just a bit of help would be nice if you could. Thank you.
Back here. How you going, everybody? Yeah, first time up here speaking, so a bit shame. Yeah. We'll give it a crack. My name is Grant Williams. I come from the Menang tribes down on the south coast of Western Australia. I'm a Binalup Ranger. What we want to do is get the message across to the wider community about dieback. Not an expert on it, but we are learning, and what the impact's going to have on the future and the future generations to come, and how we can pick out a management plan, and also work with other organisations and exchange knowledge for a better and brighter future. Was working with what is it? Mark, what is he? Yeah, I'm a project manager, a project organiser, no? Was working with him. He's just showing us the other day along the river and what dieback looks like. For the first time for me, and along the river, I grew up along this river, you know, and seeing it, sort of made me a bit upset, you know, and I've always been hunting and that along there, catching food and that there for my elders, been showing how to do all that since I was a little fella, and I'd showing my kids and that. But I didn't know that stuff was there, you know, until the other day, and sort of made me upset. Yeah, so I just want to help the best way I can, you know. Yeah, and just be a part of the team and do what's right, I guess. Yeah, that's all for me. Yeah.
These guys are awesome. So this project came about, I think, because Mia had an interest in reviewing some of the green card training that's being provided. So over the years that Binalup's been going around in the bush, it's been really obvious that a lot of the major cultural heritage sites are being impacted by Whatathra, as well as the landscapes around there and all of the main plant resources, which are sometimes part of your site registration. And that's really devastating. You come into a site and there's layer upon layer of archaeological stuff there, you know, it goes back to the beginning. And you can see the Whatathra front. So.
Tom, how are we for time? Because I'd like to have a little yarn. We're good? 5 minutes? This is my favourite slide, but I think Bryan got cold feet.
Yeah, so these are just some of the plants I was talking about. So we got the Biosphere, which is the grass tree. You use it for tool making and all that. Our Banksia cones, that's like food for us, and Georgie as well as Amy palm. Quandong also, you know, up near the Stirlings and that, they love Quandong up there. And Jarrah, you know, that's main tool, you know, that's what we make everything out of. So there's a lot more there, but yeah.
So if we've still got a bit of time, I guess we talked a bit about the impact of cultural plants. Oh, this is the one I'm looking for. This bloodroot over on the right-hand side. So we met and had our first project meeting on Friday. Yeah, and we all sat down together and it was amazing. And I'd never even heard of this as a susceptible dieback species before. And then you guys have pulled out photos and told me, I don't know, just...
Someone told us that too. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We learned that at the same time.
Yeah, so we had Rob roped in Dr. Dieback, Joanna Young, one of the most published authors in Phytophthora, got her to come in from her gardening. I don't know how he worked that magic, but that's what happened on Friday. And she started talking about the bloodroot as a susceptible species, and then we had a really good conversation about the what's that used for, you know?
Well, it can be used for like how do you say it, like dysentery, or you know, and it's also like just like a herb, you know, like yeah, a bit of medicinal purposes and also cultural purposes as well, you know, which I won't speak too much on, but yeah, so it's very important plant to us. Yeah.
But I guess just to wrap up, some of the things that like inspired Rob and myself and Sean, I can't stress how much he drove like this project application and everything. One of the things we talked about is with these kinds of species, you know, on this slide, they're not protected under any act. They're not listed under the EPBC Act. You would never, the macrozamia isn't on here, but I've heard different elders talk about some amazing stuff with the macrozamias. There's 80,000-year-old genetic populations that have clearly been translocated of macrozamias out at Cape Arid, some of the oldest cultural sites in Australia, like 80,000 years, and they're dieback susceptible. So, you know, that's the kind of cultural heritage we have to potentially be losing, but that would never be protected under any kind of management plan or any kind of act, because it's a common species. But we're not taking into account the fact that these are cultural heritage sites and they have exceptional meaning to, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, we are the bush. We love the bush. We're all in the bush, you know. And if the bush goes, and we lose it. We lose our culture. We lose everything. So, yeah.
This picture is from Deacon's very first day of work. Deacon, I met Deacon when he was like year 11. And he was a school-based trainee with us. And now I feel old because he's had a whole life and everything. Yeah, so Deacon just started with the position. Basically, it's a ranger position, and his job is just going to be to kind of learn about all this stuff, along with his fellow rangers, and you know, build a bit of leadership, which is part of Binalup's mission, I suppose, to be able to spread the word about all this stuff and how to integrate it to you know, cultural activities and so on.
Just thought I'd add one thing. So as a ranger program, you know, the guys are going out and documenting cultural heritage sites. Sometimes they're quite incredible, the archaeology they found. I mean, I remember we found some stuff out of Denmark a few years ago, and one of the archaeologists said it was the find of the decade because the volume of stuff there. And if you can't identify and manage Phytophthora, you can't manage your own heritage sites. You don't have any self-determination or autonomy. You know, you can't fulfil your obligations. And so this is a very important project, and to my knowledge, the first time that any Aboriginal ranger group in the Floristic Province has said, look, we want to get really involved in this. So it's very exciting.
Does anybody got anything to add?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, thank you. I think we're finished.
Hang on. Do we have any questions before you guys run away? Any questions? I'll take the microphone over because Joe's right at the front.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was just wondering if you're going to get any training on how to map dieback.
to say anything else on that? Or?
Yeah, there's definitely going to be.
Yeah, and that's part of the whole capacity building we're talking about. Obviously, I'm not sure how many people in this room know, but the pathway to becoming a proper registered interpreter is quite intensive. It's a lot of mentoring and work experience, and you've got to have basically full-time for a number of years. So, yeah, we're just trying to work out, maybe that's the pathway, maybe it's not, but ultimately, like, what's the best way, like Rob says? The best way is to be able to identify it and adjust accordingly. So.
All good.
Just want to say thanks to all the organisers and thanks for having us. And yeah, cheers.
Awesome. That was really nice actually. And in that vein as well, we are having those discussions about what interpreters might look like in those more remote locations and everything. Everyone knows that's one of our key weaknesses, be it with Aboriginal rangers, be it with anyone in those more remote areas. So if you've got any thoughts on how to do it or how to fund it or anything like that, certainly open to all of those discussions, because I think we just need to think a little bit more outside the box to get that going. So next up, bit of a change of pace. We've got Nigel Rowe from Main Roads, who's an environmental officer. He's been there for about 20 years or something like that. His primary role initially was to manage environmental approvals process for various roads and bridge projects, but he was always more interested in re-veg works that were a part of these projects. He followed that, and now he specialises in the management of roadsides with regards to revegetation and vegetation management. And not surprisingly, dieback plays into some of those areas. And yeah, quick note from me is my understanding is in the wheat belt and some of those areas, that's where our flora that we're trying to protect is. So it's so important to have something in the pipes for that. Here you go, Nigel.
Thanks. Okay, so today the topic is dieback-free gravel, but I guess the bulk of it is how do you get to that dieback-free gravel, and that's where the methyl sodium comes in. So maybe 3 or 4 years ago, methyl sodium was introduced at the DIG conference. I'll just go through a quick recap for those that weren't here then. It was just one of a few trials that Main Roads was doing, so I'll just quickly mention those, but the bulk of the talk is actually around the process for treating gravel with methyl sodium. That's a process, so it's a bit boring, so then I'll finish off just with some signage and some drawings, just a bit of pretty colour at the end. So what is methyl sodium? Well, it's basically a product that's been around for years. It's primarily used in agriculture, everything from a fungicide to a herbicide. They use, I think it's over 20 million tonnes in the US every year, so it's used a lot and widespread in the world. But a couple of decades ago, a few people smarter than me worked out that you could actually kill Phytophthora with methyl sodium. So how do they do that? Well, basically you add the product to your gravel stockpiles, and with a little bit of water, then it changes to a gas. Now that gas, I'll pronounce this incorrectly, but methyl iothiocyanate, that permeates through the stockpile and basically kills the dieback. So is it safe, I guess, is the question. Well, the liquid methyl sodium, that's not that bad, but the gas it produces, yeah, not so much. That's pretty nasty. So for that reason, when the APVMA approved the use of it, we have to have a 200-metre exclusion zone around where we're fumigating the piles, and also that has to be in place for 28 days after the last treatment. So those are two numbers to remember, the 200 metres and the 28 days. I guess the other question is it remaining in the stockpiles after it's treated? This is often asked from, you've got to build a road on it and the road has certain engineering functions. So it's completely gone, it's a gas. So yeah, there's no residuals, and that's the other important point to note, that there's no way to trace it's gone. So that's the three things to remember. We'll touch on those later on. So how do you get it into your gravel stockpile? So we've got a loader here loading the gravel into a screener, that drops it onto the stacker. That's sort of business as usual in a pit. But if we just focus on the end of the stacker there, we can see little contraption there. That's actually spraying the methyl sodium water mix in to the gravel as it passes through. The methyl sodium goes at 80 mils per cube, and then a little bit of water mixed in with that, so not a huge amount, but it doesn't have to touch the entire, every piece of gravel, because it's the gas that does the work. So what does that look like from up above? Pretty much there's your loader and your stacker. The main thing here is that truck that's off the back there. That's where your methyl sodium water is. There's a pipe coming through and feeding to the dosing plant there. At the end of each dosing, the truck also has a water cannon on it there. What we need to do is essentially hit those stockpiles with the water spray. And anyone that's ever seen any sort of yellow sand at a construction site or anything with clay, it sort of crusts up with that hard outside. That's what we want. We want that hard crust on it to trap the gas in there to do the killing. So the other trials that Main Roads did to get to this, one was we called a fallow trial. The idea was basically clear a dieback infested bit of bush, then kill everything that pops up, nuke it with herbicides to leave it fallow, and just see, can you starve out the Phytophthora? So I guess that's a sort of answer to that is probably yes, but at the moment, no. It's still present at depth in those fallow trials. So quite some time later, the Phytophthora is still present. The other idea was just potentially just test and test and test. And how many replicates do you need to do to, I guess, fail yourself that, yep, there's definitely no Phytophthora there. But without indicators, it's quite hard. So the gas it out, the methyl sodium is where we've arrived at. That little snippet there is a 2007 was the first trials that were done on this. So yeah, it's been a couple of decades of work on this process. So when would Main Roads need to do this? When would we need to use dieback-free road building materials? Well, obviously the receiving area where the material is going has to be dieback-free, otherwise you wouldn't be going to this much effort. And there's got to be something there. There's got to be some adjoining land use, some DBCA estate. We've got to have some threatened flora in our road reserve. There's got to be something why we're going to this much effort. And that is fleshed out in our environmental assessment process for our work. So this is just one. We've got our red lines there, all of the Main Roads network. We've got some rainfall and we've got some DBCA estates. So part of the process of looking at the project approval is looking at what's there. So when we've decided, yep, there's some sort of jewel in the crown, we need to use dieback-free material to build our road. There is actually a couple of options. Obviously, the name of this talk gives it away, methyl sodium, that's where we're heading. But there's actually two other options. One is that you go into dieback-free forest and you just completely knock that down and say, yep, this is dieback-free material because the veg that was there was dieback-free. Probably not sustainable moving forward. The other option is you go into a hard rock quarry and you crush that material. It has to be a hard rock igneous source where the tree roots have never been able to permeate. There's no cracks, nothing where the dieback could have ever gone. They're around. We can see them looking out the window here, up in the scarp, but that's often not where our roads are. So the transport costs are going to be a killer to move that rock material to where we're building a road. So that's where methyl sodium comes in. So the thrust of the presentation, how do we then incorporate methyl sodium into Main Roads jobs? So when we started this, we decided let's not sort of rock the boat. Let's try to incorporate it into an existing system within Main Roads, because obviously, change management is hard. So if you can tack onto something that already exists, that's a lot easier. So we've got the 3 stages across the top there. General sort of project manager, you're developing it, you're delivering it, and then you're maintaining it. And then we'll go through this talk under each of those headings. So the first one, really choosing where you're going to put the site. If someone else has already created one prior, why wouldn't you use that? Here's one we've created earlier. But if there's no sites near our jobs, then we'll have to basically create a methyl sodium treatment site. back to slide number 1, we've got to have that 200 metre exclusion zone. We've got to consider what the adjacent land use is. You know, it's a very toxic gas, so we've got to be quite particular with where we site that treatment site. So in terms of becoming a treatment company, to do that work, think of it as a two-part process. So the first part is essentially to get on the books, if we say that, and then the second part is when you're going out to do the treatment. So to become a treatment supplier within Main Roads, there's a couple of quality systems and safety systems, ISO systems that they have to be accredited to, and they need a few licences with regard to the pest management. Sounds easy when you say it in a sentence, but that's actually a lot of work to get to that point. And then for the particular site that you're going to be doing the treatment, there's fumigation site approval required. And depending on how much metham is going to be stored there, possibly dangerous goods, and also depending on the cubic metres, the tonnes, possibly a screening prescribed premise licenses as well. Okay, so how do we run this process? We said it's a gas, there's no way to trace it, so unfortunately it's very paper heavy. So at each of the stages we have to have a checklist where we're going through. There's lots of paper, there's lots of batch numbers, there's lots of checking that the work has actually happened. The future may reveal some sort of test where we can test that the work has, but at this stage the process is along the journey of the testing and not at the end. So yeah, that's just one of the checklist examples there. So you're very paper hungry. Okay, so actually doing the work, the actual treatment, I'll leave off the procurement one. That's just more of an internal Main Roads procurement, and talk about the pre-treatment of the material. That's the most interesting thing, and the treating itself. So we're going into either dieback uninterpretable or dieback infested area, and we're treating the gravel. We want that gravel to come out the other side dieback free, but how do we stop that material from coming into contact with the area, because it is actually dieback infested or uninterpretable where we're treating. So we need to have a floor, a hard stand material that separates us from the dieback infested. You can do that a few ways. You can bring in pre-treated material, that crushed rock that I was talking about, but I think most jobs will actually treat the material and lay it out, and then actually walk away from that 150 mil. So every job that we're doing this, when we're working out the cubic metres for our job, we need to be cognizant that we're actually going to be walking away from material on the floor. But that has to happen so that the dieback treated material doesn't come into contact with the dieback uninterpreted or infested area. So this is what it looks like on one of Main Road's drawings. I don't know what that is coming out from the back there, probably a bit small, but it's basically going through the stages of making those stockpiles, which those drone photos from up above is pretty much a drawing version of that. On this drawing, a lot of the text is also around the vehicle movement, which we'll get to in the load-out phase. Again, more evidence of compliance, lots of paper. Probably the only thing I'll bring up there is this 32 degrees. It's okay for the 28 days to go above 32 degrees, but for the actual treatment, the air temperature has to be at 32. So probably in the next month or two, we build roads in the summer. So probably in the next month or two is prime dosing time, and then that gravel will then actually be ready for our summer construction season. I often think of this as a bit of a chain of custody. So the company is doing the fumigation, and once the 28 days period is finished, they're actually essentially handing that to Main Roads with the fumigation certificate, and then it's Main Roads' responsibility to ensure the hygiene of that material until it's loaded out. So that's a really important thing about this process, is that once it's treated, you have to be assured that no one has gone in there, because if the stockpiles are contaminated, all of that work that you've done is out the window. Probably that last bullet point there, maybe I'll touch on that. In some of the earlier works, the stockpiles themselves, a lot of the heavy material fell down to the toe, the bottom of the stockpile, and that wasn't being successfully fumigated because it was larger size material. It didn't have that crusty clay layer from the water seal. So now what we do is we run essentially a windrow, a tow around the whole stockpile area, and that just makes sure that the whole stockpile is dosed, and then we leave that there just as a bit of a buffer from the material in the middle which has been treated. Yeah, again, we've got lots of processes, databases, systems where all this is housed. There's probably not much there. We'll get on to the actual loading out of the material. So in terms of the construction, what we have is the company who treated the material becomes our pit manager. They're the ones that load out the material for the construction industry. I guess it's kind of almost like trust issues that maybe the company building the road might not have the best hygiene standards. So we actually engage a pit management company to do that work for us. Lots of documents at this stage because Main Roads only does a little bit of maintenance in-house. All the rest of our work, the actual physical building, is contracted out. So when you're contracting out works, you need lots of documents there, and most are under AS 2124 contracts. But yeah, this pit management company is really introducing this new theme to Main Roads. So normally the civil company would load out their own gravel, but I said because of those trust issues we've got, we have a pit management company that basically is our eyes and ears to load out the material for the civil construction company, and they've got quite a few things that they've got to do. As I said, they're really our eyes and ears. They're maintaining that hygiene integrity. They're inspecting the trucks that are coming from the civil contractor. They're the policemen of the pit. Now, in terms of the civil company, they don't have to really do much other than just make sure that their trucks are arriving clean. And the main point here to stress is that material is taken straight from the pit to where it's going to be used on the civil construction site. So sometimes material is preloaded in different areas. Because of that hygiene integrity, we can't have the material tipped off and then picked up at a later date and moved. You've got front end loader buckets that might not be clean. You've got different trucks. So really with that chain of custody, it's got to get loaded into the truck in the pit and go straight to where it's going to be used, and no double handling. Post-construction, again, our pit management company does lots of things in the pit, including the rehab of that pit. So that's probably much there. Into the maintenance, ongoing pit management. We have to dose more material than we will need for the job. We can't run out. The process is too long. You can't realise that you've a couple of thousand cubes short and then just produce a couple more on the fly. So we've got to make sure we've got enough. But what this means is that if the numbers are right at the end of the job, we'll actually have surplus in the pit. So what do we do with that? Two options. You could maintain the hygiene integrity of that material in the pit, but if we're not going to use it until the following construction season, to come back in 12 months' time and say, yep, that is definitely still dieback free. No one rode their stolen motocross bike across it and used it as a jump. We won't know that. So we think it's probably easier just to treat that material again, rather than try to have it fenced off for 12 months. Lots of record keeping. We within Main Roads, our environment branch within Main Roads does this. So we run a process for approving treatment companies, and a register of where the material has been used on the network. So on Main Road's website, there's the process there that you can get and information on dieback. Obviously this is a process hungry, which means lots of documents. So, these are some of the fact sheets, the drawings, the checklists, procedures. We've got all of that goes in behind this for the process. Because again, it's a gas, it's gone. We have to have all this throughout the journey. We can't have it treated and then arrive at the pit and someone says, yes, yeah, I treated that, yeah. Unless we got from day one, we wouldn't actually know if it has been treated or not. So I'll finish up before the question just on the pretty stuff, just some of the signage that Main Roads has for our civil construction jobs. So I guess people say, stick with sort of what you know. So big stop signs there on it, that's Main Road sort of thing. So these are signs that are designed to be viewed by a worker on a grade or a roller. These are not signs for sort of walk trails. So they're quite simple and they're quite concise. And that table there, if anyone has a presentation later, that's all the links to the AutoCAD drawings of those signs, but what it might look like on a job. This is what I call a presentation drawing, so it's just an example drawing of, dieback free, dieback infested, just so that, project manager can get an idea of where they'd put these signs on the job. So that's, in a nutshell, the recap of metham-sodium for those that weren't familiar with it, the long-winded paper process of Main Roads treating gravel with metham-sodium, and then a little bit on our signage here. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell, other than any questions. Oh, do you want to?
I get to choose. I'll go left to right simply because it's easier. So we'll start. Yeah, I'll take it over. I'll get my exercise.
Hi, thanks for that. I'll just, quick question. How long have you got from when you start until you sort of, the reaction starts? So obviously when you start doing a stockpile, you don't want to put probably 500 tonnes down when you have to leave. Like, do you have a rough estimate of when that reaction sort of starts and you do need to clear that area?
Yeah, so the reaction, most of the killing will be done in the first 2 days, 72 hours. As part of the testing, there was some blips on the dose meters at 14 days. So then the APV may double it out to 28. But really within those first couple of days of applying the metham, that's when all the actions are happening. But you've got that 28 days almost from a withholding period. So it doesn't take 28 days to kill the Phytophthora, but from a human health point of view, there might still be some gas emitting from the pile. So that's where think of it more of a withholding period rather than a treating period. But because the treating will take weeks, it's from the date of the last treatment. So the first stockpile you treated in your pit might almost be finished, but because it's from when you last finished, that's where the time comes in.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was just wondering what the flow rate is of the metham into the product and what that equates to litres per cost. So how much does it cost you to make a tonne of it?
So the 80 mils per cube of metham is more than enough to do the killing. That could be a lot less, but the cost is not in the product. The cost is in the bloke who's the steering wheel attendant on the loader. That's where the costs are. So yeah, in terms of the flow rate and the product and the chemical costs, that's quite low. The water that you're mixing in with the metham is to get that reaction going. So, there's generally a couple of 100 litres of water an hour will go through that, but it's really as big a plant as you've got that you could feed through, or I guess the opposite, the smallest plant you've got. So the flow rate is really dictated by the size of your stacker. You could set up different pumps and different apparatuses to push more through, but you've got to make sure that whatever the speed of the belt is, dropping the cubic metres over, that you're calibrating to get 80 mils of metham. And if that's, going flat out or at, half rat power, that's really how much is being used. So yeah, it's 80 mils per cube is probably the number to think about. The cost of the product is not an issue. It's more the labour and and how big a gear you've got.
I'm guessing that it works with gravel because of all the air pockets between the gravel stones. Has this method been tried on other substances that also have reasonable air pockets? And is that a fair question for you who deals with gravel?
So at the moment, the label is only for gravel, and maybe you have to book your tickets for Dig 2025 and find out about the other materials. So watch this space on that one.
I was going to say it is registered for use in agriculture and everything on a bunch of different things, but how much that transfers to scale is a whole other kettle of fish, as you say. All that space helps get it through. Yep, alrighty, so I'm being told time. That's a perfect signal there, Tom. As we head on into our next speaker, who is Nicholas Wilkins, who's a PhD candidate in environmental health at Flinders University. So you had a short flight here. And his research is looking at the identification of symptomatic sites on Kangaroo Island to inform the government and landholders. So yeah, super excited to hear about that.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much for having me. Let's go. So yeah, I'm new to this group and new to Phytophthora, so it's been a great adventure so far. Yeah, Nick Wilkins. I'm a PhD candidate from Flinders University, about halfway through at the moment. I'm studying the spatial identification and preferences of Phytophthora cinnamomi. My supervisors are Professor Kirsten Ross and Associate Professor Harriet Wiley. So what got me started is I finished honours and never wanted to study again. And then I had a quick conversation with someone and they wanted someone to find Phytophthora cinnamomi, PC, in some soil samples that had been sent in. So I thought, why not? And then they wanted lab protocols set up because it was brand new to the university. So yeah, I thought, yeah, that couldn't be too difficult. And yeah, it might lead into a PhD. So lab protocols, yeah, very interesting. Storage and handling of samples, incubation, baiting, agar, use of microscopes, DNA extraction, and PCR identification. It all looked really easy on the list. But yeah, there are rules and regulations within different labs. And I quickly found out that, yeah, there are all these different rules that I needed to abide by. And I didn't even know if the soil had PC in it. So trying all these different methods to get to an endpoint that I wasn't sure I'd even get to was, yeah, it was very difficult. It was very hard to kind of deal with, many failures, trying all these different things. But it was fun. I enjoyed it. And then I was running out of soil samples and I caught COVID. So I was in the middle of baiting. I wanted to plate my stuff. And yeah, I was 10 days late. And I thought, all right, you know, I'm running out of soil. This is a big problem. But I got in there, I plated it, and finally success. So I instantly saw the growth of Phytophthora cinnamomi. And yeah, it was obvious, extremely obvious. I'd been struggling for a while, but yeah, after that, it all just kind of rolled on. And yeah, I became a lot better at what I was doing. So because I've read so many papers about how to kind of get this from soil samples, I wrote a literature review. Yeah, current methods used to detect PC, and included, yeah, the types of sampling methods, samples collected, species collected from, type of infection, different baiting, agar and amendments, DNA extraction, and different ways to analyse it molecularly. Yeah, I went over 38 papers, and yeah, I've put some massive tables together, and yeah, just to kind of help management. I got a bunch of questions from people I was dealing with, like how long is it going to take, what are we looking for, and I was new to it, so I needed to kind of, I wasn't a professional, I'm not a specialist, but I needed to kind of give them some information. So this led to me putting this graph together, which was just based on the papers. And x-axis we have increasing time and laboratory analysis. And on the y we have increasing sample size and different start points to analysing your samples. There are some similar things out there. These are based on the papers that I went through. And depending on your species you're looking at, it may have a specific type of infection. So if it's a necrotic lesion or a canker, you might be able to just have a quick swab and go straight to molecular identification. Or if you know it's in the soil, you might be able to take a small soil sample and identify that super quick. If you're someone like me, you're dealing with the place I'm dealing with, it's just symptoms everywhere. So I needed larger soil samples so I could narrow it down, and that takes a lot longer. And these times, these days, this can be doubled as well because you might need to double bake your samples. So this is a whole nother process. And yeah, so hopefully this is published soon. That seems to be a nice fun thing to do at the moment. So yeah, it's in the works. So my project is based on Kangaroo Island, South Australia. A beautiful little spot. But unfortunately in 2019 and 2020 there was a horrific fire, massive. It burnt 38% of the island and 83% of that was highly or severely burnt. This western side and southwestern area is mainly national parks and conservation areas, so it was a big issue, and there's also a lot of phytophthora that has been known on the island, so there was no restrictions of movements. You know, huge fire, people were in there trying to put the fire out, and then after that they're trying to save all the animals. So yeah, trucks and people everywhere. There was no restrictions of movement. And what's already known about Kangaroo Island? So luckily there's a fairly big amount of work that's already previously been done. This is over 10 years ago. So here we have a map of Adelaide to Kangaroo Island. There's 341 sites on Kangaroo Island there, and 101 of them are already PC positive. So we've got red confirmed in soil test, green not confirmed in soil test, and then orange that's yet to be tested. So Kangaroo Island's also a tourist hotspot. So infrastructure after this needed to just go. So the rebuilding of roads, the grading of like off-road areas, that needed to be redone. Also the rebuilding of fences, absolutely everything needed to be rebuilt. And you know, it's newer and better, which is great for the island, but yeah, restrictions of movements didn't exist. There was just people everywhere doing everything all over again. So we need to find out what's happened. And a lot of these sites are on roadsides. So yeah, where has it spread? So there's two major components to my project. We have the mapping of vegetation and the mapping of soil samples. This is collected by me or collected by citizen scientists. So originally I was just sent there to have a look around. I wasn't familiar with dieback whatsoever. So yeah, I needed to understand what I was looking for. And I started about a year and a half after the fires, so there was already kind of a little bit of regrowth. I was also asked to look at any fire tracks with symptoms and sort of map them out so I could test them later. Roadsides, obviously. East of the island has a few issues, and any sites of concern from Landscapes SA, Department for Environment and Water, KI Land for Wildlife, and private owners. I talk to as many people as I possibly can. So I want to get a good coverage of this island, and I'm part-time, so I get a lot of time to do all of this. Yeah, so these two photos were some of the first spots. I'd heard about how mosaic the pattern is of growth and how kind of, yeah, random, I suppose it is. So yeah, the top photo, we've got, yeah, a dying, ended up positive for PC, but yeah, dying Xanthorrhoea grass tree, and then healthy life all the way around it. Except on this side of it, there are a few other like dying plants. And down the bottom here, we have the first kind of dieback zone that I found. It was extremely obvious. There was nothing there. A bunch of Banksia seedlings that had died off. You know, they'd started, but then they just, yeah. It was also a low point. So the natural watercourse must have flowed into this area, or maybe it was already there. But this, yeah, wasn't a documented site. So yeah, here we have a map that I've started putting together. It's the same points, the smaller dots, previous existing sites, and I've just overlaid the circles, the red for confirmed in my soil test, and the green for not confirmed in soil tests. So yeah, I've collected 112 samples so far. At the beginning, yeah, a lot of these needed to be trial tests. I wasn't a professional. I needed to know what I was doing is correct. So I ended up getting a lot of samples, and when I found the positive sites, I'd end up like tricking myself and testing myself with different baiting. So yeah, I literally put like a lottery number at the bottom of it, get someone to shuffle things around so I didn't know which one was positive, make sure that my baiting process and everything was reliable. And yeah, east side of the island is a bit of an issue. I think it's a limestone base. So yeah, I needed to really figure out what was going on there. But yeah, difficulty of access. It takes a long time to actually work my way to these spots and work around risk assessments in crazy weather. Passport to Recovery is a massive project. You download an app on the way into Kangaroo Island, and you've got all these different projects that you can get involved with. It's made to increase the awareness for tourists and restoration and ecology on the island. Dirty Boots is my project. So it's a simple swiping, or you collect a tube upon entry, or a couple of tubes. You swipe your boots and swab them at the end. Collect all the dirt you can off the bottom of your boots. Put it into the inner tube, put the inner tube into the outer tube, drop it at a collection point. And yeah, so far 1,600 tubes have gone out, 150 have been correctly returned, and no positive results so far. This will ramp up because I want a lot more results. And obviously if I get a positive result, there's even more of a story going on here. These are all getting mapped. I've recently had to take over all of the mapping of this. We lost our project manager, so this is yet to be updated. It's another job I need to do. But yeah, green indicates it's clear of PC, blue is being processed, and it's also an overlay of where the fire was as well. So yeah, these are all documented and eventually double checked by me if we get a positive site. There's also a second part to this project, with this app, and that's just simply taking a photo of any dying grass trees or any grass trees that you see. You can drop a pinpoint location on it, you do a simple rating of dead to alive, and yeah, that gets sent into me from now on, and I double check them, and then they get mapped as well. And these are for further testing. So here we have another map. We're pretty happy with both of the maps. We're getting like a nice spread around the island. I can't afford the time or the effort to just walk around, and the university won't let me do all of this. I wish I could. But yeah, we're pretty happy with the spread of it. Health ranking at the bottom, from healthy to dead. These pictures are relevant to about 2 years of growth. I've got to go back and update these. It's about 4 years now, so things look different. And we need to, make sure it's relevant to a tourist. They need to see what they're seeing in nature directly onto this app. And another part of my project is just disinfectants. So yeah, testing known and common things that are used. I'm adding a few different elements that we're expanding on other elements. So yeah, UV degradation. I've worked in the field a bit. I used to have to spray my shoes with my work a lot and spray down my tools. So yeah, how long does it last in that bottle under different conditions? Also, what's the soakage time? Like, what if you've got clumps of dirt and it's in the middle, kind of similar to that last presentation? Like, how long do we have to like soak something to like truly kill it? And then also adding what's happening in like a bath, a disinfectant bath. If you're adding soil, if you're adding all of this grass element, what's going on. Is the dilution and the concentration of these disinfectants going away, getting locked into the soil? So yeah, I'm also looking into a bit of that. At the moment, I'm just going through some simple preliminary things, establishing growth rates with a V8 broth in some small wells, and just testing the dilutions of these disinfectants, 0, 1, 10, 100%, and just to get to know these things as well. I'm new, I need to understand these things. There aren't too many, well, there's no one really around me that's telling me any information, so anything I need to learn, I kind of need to work through it myself, which makes things difficult but interesting. So yeah, and this is just in the mycelium so far. I'll be adding zoospores to it very soon. And yeah, even as little as 1% concentration of the disinfectants will stop the growth, although they will regrow once I put them back into a broth to stimulate regrowth. So yeah, I'll probably speak to you guys all again hopefully, and there'll be more information on this. So acknowledgements. Thank you very much. Any questions?
I'll do the running for you.
Thanks for your presentation. I just had a question on the slide before the acknowledgements slide, and what is the significance of poppy seeds?
Just they're easy to infect and move to the next thing. So yeah, they just like the picture there, that bottom one. That's just mycelium wrapped around it. It's just grown, and then I've taken it off an agar dish and then put it into there. And then I take photos of each day of growth and I can measure them off. So yeah. Oh no, you know a lot about this.
No, I don't. So just, I'm really interested in the fire, and obviously there's a lot of phytophthora on Kangaroo Island, and there's some suggestions that after a fire it might be hot and moist, so there might be stronger sporulation. Just sort of anecdotally from your walks around the island, have you seen any increase in disease expression in the fire areas, or is it a bit difficult to notice that?
Difficult to notice. I hadn't seen it before the fire. Possibly, yeah. I really don't know. I mean, there was nothing that had died off. There was no fuel load left. So yeah, possibly. But you should definitely visit the place. It's pretty amazing.
I was going to say the way it gets mapped in WA, usually it's uninterpretable a few years after, because of course everything's not come back yet. So I imagine it would be
It's getting
similar.
harder. It's getting a lot harder. Each time I visit, there's more growth, and then
so hopefully that'll give
it's
you
out of control.
more to look at. Yeah,
Definitely. Yeah, it's nowhere near as easy to spot a grass tree. So we're a couple of Banksias.
Awesome. Well, it's good that there is regrowth. But Mia, I know.
That was very interesting. Thank you. With your samples that people are sending in from the boots,
Yes.
are you testing those using baiting or DNA or?
Yeah, baiting so far. Normally give them like a cold treatment, like put them in the fridge for a while. Then I bait them during that process, and then I'll do it a second time. But yeah, because there's been a massive variation of the amount of dirt that's in them, I can't take them straight to molecular analysis, and the price of it they won't cover either. So I'm doing.
So we might talk to you about the fridge as well. I'll connect you with Juanita from our lab about our processes, because you could increase your. I know we've been very nervous about putting anything in the fridge historically, and we've been playing with that idea.
Yeah.
But we have heard that from other labs, so it'd be interesting to have the discussion and understand.
It's been very
where
weird.
That's starting.
I mean, my first results that came in, the sample was, I think it was almost 5 months old. It'd been in and out of the fridge a lot of times, and I really didn't expect it to have phytophthora in it at all. It was bizarre. So,
Yeah, Renita's
yeah.
So that'll be a good follow-up.
Yeah.
No worries, we might push on, but that was
Yeah.
really interesting. Thanks so much for
No worries.
making the trip.
No, thank you much.
And yeah, connecting with us all here. If you can join me in thanking Nick. Okay, and lucky last, James Weidenbar. Where are you? Come on down. James is, I've seen your names on emails, but I'm not sure we've actually formally met yet. I feel like these are great venues for that. James is the Environmental Safety and Planning Assessments Team Leader at Western Power. In his former role, James was instrumental in the formation of the Phytophthora Dieback Training Consortium, through which the DWG Western Power Partnership was formed. So yeah, really keen to hear how it's going.
Thank you, and thanks for having me again. Those who've been around for the traps for a while will probably seen me do a couple of different ones up here. Let me get to the slide. All right, yeah, so I'm going to give an update on the green card. It's really quite exciting for me because it's closing out about 4 odd years of a partnership and journey that I've had at this group of people. And then just a little bit around the biosecurity and nature positive challenges that we've got for the cleaner energy future that we're all looking for part of decarbonisation. Just a quick acknowledgement of traditional owners of the land in which we're meeting and their continuing connection to lands, waters and communities. So unfortunately we didn't have the Welcome to Country. I was really looking forward to it, as I do a bit about Western Power. For those who don't know, it's a fairly large workforce, approximately 3,500 at this point. It is a growing workforce. That number will increase over probably the next 5 to 10 years as we build significant new infrastructure to connect all of the renewable energy sources to the grid and move it to where it needs to go. There's a whole bunch of different things. There's our footprint, which is enormous, several times the size of the UK. A quick recap. This is one of my favourite maps. It shows almost the exact matching up of the SWIN, which is our Southwest Interconnected Network System that we manage, the Southwest Biodiversity Hotspot, and the Dieback Vulnerable Zone. So we work in that entire area. So it's the high rainfall area that's got the spread of dieback as a key threat. It's also the most highly cleared agricultural zone there, and it's also recognised internationally as the international biodiversity hotspot. We also, for those who don't know, we operate quite frequently on lands we don't own, and with our, I suppose, our powers of entry comes a significant responsibility to manage our biosecurity. So, Green Card actually started at a conversation back in 2020's DIG conference between Emma and myself. It was a conversation that just started at the after works drinks and led to 4 years of partnership and an enormous amount of growth for DWG and Western Power in that partnership. It just shows the power of simple conversations, which is why I love coming to these different events. We have had a partnership with DWG, DBCA and industry partners to ensure that our Western Power workforce, both internal and contracted, is provided targeted training in the skills and knowledge to be able to understand not just general biosecurity, but a focus on dieback, how it's managed and what steps they need to take to manage it. Yeah, those little notes thing don't want to move. That's all right. All right, so we actually, from that conversation in 2021, led to a training consortium being established, where we took probably 6 months of meeting, spending a significant amount of time and effort in reviewing and coming up to agreed standards on training outcomes and learning outcomes for the Green Card, which enabled an online training module to be tailored by Western Power and then endorsed by that consortium. And that was leveraging off decades of work of many people in this room and others. We don't pertain to be the knowledge holders of 3/4 of that. It was done by a collaboration of people in this room. We also had an innovation expo. We actually launched at lunchbox sessions what we were doing internally and how it was going to be impacting our workforce. That's right, sorry. Then in late 22, we had the online training trial launched within Western Power's safety function, where the environment team was sitting. That was a very positive trial. We had non-environmental experts from our planning area also undertake that, and our safety business partners, who were very positive around the technical data and the way it was presented, so they could understand it without being what would we refer to as a subject matter expert. So it was really positive. That led to the 2023 business-wide rollout, which was done across our entire workforce, that were identified as being key risk factors for us. So people that were going out in the field and that were going to actually have a chance of spreading dieback through both agricultural and natural areas. Now, we had some fantastic results in Green Card. So as I said to you guys, I know Mia put some numbers up there. Within our first month of this being rolled out, we had nearly 2,800 people enrolled online and 1,600 people had completed it. That blew my mind. And the only way that was actually doable was because of the significant senior leadership support we had in our operational workforce. Within 3 months, the numbers were telling me that 80% had done it, and after 6 months, we got to 91%. And what threw me was, after that, we had more people enrolled than I had in the entire workforce of Western Power. I was like, how did that happen? When I spoke with the HR guys, they went, yeah, that number was admittedly 12 months old because all the stats are based on a year behind. But it was also, we have internal and external contractor staff turnover, plus we had a growing workforce to enable decarbonisation. And they pointed out something that I had not realised, because I actually had a KPI for myself of 100% of people trained. That number is not achievable. We'll never have 100% of people, because the workforce will change and grow and move. So if you are going to do it, you'll probably, unless you're a very small or static organisation, you'll probably never be able to get 100%, particularly not in large organisations like ours. Now, there were some significant challenges in doing that. First one that I ran into was my boss has said, who needs the training? My first thought was everybody. And they went, why? Why does our CEO need to have it? That was the first question. I was like, okay, I'll give it some more thought. So, you know, Western Power has metro and regional office-based people. We have metro and regional operational people and office-based. We also have a contractor workforce that works in the field and in the office, and in their own office, in potentially overseas as well, which I found out recently. But we also have metro-based staff who are sometimes sent out to the field, such as our environmental partners, our safety business partners, even our design engineers will go to site. So we took a very much blanket approach of let's not just set the bar low and just say, if you're operational, you have to have it. We went larger and said if we have a staff member who has part of their core role that requires them to drive off sealed roads, they must be trained. So we decided to go well above minimum expectations, and we applied it to all of our projects, not just those in the DBCA estate. We also found some constraints around the timing. We've estimated about 4 hours was the average for the online training. So dragging people from an operational workforce for half a day is not ideal, so they had to partner that with other training. We then hit the problem of we didn't have enough computers for the whole group that we wanted to do, so we had to team-base it, which was quite challenging, just the logistics of everyone doing it, because we had our time frame of when we wanted them all to be done, and we also had to consider for 24/7 service delivery for Western Power with its emergency response. So there were some times where teams weren't going to be available or the full team wasn't available. So there was significant challenges that our former leadership group had to account for, and they did a bang-up job because they almost all did it within 6 months, which I thought was incredible. So we also had to advise the new requirement to the contract workforce. Now that was probably the most painful thing I've had to do, because it cost money. And if you're telling a contractor who's already got a job he has to do more, they love to do what's called a variation. And does that annoy a project manager? I think every project manager with Western Power hated me for about 3 months. Made them all do change controls, all account for the extra training requirements and the costs that are associated. And some of those were significant costs in the tens of thousands of dollars because of the numbers of workforce that that particular company actually had dealing with us at that time. So that's where the senior leadership commitment also came in, because this was not a cheap exercise, but it's something that's worth doing, and it needed to be done. So I was very glad to be able to get that support. Just make sure I've got all those ones there. The time frame was actually very important for our contractor workforce. Because we're under commercial agreements, they didn't want to be non-compliant, so we baked in a 12-month period for them to actually come back to be compliant, and then it became a BAU for any new projects. So the cost impost was a one-off, and then any new tender, they just accounted for it for those staff members that didn't already have it, which made it a sustainable process that our commercial people then gave me the tick of approval. So that was, I suppose, green card training being wrapped up. For me, it's almost a 4.5-year journey. I'm quite proud of what we've achieved, and I think the numbers that are coming through DWG, through Mia's earlier speech, is awesome to see as well. And I was having a chat earlier this afternoon. It'll be interesting to see what the numbers end up, because there's a large part of our workforce that I suspect works in other industries. So if you look at the civil construction industry, they'll be working for the main roads and the water corps and the others. So the foundational basis, I think, is really well served for Western Australia, particularly in the southwest. And I'd love to see what we end up being. So it's going to be exciting. Now on to my next big challenge. So major project build-outs are going to present the next big challenge for Western Power, particularly in the biosecurity realm for us. So we're going to be expanding in and out of the agricultural and natural areas for our major projects as we build the transmission backbone to connect the renewables. We're going to be building over all seasons, wet and dry, multiple year builds, hundreds and hundreds of kilometres. So there's some significant challenges there. We need to increase our engagement with landholders, particularly our traditional owners as well, around the values that they hold that are not currently recognised or protected particularly well in WA. And we need to get better at bringing along the rest of our company. So it's easy enough to say it's a mandatory training requirement, but bringing them along so they care outside of work is probably the next challenge. All right, so anyone who's done project support, I apologise, this will be telling you to suck eggs. Project biosecurity aspects. Our big one that we've just been doing is environmental surveys. We go through an enormous amount of agricultural areas to access those patches of native bush, and we need to understand quite early the land access requirements from DBCA and the private landholders that we're going through. If our landholders are not supportive, they can refuse access, and we don't get surveys done in that area, which can cause all sorts of delays for our projects, and we need to then address those concerns, engineer solutions, or realign our line route. As I said, we go all seasons, multiple years. Can't just say don't do it in the wet. It used to be a quick and easy fallback for a small project. Doesn't work when it takes you 2.5 years to build your line. We can't just stop for 4 or 5 months in the year. The demanding, or the pace and the demand of decarbonisation will not allow us that luxury. As I've touched on, the increased engagement, so we've got to engage early, understand our landholders' requirements and respect them. That'll be the key, is ensuring that we do it. Our construction requirements, we need to understand them, particularly that it's going to take us from an access point of view, so we'll be working in areas that have dieback in the wet, and how do we manage that? So we need to consider that's also, we require that access for 24/7 across winter. And that's going to be a really big challenge for us, biosecurity-wise. Trying to build access tracks that are winter-proof in WA in certain parts is extremely difficult, if not impossible. And then the local biosecurity risk understanding. Western Power doesn't hold all the biosecurity knowledge. It's across this room and in every landholder and various other localities. We need to find a good way of storing it, understanding it, and ensuring that it's triggered and managed through the different projects that we have. And then the last fun stuff. So, the challenges. We need to continue rolling out a green card. The challenge will be ensuring we maintain our senior leadership support. It's easy to garner it at the start, easy to lose it as it sort of loses visibility. We need to make sure we have adequate surveys, not just the biodiversity not just the dieback information from our interpreters, who are a shrinking cohort that we need to also ensure increases, but we also need to ensure we've got our surveys of the biodiversity values, because part of that will enable us to demonstrate what we're protecting, as well as how we don't, while we're getting that survey data, not spreading it ourselves. And then the challenge is meeting those landholder expectations. Everyone's dealt with genetically modified stuff. They don't like uncertainty or any organic farms. They really don't like when you come on and you pose a risk to their business. So you need to meet their expectations, and having a trained and knowledgeable workforce is one of the easiest ways to address their concerns. And then opportunities. So I've had many a conversation with Cameron around emerging nature capital markets. So these are an enormously exciting area going forward for us. There's all sorts of money being thrown around by renewable developers, governments, NGOs and the like. So there's significant amount of opportunity to value our nature capital, or value our nature, and then spend capital on protecting it, and as well as understanding its actual dollar value to our community. Because at the moment, the dollar representation value on native vegetation predominantly lives in carbon offsetting and biodiversity offsetting. And that's scratching the tip of the surface for it. So we've also got the increased awareness opportunity. So that's self-explanatory, increased awareness, like dieback working group knowledge, as well as I really cannot wait for that new GIS system to come up that replaces DIDMs. I think it'll be brilliant. The amount of information that's out there that we just need to spread and actually start using and creating those partnerships, like from these conversations that we have at days like today. We can improve our dieback management via the green card uptake. We can also increase the general biosecurity risks in there. So something similar to what we've got in ours around general risks, we've actually got foot and mouth included in ours as well. Probably a few of you in the room would remember the outbreak and outcry, well, not an outbreak, but an outrage about it in Indonesia a few years back. So yeah, it's adding in those extra layers of biosecurity that aren't just dieback focused, which I think will be a real good area that DWG are looking for. And then the increased knowledge of the biodiversity values and our risk areas. So there are some data sets out there, but we need to collaboratively work together and make that data much more available, digestible and actionable. I think that'll be key, because there's a significant amount of money being spent every year on lots of different surveys, and some of it stays with only one company for one project and never gets looked at again. I think that's a crying shame. Data should be shared for the benefit of all. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to talk to everyone in the room, and any questions? Going once. End of the day, everyone wants to get the sun down. Oh, Peter at the back. Okay, the question in front of line is, it's rare for a corporation to be this green leaning, I suppose, and also what feedback do we need to, I suppose, continue this and make it possible? The easiest answer is keep doing the research. The research and everything is the key. The information, without the information, I can't sell my story to get the business to care. It has to have the information and the science behind it. So for all of the technical people that do all that research that we all basically utilise at the end of the day, I think it's incredible. I don't understand half of it. I'm not a research scientist, but without it, we can't do our job. I think continue the research, keep advocating in the different groups that you're in. Don't stay silent on it, particularly you gents. Get your stories out there. Get that cultural heritage component embedded into it. Yeah, just keep talking about it. It's the best thing. If everyone's talking about it, they'll want to do something. Thank you.
It was a great way to end it. I've got some finishing up notes. Were we going to do this as well at some point? Whether you want to do it? Up to you. Do the raffle first, get you all excited. Yeah.
So while we do the raffle, I'm just going to ask Ingrid Sealer. Ingrid's our Deputy Chair of DWG and also the Chair of the organising committee for this event. And I'll get, I'm not sure, we've also got Iago from the organising committee. Shanika had to leave early. Have anyone else in the room from the organising committee? But we'll just put our hands together for that organising committee. Ingrid's going to give away the door prizes. We've got the 3 beautiful Camelosiums, Geoff? No. From bred at Kings Park. Guys, these are a myrtle rust susceptible species. If you plant them in your garden, you have to watch them and make sure they don't get infested. So they're the door prizes, and then we're also going to draw the raffle, and I'll get Annie Leitch to come up and pull out the winning tickets because she donated the photo. So here we go. There's your door prizes and backups in case people...
Okay. So for one of the plants, Stefan Harrisman. Yeah. From the town of Claremont, Karen Hodby. And then we have Norman Lay from Territory.
Come up, Annie. And thanks, guys, for doing the raffle. We had these cool things to give away, and we just thought it would be a fun touch. There you go. Yeah, I thought Annie would pull in and out, but you guys can swap.
We'll take it in turns. So first prize was Chantel Fox from the City of Mandurah. If one of her colleagues is here, you're welcome to take it home. You did the next 2.
Or we've got her number if you prefer. You can grab it if we trust you to take it.
I'll tell her she got 35.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Yep.
So Rachel from the City of Armidale. Woo!
This is a artwork vase and ornament to go with it. It's by Pippin Drysdale, who's a local Fremantle artist, and Pippin is inspired by the Australian landscape for her works, so enjoy.
One more?
One more. Lucky
Right.
luck.
Oh, yeah. That's a surprise.
All right. Lucky number 3 is Tegan Barnfield. Woohoo! Some wine. Lovely.
Alrighty, so I have the great pleasure and privilege to wrap things up. Again, I'm between you and some other event, whether it be going home, whether it be going to the drinks with many of us after this. And what I was struck by today was just a few themes, which for me were story, country and connection. And connection probably being one of those strongest. You know, through today we've been able to connect people, so we've had a lot of different Aboriginal ranger groups from across the country, from different states, come together. Methods, we've seen things like the methane sodium, which were long-term research, finally coming through and connecting to that actual on-ground use. We've had kind of mechanism through to management, so, you know, with Shannon's work and understanding that more than just what one particular phytophthora is doing, you know, what is it happening? That's a start with that mechanism and understanding what is causing disease. Complexes are no mean feat to try and disentangle. And KC as well, with that understanding of what is phosphite doing? You know, it's $1 million question for us. And then also with connection with training, you know, James, you were perfect at the end saying, oh, I just had a drink after one of these and then we figured it out. And that's no mean feat in and of itself, and we're connecting departments with local community groups like DWG and connecting then with the corporation as well, and seeing that roll out. I was also, in thinking all of those, I was drawn back to my deep dark days of undergrad uni, and this was a quote that I'd come across at that time, and I don't think I fully understood, but it was reflected in a lot of the talks, and especially the talks from Adrian and AJ and the Binalup Rangers, is that I am part of the rainforest protecting itself. And obviously that's from the east coast of Queensland, talks about rainforest, but it's talking about we're not just doing this for altruism. It's not just that we're there because, and it's good to do things for that reason as well, but literally this is about self-preservation. It's about saying culture and place and food and people and everything that connects us is really important. You know, I got in trouble in my honours thesis for personifying the fungus, but what I love today is what we heard was when you were talking about the Kari, I can't remember his name, in New Zealand, and we heard about grass trees that were grandmother. And we're talking about, you know, the importance of these plants and animals as totems in life, and that it's so important and rich to connect with that story and connect with these places. And so I'm hoping today we saw the forest for the trees. The forest is us, it feeds us, it clothes us, and it connects us with those trees, whether it be you and me, whether it be the culture, the dieback that's there, the hygiene that we undertake when we go out in the field. And each of us can kind of take a leaf from Adrian's book. You know, he is a voice. He said, I am a voice for country. And I think each of us can leave here today knowing that we can be a voice for our places and our spaces and our patches, to further the work to protect those areas. So as I said, those lessons were from connection, it was across the ditch, it was across silos. You know, we've got people here from science through to management. And in closing, I just want to say it's a really exciting time for forest health and forest management. A lot of us who've been in this a long time, and I went to digs during my PhD and everything, it's really hard to get people excited about dieback sometimes. And I had that conversation with the comms person. Oh, we're sending someone over to Queensland and they're going to talk about their dieback, and they're like, where's the good story in that? And I'm like, it's knowledge sharing, it's awesome. And they're like, but the plants are still dying, right? But It's so important at the moment. You know, we've got really good stories coming out with forest health and resilience, with the forest management plan, and seeing if that ecological thinning can help, whether we can start to redress some of the issues that we've kind of have come up over time. We've got phosphite, you know, we're looking at mechanisms and we're looking at registration. So from micro to macro worlds. We've got new tools coming on board. So the methane sodium and the rollout of that, we haven't had a good treatment method really at that scale before, and that's just incredible. And we've also got things like the detector dogs coming online. That's where comms got very excited, I can tell you. And we will use all those tools that we have to engage people in the messaging when and where we can. And the most amazing thing is so many people are engaged right now. We heard that's happening from the regulators. We're also seeing, you know, it's a perfect time across a lot of it with Aboriginal rangers in many, many states, and really engaging with those people who are on country. And I think it's just, you know, strike while the iron's hot. We're in a fantastic position with so many years of research behind us. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see where it all goes. I'd like to extend my thanks to the DWG, to the committee who you noted. It's no mean feat to put on a beautiful event like this. And in closing, I'll just say, remember the classic things of arrive clean, leave clean, and what I like to add in there is be mindful in between. You know, there's a lot we can do in those interspaces. So thank you for joining us. Please join us for drinks, and please take any fruit on the table there. We don't want it to go to waste. Thank you.
Another big thank you for this amazing MC, because she's really held the day together. And I'm going to make your hands sore because there's just so many people that helped out today. Kat Sambrooks, the tech team. This is the smoothest tech event we've had for DIG forever. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Karen and Pip for doing all of the heavy lifting as DWG staff. And that's pretty much it. All of you for attending.